Good morning, everyone. Chalo. So who all were there yesterday? So majority of them were there. All of them have attended the workshops. Okay. So last night when I was just going through the learnings of the workshops that we had yesterday, there was one line which was repeatedly coming in my mind, and that was collaboration is the new competition. And I think, ISBA has been doing this for the last 20 years, fostering collaboration in the Indian and now also in the international startup ecosystem. And I thought instead of giving you gyan of what ISBA is and what Isbacon is and how ISBA has been fostering collaboration for the last 20 years, I thought it would be great if I tell you guys a story. Are you guys up for a story? Yes? Okay. All right. So all of you must have heard the story of the hare and the tortoise. All of you must have heard? Okay. So we all know the story. What happens? Hare and tortoise gets in a race. The hare stops in between, has some food, rests. Tortoise, slow and steady, wins the race. And we all think that the story ends there. But the actual story starts there. So going home, hare is very frustrated. What I have done? I've lost a race with a tortoise. Next morning, the hare wakes up, thinks, what can I do to win this race? I cannot have this title of losing the race. Next day, the hare goes to tortoise and tells, let us have a race again. And today, hare decides, I am not going to eat anything. I am not going to rest. I'm just going to run and win the race. Both of them have a race. The hare wins the race. Now, tortoise is frustrated. Slow and steady wins the race. Everyone is appreciating me for the slow and steady wins the race. But then I have lost. Next day, tortoise comes, says, let us have a race again. But today, I will choose the track. Now, tortoise plays a smart move. What he does is, he chooses a track where there's a river in between. So the race starts. Hare stops where there's a river, where the river starts. Tortoise gets into the water, comes out from the other side, and wins the race. Next day, both of them come together. We have done a best of 3. In some cases, I have won the race. In some cases, you have won the race. Why are we competing with each other? Why are we, fighting with each other? Let us both come together. And they design a new racetrack where there is a land, the hare takes the tortoise on his back and runs. And where there is water, the tortoise takes the hare and swims in the water. And this is how collaboration plays an important role. And both of them togetherly win the race. Ladies and gentlemen, if we collaborate like hare and tortoise, I'm sure that if you're a hare, you have many tortoises here to collaborate. And if you're a tortoise, there are many hares here to collaborate with you. And if you collaborate, nothing in this world will stop you from winning the race ever again. This is the power of collaboration.
Oh, Sagar. After listening to this lovely, beautiful collaboration story, मुझे एक शायरी याद आ रही है.
इरशाद.
अर्ज किया है.
इरशाद.
खूबसूरत से एक पल का किस्सा बन जाता है. खूबसूरत से एक पल का किस्सा बन जाता है. जाने कब कौन जिंदगी का हिस्सा बन जाता है. कुछ खास लोग मिलते हैं जिंदगी में, कुछ खास लोग मिलते हैं इस्बाकॉन में, जिनसे कभी न बिछड़ने वाला एक रिश्ता बन जाता है.
क्या बात है.
आभार, अभिनंदन, बहुत बहुत प्यार. और इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत से पहले आप सभी के लिए, आपके अपनों के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाइए.
Esteemed dignitaries, visionaries of innovation from all across the country, and my dear friends, with a great sense of pride and enthusiasm, I, Sagar Anshur, from Center of Incubation and Business Acceleration, and along with me,
I'm Gladys Nair from I Create Ahmedabad and also a proud governing body of ISBA.
And we both of them welcome you all to India's prestigious and the biggest gathering of startup incubators, Isbacon 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have over 200 incubation centers, managers, CEOs, industry leaders, experts, investors, government representatives, and each and everyone who is here under the same roof. It's a long journey that we have traveled today. It's an electrifying journey that has taken a lot of hard work and a lot of support that you have all received. And today, the Isbacon has reached the 16 years, and 16 years ago at the same place in Hyderabad, the seed of Isbacon was sown for the very first time. And after 16 years we are meeting all once again at the same place. So it's really a proud moment, and very, very, very thankful to Hyderabad for hosting us and the entire team of CCMB AIC for welcoming here with lots of love and proud. Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, have a huge round of applause for the city, the cyber city of South India, Hyderabad. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K. Suresh Kumar, Executive Director of PSG STEP and President of ISBA, to please come on the dais. I would like to request the special guest of Isbacon, Dr. Vinay Nandiguri, Director CCMB, to please come on the dais.
I would also request the special guest of Isbacon, Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Director IICT, to please come onto the dais.
I would like to request Dr. Ulhas Koltur, Director CDF, to please come on the dais.
I would request Mr. Praveen Roy, Head TTI Division DST, to please come forward to the dais, please. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director BIRAC, to please come on the dais. I would like to request Dr. Madhusudana Rao, CEO AIC CCMB, to please come on the dais. I would like to request Ms. C.A. Santoshi Reddy, Vice President, Finance, Legal and Compliance at T-Hub, to please come on the dais.
Now I would request Dr. Madhusudana Rao, CEO AIC CCMB, for the welcome address.
Good morning. I'm Madhusudan Rao, CEO of Atal Incubation Center, and it's my personal pleasure and honor to stand before you and be the organizer of this conference of Isbacon 16. And, I'm overwhelmed with the presence of who is who of startup ecosystem in India. It's an honor for us to be hosting you. And we had the last Isbacon in 2006, and Hyderabad is very different in 2024. I'm sure you must have some flavor of Hyderabad yesterday when you visited T-Hub. So, as Atal Incubation Center, which is promoted by CCMB, a CSR organization, we were in existence with the support of Atal Incubation Mission 2016 onwards. And since then, we have been an active incubator in life sciences in Hyderabad. One of the few life science incubators who are focused exclusively on life sciences. And we are very fortunate to have the host organizations of various ecosystem supporters with us. It's a great journey. And during this time, we have done fairly well, and I'm sure we will hope to do better as we go on. And this particular ISBA, if you look at today's context of India's vision in promoting startups and entrepreneurial ecosystem, I think ISBA has a very important role to play. As previously the host was telling us about, growth, as in biology, requires networking. networking, in my opinion, is the most key aspect for the success of any startup, and also the incubators. Even incubators are startups in a way. And with so many incubators in the country today, it's very important to exchange our, to have a network like ISBA and look at, because each incubator has its own experience and own way of doing things, because all said and done, it's a complex game. Trying to promote the startups and then trying to get money and making sure that they get investments and all that. This is a good game. But at the same time, all incubators are not equally efficient at doing it. So an organization, an association like this will be extremely useful for people to exchange notes, exchange the experiences, share the playbook. It's very important. In my opinion, we should have these kind of associations meet more often, or maybe do a lot of satellite events, so that the incubators become more efficient in translating the startup's vision into reality. So this is something that's very important. And CCMB and AICCCMB is very fortunate to have you here today with us. And I hope you will have a very great time in the next couple of days, and take good memories back home, and also create memories so that you will come back to Hyderabad very soon. Thank you very much, and have a nice day for next 2 days.
Thank you so very much, sir, for such an inspiring speech. And now I would like to request Dr. Suresh Kumar, who serves as the President of ISBA and the Executive Director of PSG STEP, to deliver the opening remarks and share the insights about ISBA's remarkable journey with our audience. Thank you.
Happy morning to all. On behalf of the members of ISBA, I join Dr. Madhusudana Rao in welcoming our esteemed guests, Dr. Ullas Kolathur, Director CDFD, Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Director IICTE, Dr. Vinay, Director CCMB, Mr. Praveen Rai, Head TTI Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director BIRAC. And at this moment, I also recognize the presence of our distinguished leaders of our innovation ecosystem. Mr. H.K. Mittal, former advisor and head of NSTDB, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Mr. Ramanan Ramanathan, the founder, mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. The former CEO of Science IIT Bombay, Ms. Poini. Dr. A.S. Rao was the head Technopreneur Promotion Program of Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. Dr. Jagdale, the past president of ISBA, Ms. Deepanvita, the past president of ISBA, and our past ISBA members, the Mahesh Kruvidi from NDBI, Ahmedabad. It's pleasure for us to have you all in this opening ceremony of ISBACon 2024. We also have a special occasion today, a special welcome to Professor Lee, President of the Asian Association of Business Incubators, and the delegates representing Asian countries with whom ISBA is proud to collaborate with ABI. We have about 18 to 20 delegates from different Asian countries who have been participating in this conference. On behalf of Team ISBA, I also extend a warm welcome to all our speakers who have accepted our invitation and traveled to Hyderabad to share their expertise and experience with us. Exactly 20 years before, the visionary leaders and thought leaders of our incubation movement decided to, was deliberating and discussing about what is incubation. Even we are lucky to have the funding support from Department of Science and Technology to have the Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Park, and after receiving the funding, the way forward is always a challenge, and it's also a learning curve for the host institution as well as the incubation centers, which is having to have a separate society or a separate organization. A lot of challenges has been faced, and these thought leaders at the time, the incubation centers were about 25-30. Even today, we say that about 900 incubators are there, but if I say 900 incubators, the next question will be among the, because it's a closed community, right? We have to deliberate on it, right? How many are performing and how many of them are not performing? This debate will always be there. And think of a day 25 years before, when the incubator, the population itself only about 70 or 50, and right, the kind of ecosystem that we have, the thought leaders came together and felt that we should have an organization where we can meet and discuss and see what is incubation and how to take forward. And as a result, the 20 years of journey is quite amazing. We have been discussing what is incubation, and then we have been discussing what is incubation for our country, and today this association or the members are deliberating what is incubation for my incubation center, what is the incubation model for my incubation center. To that extent, this 20 years of journey has made for us to discuss, deliberate on various challenges, and we have been lucky enough to garner the support of the government agencies. An association, as I mentioned yesterday, right, an association will always be negotiating with the government agencies to achieve something. But here, we have been collaborating with the government agencies to come out with the schemes and programs, and whether it is Nidhi initiatives or various initiatives, it has been collaboratively discussed, and the policy makers are kind enough to consider us as their family members, not considering us as an association where we'll be negotiating with them. Thanks for all the government agencies, right? We can see their presence in our conference, and your presence in our conference also gives us confidence that we can move forward. As in the opening remarks, it has been mentioned that about the collaboration, co-incubation, things like that. Every 2-3 years we have seen that some kind of changes has been happened in this movement. COVID also gave us an opportunity to revisit our models, and we came up with, till COVID we had only 2 models. We call it as virtual incubation and physical incubation, but post-COVID we started discussing about 4-5 models. We started talking about physical incubation, virtual incubation, co-incubation, hybrid incubation, right? So all these things have evolved, and the members of the association have played a major role in achieving all these things. And today, we have about 125, 130 plus incubators representing in this conference. 200 plus people have registered, and yesterday we have seen a marvelous pre-conference workshop there. These are all not numbers. These 130, 140 incubators representing today, the statistic says that these 150 incubators are from 22 states across the country. The people who are sitting in this hall are representing 22 states across this country from 75 cities and towns, Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. And it is not about their incubation managers. Each incubation center, if you take that, they are supporting 20 startups on an average, right? 3,000 startups have been represented here. This is the power of this particular conference, and each of them with a mindset. You can see that few of them are very happy, but always all these incubation professionals, they are carrying something in their mind, what next? Right? Each incubation center, right, at least the startups have the challenges of first 5 years. After that, they'll have a go, no go. Either they'll grow or they will wind off and they'll move forward. But as an incubation center CEOs, always every day our question is what next? Right? Even after 20 years, we are saying what next, and always every day is a startup day for us. And why we have come together is, at least today, when we meet somebody, we'll get a opportunity for us to get some solutions or some strategies to address our challenges. With these expectations, these incubation center managers have traveled, I have not said that traveled, have invested their time, effort and money to participate in this conference. Thank you all for your presence here, and your presence and your participation gives us confidence for ISBA to move forward. What is that we have achieved in last decades? Right. The collaborative effort, and as I mentioned, the support from the government has made us to get exemption for us, incubation centers, as well as for the incubators from the erstwhile service tax and also from the GST in the current GST. The collective effort has made the incubators to get eligible for the CSR funding, and most of the incubation centers have started working with the corporates. Provision for the societies to invest in startups as equity is also the another achievement that this collective initiatives have made, and we thank all the funding agencies, DST, BIRAC, MEITI, state and central governments which have been supporting these initiatives. As an incubation center, as I mentioned, the strength started increasing from 25 to 30. Today we have about 160 plus incubation centers as members. Right, in 20 years, the numbers have grown. And as the numbers grow, the expectation of the members also gets growing. And we also coming up with a lot of strategies. right? In 2007 to 11 or 12, we had only Isbacon as the yearly event, and we had only one opportunity to meet. And thanks to Dr. Jagdale, who introduced the concept called Managers Conclave, and we had the second line managers to come and meet, and we had about 4 or 5 managers conclave, starting from Amal Jyoti to Dapoli to Mysore to Mandi. We went to places where the incubation centers are there in Tier 2, Tier 3, where people are not ready to travel, but we made our incubation centers to meet there. We also welcome Ms. Santoshi from THUB. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. Thank you very much. So the Managers Conclave has been introduced, and the second line managers had an opportunity to have it. And going forward, we also introduced member connect programs, and a lot of online programs have happened. And this Isbacon also got transferred or got transitioned to have pre-conference workshops and with more participation. But way forward, right, we are planning to have a special program called CEO Conclave, right? As an incubation center, Isbacon, we are having, it's like a celebration and we come meet, greet, but we want to have more concepts, more changes has to be brought into the policy making. We have to represent collectively. So we thought of having some quality time with only CEOs where they can address their challenges and we can come out with some strategies and we can go back to the policy makers. So we are planning to have the CEO conclaves at least twice in a year, and that will start from January 2025 onwards. Secondly, we have launched the knowledge vertical. After 25 years of journey, repeatedly I'm saying 25 years because that's where this journey has happened. Now that we have started seeing the people who have put their efforts, 20 years of efforts, 25 years of efforts in incubation industry are getting superannuated and moving out of this particular industry. Brain drain is happening, started happening in this movement, and we want to address that, and we started a vertical called knowledge vertical where we'll come out with concept papers, white papers with the people who have put their expertise, and thanks to Ms. Poini, Dr. Deepanvita, Mr. Mittal, Mr. Ramanan, joining us as the advisors for ISBA, and also having the knowledge vertical coming out with Dr. Puran from IIT Mandi who's going to join us. So another opportunity is that we are trying to plug the brain drain that's going to happen in the incubation industry as an association. And the third thing that we are going to plan to roll out is about having 3 years before we launch the clusters. About 7 or 8 clusters have been identified across the country. We grouped the states, we found them as clusters, and thanks to ISBA for supporting 2 clusters, NCR cluster and Pune cluster has been supported by ISBA, and a lot of initiatives have been happened. And from this year onwards, we will be expanding our experience with clusters to the other clusters. That's the third initiative that we are planning. And the fourth, the corporate engagement. We can see that corporates are coming forward with a lot of startup programs and activities, and as an association or as a movement which has connect with the thousands of startups, we want to get an engagement and we want to have a vertical to form it. So these are the way forward that we have for ISBA. And once again, on behalf of all the members of ISBA, I thank all the dignitaries for joining us and all the experts for joining us, and I welcome you all and have a wonderful deliberation for next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suresh, for such an engaging and insightful welcome speech. I must say that ISBA's journey reminds us of the strength of our foundation, and at the same time, it inspires us for the promising growth of the startup ecosystem in coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Ms. C.A. Santoshi Reddy, VP Finance, Legal and Compliance at THUB, to speak a few words on this occasion and grace the audience. Over to you, ma'am. Have a great round of applause for her.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, dignitaries and all the participants here today. I was delighted to know that everybody who were at THUB yesterday have enjoyed their visit to THUB and the sessions that have happened there. I was also happened to be in part of the sessions. I was just in and out. So it was wonderful sessions that have curated by the team of ISBA and THUB. Thank you so much for knowledge series, and I assume that people who have visited THUB yesterday has got some insights into how we operate and how we are doing the things. Right? So we all know that the country or the world has gone through industrialization as a first phase of evolution, right? Then the technology was the second phase of evolution. Now the third phase that we are seeing and which we are going to see in the next 10, 20 years is the disruption. That is through the technology disruption, that is through the AI and Gen AI that is going to disrupt. It is not just limited to the technology, it is also goes to the manufacturing, and it is going to impact every industry that we see day in and day out. Right, in this, what is our role as an incubator is something that I would like to throw a light on. So, the AI, what it is telling us today is, so in the first phase of evolution, we have more focused on energies and efficiencies of the people. It is more of the manpower. It is not the intellectual capabilities or the mind power that we used mostly. It was the physical capabilities that we used. Right, in the second phase, technological evolution, we have used a bit of mind power, less of a physical power. But with AI, what AI is telling us is, don't use your brains or the capabilities human is having for the smallest of the things. Please focus on the best things the mankind can do and leave the rest of the things to us. That is the communication AI is sending us today. This is what we are going to see in the next 10 years or 20 years, right? This is the biggest of the disruption that mankind is going to see. The world is not going to look the same next after 10 years. Our kids will not be the same next 10 years. We are coding, we are spending a lot of time and a lot of years in learning coding, right? In engineering, we will spend 3 to 4 years in learning coding. After that also we will spend a lot of time in learning coding. But going forward, the Gen AI is going to speak the human language and we are going to write the code in the language we speak. So there won't be any necessity for the coding. So what is the role of incubators in this? So this looks very funny, but this is what we are going to see in the next 10-20 years. So the role of incubators in this is, yesterday I was present in Mrs. Lakshmi's session. She has put the role of incubators, the stakeholders of incubators in one slide very beautifully, right? One of the stakeholder is the nation. Right? So I strongly believe that incubators are the extended arm of the nation, right? Whether it is the state government or the central government, we are the nation builders. We are contributing the smallest bit that we can do for the country, and the next level of disruption that is happening by the startups, right? It is not the existing organizations or the new set of revolution that is going to come. It is the startup that is making this disruption possible, and we are playing a key role in building those startups and supporting those startups. So here the key role the ISBA as an institution is going to play or is playing is how we can leverage each other's benefits. Each of the stakeholder is bringing on board. I see each of the incubator is carrying their own core strengths, which is tremendously adding value to the startups, right? So we need to exchange our capabilities with each other so that we can work collaboratively and help or support in nation building as a team, as ISBA members. Thanks for the ISBA team for bringing this meeting in Hyderabad and bringing all the incubators together once again on the platform. Thank you so much for that. I take this as a platform to request every incubator that is present here to see how better we can collaborate with each other and support each other, so that I always keep hearing the thing of the best possibilities that collaboration can bring, right? So 1 + 1 is always gives a synergy benefit of 2x or 3x. So that is what we should be looking forward to. That should be a takeaway from the conference that is happening at Hyderabad today. So in the same lines, we are entering into an MOU with ISBA. So before you ask, one thing I strongly believe is, before you ask somebody to do something, you start doing that, right? You take the first step of doing that, then you will set the precedence for everybody to do the same. So as a part of that, we are doing a collaboration with ISBA to share the best practices, best governance, best systems that we follow at T-Hub with all the incubators that are present across the country, and see collectively how we can support as a team of T-Hub, how collectively we can support all the incubators in the country. Thank you, ISBA, for enabling that MOU to be possible on this platform in front of all the incubators. I request all the incubators to collaborate with us and see how we can support you. Thank you so much.
Up next, I would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, BIRAC, to kindly speak a few words on this occasion and grace the audience. Over to you, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, incubation, members of incubation community, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be here today. In fact, I started my journey under the mentorship of ISBA when I was at IKP Knowledge Park in the mentorship of Dipanvita ma'am. And I always wondered, coming from academics, actually I was confused what I was doing there. Managing startups, I mean, they are doing their own job. What I'm going to do? I mean, I was not clear that time. Mentorship from Dipanvita ma'am and ISBA, that it's education for these startups, that the same thing you do with, when you are guiding a PhD student. But here you are guiding the startups. And that stuck to my mind, and so far I have been in this journey, and it has been a rewarding journey. The incubation, not many people understand, is a very deep phenomena or a very deep mechanism or very deep institution which has to be nurtured, and especially in our country should nurture. Countries who have grown or they have led or they have become prosperous, they have always focused on innovation. Talk about US, in 1900s, early part of 1900s, before that also, US was not what you see today. I mean, it was inefficient governance, corrupt government. It was still in the phase of making of a nation. I mean, it was institutions were being built. However, some of the innovators there changed the history of that country. Like, for example, Henry Ford. I mean, he dreamt that the car should be there for common people. It's not that the science of automobile engineering was not there. There were cars already, but they were bulky, they were inefficient, they were not accessible to the people. What he did was to make it accessible to people, make it efficient, and it changed the whole course of economy. How? I will tell you. When the cars were accessible to the people, they demanded roads to be built by the government. When the roads were built, there were a lot of shops and malls came across the highways. The schools were built for the children. People demanded more. So it was a democratization of the innovation that we see. When people become empowered to ask government to do good things, and that's how the whole nation changes. So not only did it create a strong economy by creating local and global jobs, but also it demanded good institutions to be built in the country. Similarly, for example, if you see, one example it comes to mind again is Kodak camera. One gentleman, George Eastman, he imagined that why people cannot capture the moments of their life in the camera. Why they have to go to a studio where there are a lot of chemistry and bulky things and inefficient, and you come after 2-3 days and you get the picture. And he developed the camera in the kitchen of his mom, and that's the innovation that changed the whole. Again, it had a great impact on the economy. How did it do it? So it gave rise to motion pictures industry, it gave rise to advertising industry and all that. The point I'm trying to drive is these innovations, create a huge impact on the prosperity of the nation. Talk about Japan. It was destroyed in Second World War. Again, within 20 years, 1970s, we see electronics industry booming there. Because, some of the innovators, say for example, in Sony, founder of Sony, he dreamt of why people should not, hear music when they're walking or they're working, and he invented or innovated Walkman. And that's how the whole electronics industry grew, and it had a huge impact not only in the nation but across the globe. Then we talk about South Korea. I mean, lot of innovation that led that country from 1970s was a poor country to become prosperous country. However, the same kind of innovations have not come across in many countries who have remained poor or they are in the middle income group. For example, India. We are good in many things, contract research, etc. And we know that we are suppliers of pharma and vaccines across the globe. We are supplying 40% of medicines to US alone and vaccine of the world, etc. However, these are volumes. When we talk about value, it is not that great. I mean, we rank 14th in the bioeconomy of the nations. Why is it so? If we are supplying so huge to the world, why we are not in the top 5? The reason is, again, the intellectual property, the innovation-led growth is not there so far. I mean, I'm not trying to say that we should not do all these. These are great things to do. This is also required for economy. But if you have to break the middle income group and go to the next prosperous country, I think focus should be on the innovation. And that's where the role of incubation centers are prime in the economy of any nation. If we can identify such innovations in society and we can nurture and fund them and grow them, I think it can change the fortune of our country. The government of India through Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC has come out with the policy, Bio-E3 policy, which says that, it talks about the circular economy, it talks about the bioeconomy, how to grow the bioeconomy and all. When I talk about life sciences and bioeconomy, please don't think that it's restricted to biotechnology and all. It has a huge canvas, and it actually talks about environment, climate, even electronics, AI, how it impacts human, so it's an overarch, whatever affects human being, actually it's covered under that life sciences. So Bio-E3 policy talks about creating biofoundries, creating biotech or biomanufacturing hubs. What are these biomanufacturing hubs and biofoundries? Actually, we have so far taken these innovations to certain stage. There are incubation centers across the country. Now we have incubation centers, at least BIRAC supported 120, and I know that NSTDB also has supported so many. ISBA, now we must have around 1,000 incubation centers across the country. We have done only proof of concept, help these startups do proof of concept, and we have not been able to scale up their innovations. At least in the biotech area, they need clean room, they need manufacture GMP facilities, etc. We have not been able to create those. So this Bio-E3 policy talks about giving the funds or supporting mechanisms to create these biofoundries, the scale up of whatever innovations that are lying with these startups. This is a boon that over the past, say 15 years, the incubation movement in this country has created some kind of structure where these biofoundries, etc., can be at least thought about and built. This is a boon. In nations, in prosperous nations, one of the things that we see is universities are very strong. They have a lot of there are a lot of components which work together and create these mechanisms of institutional mechanisms of creating ventures. However, in India, universities have not gone to that level, and therefore the incubation centers have taken those roles to actually see how these startups and the intellectual property lying on shelf can be created through a startup or commercialized through startups and all. So definitely it's a great asset for our country, and that's how we can build one over the other. So superstructures of incubation through bio-3 policy is definitely possible. And then we will create a whole value chain for the startups from ideation to the commercialization to, to the market. And I can tell you that the incubation in community is very well knit. It's like a family members, and they all are very, very passionate about, incubating and nurturing the startup companies. And that's what we need. And I think with the passage of time, many other ministries, many other government departments have been mulling to create the incubation centers. Of course, NSTDB was the forerunner, then BIRAC. And I remember that when BIRAC was trying to create incubation centers through BioNest program, we actually had a lot of consultation with ISBA. That time I was again in IKP Knowledge Park and I had a chance to participate. I remember Dr. Jagdale, Dr. Rao, and Dr. Mittal were there, and they have all mentored this whole community. So it's a great opportunity for us to come together again to go to the next level of growth of our country. So I'll close here and thank you and best wishes for this conference.
Up next, I would like to invite Shri Praveen Roy, Head TTI DST, to kindly speak a few words on this occasion and grace all of us. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Vinay, Dr. Suresh, dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Mittal, Dr. Rao, and Dr. Ramanan, Dr. Jagdale, a dignitary of the dais, delegates from foreign countries, and my friend incubation managers in different incubation centers and center of excellences. Thank you for inviting DST and me to be part of this important celebration of Isbacon, and we are really glad and happy to be supporting this initiative and DST being part of this important journey of the country. I come from Department of Science and Technology, and we always try to promote, inculcate science, technology, instrument development, and all these things in whatever initiatives, whatever programs we support. And in that reference only, when I was thinking if we could develop some instrument which could measure the professional potential in a room or in a hall, what will be the result? The deflection will be on the highest side. So this is the scenario in this hall. If we could develop some instrument which could just measure the potential of professional approach, education capacity, management capacity, so if that instrument can be developed, naturally the deflection in that instrument also will be on the higher side. Maybe it will be going beyond the scale of the meter. So this is what is contributed by Isbacon. This is what they bring on the platform. The network which is created, the professional approach that they have. I mean, DST has been very fortunate to be associated with Isbacon and ISBA, and we always look forward to them for collaborating, making them part in our journey. Whenever there is any requirement of conceiving something new, we look forward to ISBA and the member incubators in that. I mean, this has become an intellectual and muscle power for us. I just remember when with the leadership, present leadership in the government, Startup India initiative was launched in 2016. Mr. Mittal was there to take a lead in conceiving some new programs because our budgets were increased and we had a lot of potential to scale up our activities. And then we went to our incubators, to the ISBA, just to see what are the gaps, where we can pitch in, what programs are to be roped in. And that time also the constructive support, the professional approach and the inputs, intellectual inputs that we got, we could conceive this Nidhi program, which was a complete end-to-end program where from POC to scale-up grant, everything was positioned in 8 different programs. And now they are really creating good impact and the results are really very exciting. I just recall how this ISBA was conceived. Mr. Mittal, Mr. Menon, the head of NSTDB was there in DST, and they motivated the incubators which are supported by DST to go for an association, because the voice is heard by the government. They can suggest what is to be done, what is the challenges being faced by the incubators, and because of that ISBA was conceived. And naturally now what the level at which this the association has grown with 130 members as part of this. This gives a great power to you to raise your voice, to tell like what is to be done by the government and what is missing in the support systems. And this also sets an example for the other neighbor countries, like how this initiatives can be prospering in the country. Like DST has been in lead in considering these programs. Like in 2000 we launched the incubator program. And since then, the network has grown to around 180 plus incubators and around 9 center of excellence. DST has been also pioneering, conceiving many new programs like Seed Fund, which was not earlier. This was brought in the country by DST itself. We are also supporting some new missions in the country, like the quantum mission, which has been now rolled out. And that shows like how progressive approach has come in the government, like with very aggressive support and very generous support for supporting startups. The funding can go up to 25 crores for quantum startups. So this is where DST tries to pitch and brings whatever is required by the country and the technology domains. We keep on partnering in different forums, and as of now, one delegation of women entrepreneurs is part of GTEx in Dubai. We are also having one expo in Indian Mobile Congress in Delhi, and I was hearing there like earlier when 4G was rolled out, the country was just trying to follow the standards and implementation of 4G. When 5G was launched out, we are marching along with the global standards and global execution map. And in 6G, we are already ahead. Like I was part of task force in 6G, where we are now trying to see what kind of standards, what kind of IPs can be there, so that we do not lag behind and we come in equal platform with the global standards. So the things are very in a right direction and a right moment for all the startup incubation, incubator community to prosper. We are also going to launch one program for Startup Masterclass in collaboration with IIT Kanpur and Alumni Association, and this will be in November. And there we are trying to go for 4 domains of our missions, like the National Quantum Mission, National Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System Mission, and then Geospatial and Waste to Wealth Initiative. So these programs help us in popularizing our schemes, the offers which are there for the startups and the innovators to go and get connected with the department. And ISBA has been playing an important role in making the policies for the state government, associating with the state governments and the department in the central government. And I hope like this kind of conferences and networking platform will give a lot of opportunity for all the incubators and the startups to prosper. All the best and take care. Thank you.
Up next, I would like to invite Dr. Ulhas Kulthu, Director, CDFT, to kindly speak a few words on this occasion and grace the audience. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais, and I think people who have done this for many, many years. It's a privilege for me to represent CDFT here and also the incubator that we have started. In fact, probably we are one of the most recent incubators in the Hyderabad cluster. And it's been a very interesting learning experience, and we also thank stalwarts in this room, including Dr. Jitendra, the AIC team itself, and several others for helping us to start this off. I don't know, many of you know what CDFT is. It's a Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. It's one of the premier research institutions under the BRIC Council in the DBT under the Ministry of Science and Technology. In addition to doing cutting-edge research, we also are one of the nodal organizations in the country to provide services on DNA fingerprinting and diagnostics, which puts us in a very unique place of combining technology, incubation, startups, and research. to groom startups which have direct societal impact, be it therapeutics or diagnostics or even method development. We have a very vibrant team, and we have been interacting with more than 75 startups and innovators in the larger ecosystem. But having been one of the newest entrants to this particular thing, CDFT realized that although there are several incubators and startups, as Suresh and everyone else has spoken, it's not a race about who is better than the other, but it's actually collectively something that we have to do together. And in this context, CDFT, I'm proud to present that CDFT has taken a leading role here by bringing together all the academic institutions in Hyderabad cluster and also the industries. Because I think many of you will be familiar, again, more than I could, voice here, is that after startup what? I mean, there is a valley of death, and are we doing enough to support ecosystems to make sure that they go through the next graduation steps? In this context, Hyderabad is very unique, of course, because we have, wonderful research institutions. I think IICT, CDFD, CCMB on the eastern part, and on the western part, we have University of Hyderabad, TIFR, and NIIB, and several others, including several private institutions like IIT, IIIT, and BITS, Mahindra also. So given this, it's a unique opportunity for Hyderabad to position itself as, set a new role model for how to bring together forces. It's not about also winning, it's also about making sure that each of us don't do the same mistakes that the others did. So there's a huge learning experience for us, and new entrants should be actually handheld, and that's the whole spirit of what we are trying to do. So soon, we were hoping that we will come up with an initiative which brings together academia and industry, and probably sets up a large bioinnovation district in Hyderabad. And I would look forward to ISBA for all the support and help in getting this off. And as I think probably Dr. Jitendra said, innovation in biology actually requires innovation in chemistry, physics, and even engineering, because a lot of what biology has to do cannot happen without inputs from other streams of sciences. I'll give a simple example of medical biotechnology or imaging, right? You need a lot of input from engineering as well to make sure that whatever biology has to drive is supported. Even in a startup, there are many opportunities for developing point-of-care devices, point-of-care methods that again biologists alone can't do. So therefore, I think as biotech innovations, I think we look forward to interactions with ISBA and platforms like Isbacon to actually draw expertise from seemingly non-connectable entities, but actually make everybody a stakeholder in driving this forward. Biology itself is booming, and this is the era of biology. So I request some of you who are not directly associated with biology or biology startups to actually start engaging with biologists and startups who are in the core biology domain. With that, I'll stop here, and again, I'll thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity. And I'll emphasize that all the academic institutions in Hyderabad are very keen to make sure that Hyderabad becomes one of the role models in nurturing startups, to make sure that new innovations come up, because there's a lot of gap between academia and industry, and ISBA would have a major role to play. And thank you everyone, and I hope you will enjoy the next 2 days. Yeah.
थैंक यू सो मच. तालियों में कुछ कमी नजर आ रही है. मंच पर बैठे अतिथियों का प्रोत्साहन बना रहता है और आपका भी मन लगा रहता है. धन्यवाद. I now request Ravi Kumar to please come forward, and we request you to share few words. We would love to hear you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. People just saw me sign an MOU. I represent FTCCI, Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as Senior Vice President. I have been with FTCCI for the past 15 years as MC member and things like that. So in short, for you people to understand what FTCCI is, like you have FICCI and CII, they are national bodies, and FTCCI is an exclusive state body where we have about 3,200 industry and trade members, and we play a very key role along with the government at the state level in formulating the policies And apart from that, we do have, it's a 107-year-old industry body of Telangana, which was combined, previously it was called FAPSI, today it is called FTCCI. And apart from this, we have about 21 expert committees. And in these expert committees play a major role along with the government in helping the government formulating so many policies and then helping the industry, trade and commerce and things like that. You would have seen Sridhar Babu minister talking about ease of doing business and things like that in US and all these places. FTCCI played a major role in formulating that policy. And we are also playing a role in GST now. Apart from that, since we are 107-year-old, we had keen interest in helping startups so that if we are talking of Viksit Bharat 2047, I think this is the time where we look at startups now, which become SME or MSME very soon. Otherwise, the dream of the country of Viksit Bharat is not possible. In that context, we were keen to be part of this organization and join hands with ISBA so that somebody was just sharing, one of the speakers was sharing, he was talking about collectively all of us should work. So FTCCI feels that we should also work collectively so that we help the startups to grow. So in that context, we have come here and we request all the dignitaries, FTCCI is open, my people are here. Please do visit us. We are at Red Hills so that we can help each other in helping the country to grow. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite a special guest. I would like to invite Dr. D. Srinivasa Reddy, Director, IICT, to kindly speak a few words on this occasion and grace the audience.
So good morning. So everyone, dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, and all the participants. So first of all, thank you, ISBA, for making me part of this program to share a few words. Of course, it is our delight for our CSR labs, CCMB, IICT, to host this annual conference in our campus. And I'm also happy to know about ISBA's journey. Of course, they started with a few individuals in 2004. Now I came to know that more than 150 member organizations in this ISBA. Of course, science and technology, so there are innovations are vital for our country's growth. Again, as a previous speaker said, this is very, very important for our country's growth as well. So I was told that India is the third largest startup ecosystem, so after US and China. Of course, our country is home to some of the most innovative companies. So there, of course, there are several sectors, including education, agri-tech, and health tech, and everywhere. So we always, at least, just to connect with the common people, I think if you look at this Swiggy, Flipkart, or Ola, Meesho, I think just imagine today, without these startups, can you imagine our life today, particularly younger generation? We can't even imagine without that. Every time we are on the mobile with this, playing with these apps and these startups. So I think this is a huge impact we are making as a startups, of course, particularly incubations, because of the startups are coming forward. Of course, as our government sector also, Indian government also played a significant role, like Startup India, Digital India, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Some of these, again, there may be little, some of the overlap is there, but because of those initiatives, we are really making impact in our country and also to the world. And of course, when I was in, actually before that, I was working in NCL Pune. So we have venture center. So that's where I got connected to. That's one of the successful one in science and technology and one of the early ones. So I know more about this incubation system and in our country through this venture center. Of course, coming back to Hyderabad, as Ullah said, it's a very, very interesting place. It's a very happening place, beautiful ecosystem we have in our country, and with the reputed academic institutions, pharmaceutical industries, biotech companies. For your information, you are sitting in this campus today. So if you go to the road, so we have several institutions, science institutions in this corridor. So starting from ICMR's NIN, this CSIR's now IICT, CCMB, NGRI, we have DST's Survey of India, and further down CDFD, so where Ullas is coming from. So now we are also adding Science Experience Center to our corridor. Soon it's going to become Science City as well. So I'm sure it's going to be a great attraction for us. So when you complete the Science City in the future. And it's a beautiful ecosystem we have here. I think thank you ISBA for choosing this Hyderabad for making this conference taking place. And little bit about IICT. So where we are sitting here. So we are one of the largest organization in our country. Like as part of CSIR, we have 37 labs across India. So in Hyderabad, we have 3 labs as IICT, CCMB, and NGRI. And we work, of course, mostly on chemicals. So we also work on this energy, environment, and healthcare sector. There are broad areas we work. So in fact, good number of startups originated from our technologies based in our institute. And I'm not sure how much time you have to visit our place. I request you all to visit our institute and also connect with our scientists. And Dr. Shailesh is also here. She is heading our BDRM department. So please connect with us. And whenever you get a chance to visit Hyderabad, please do visit us. So in addition to that, who are coming from outside, Hyderabad is also well known for biryani and pearls. I'm sure our Ramji is taking care of first part, but second part you please take care. So I do have 1 minute video just to show the glimpse of our institute.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to invite our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our special guest, Dr. Vinay Nandiguri, Director of CCMB, with a huge round of applause.
CCMB is an institute that kind of came out of IICT, and that was almost 47 years ago, and 37 years ago we had developed a campus next to this. This particular campus, which is in IICT, and one of those institutes which were basically focused on strong basic research. But it is one of those things which also had good connections with industry. And in fact, one of the initial things such as DNA fingerprinting has come out of Lalji Singh's work and has become an institute. And we have the director of CDFD, Ullas, here with us. But with strong basic research, strong chemistry research that we have in IICT, and it's a fantastic corridor here. You have NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, followed by IICT here, CCMB, NGRI, 3 CSR institutes in a row. And then you have CDFD, Survey of India, Osmania University. This is literally one of the pretty much crowded academic corridors of Hyderabad. And now they have incubation centers. And we have Atal Incubation Center, which started around 7 years ago and doing very well. And Dr. Madhu talked about it. He's the CEO of that. And CDFD has an incubation center, and we are talking about coming up with a space where we can have a close interaction between academics and the industry in kind of encourage entrepreneurship and incubations of major ideas as part of the Bio-A3 policy. And Dr. Ullas is taking the lead to have conversations with Government of Telangana on this. And once we have some of those things, all the institutes in this corridor want to work together with the Government of Telangana to establish this, nurture this, and be a part of this. So, if you were to go back, I came back to India in 2004, the year ISBA was kind of, started. The ecosystem has changed drastically. Actually, 2004, when I came, there were some institutes, ISERs were non-existent. Quite a lot of IITs did not have biology in departments. And over a period of time, I think around 2007 and 8, first time I started listening to, because I was at National Institute of Immunology, about Dr. Bond's ideas regarding coming up with this BIRAC. And that is the first time we kind of like, what is this incubation thing and all. We were all scientists doing our own thing in labs. And the vision ultimately has led to major expansion of incubation ecosystem, startup ecosystem in biology specifically, and BIRAC has come out. It has supported many incubation centers. Eventually, now if you look around, and then you have Atal Incubation Centers supported by Niti Aayog, all these things together, we have an ecosystem which is so different in 20 years. Now, if I really want to do something, and I want to come up with, try my idea. As a student, I realized that I really don't want to do classical path of postdoc and want to test out something different, be an entrepreneur. There is a scope, there is a place, there is an opportunity, and also there is a way, very clearly defined way. It doesn't look that bad. You know what to do. You know where to get funding from. And you have people like Jitenderji and Pravinji and many others who are kind of guiding lights, and ISBA, all of you are guiding lights for those young people who are looking to figure out how to swim through this entrepreneurial startup system. And that's where, 150 incubators, that's a big number here. Great number actually. And we are talking about 3,000 startups. Fantastic ecosystem. But considering our population, most probably we are only starting out. Considering the kind of country, how big the country we are, I believe we are maybe at 100th the scale what we should be. I believe it is going to change, and it's going to change in an exponential way. We are starting, and I believe this is going to take off in next 5 to 10 years to a point people may even start from the colleges, the way drop out of colleges, the way it happens, like in case of US, and then start out something, test out their ideas and come up with something novel, completely our own, and completely, profitable scenarios and ways to go. And that is going to happen whether we want to be part of it or not. So might as well and make sure that we propel that. We as academic leaders and you people as the whole ISBA and everybody else, including the government, we should propel this aspect of where India is going to be and where India should be. And specifically, if we want to realize our vision of being a Viksit Bharat in 2047, this is an important aspect that we actually encourage entrepreneurship. In that context, we are glad to be a part of organizing along with AAC, CCMB. CCMB is kind of hand-holding or a little bit of helping here and there in organizing this event. And we are glad that it is happening here in an academic setting with ISCT, CCMB, CDFD, and other institutes. We're glad in this kind of marriage is happening here. And welcome to all of you for the conference. And I really would like you to explore how all they listen to the talks, talk to each other, and see how it goes forward. Thank you very much once again for inviting me in.
I would now like to request Ramji Pereira, CEO AIC CCMB, to please come on the stage for vote of thanks.
Thanks, Shagal and Gladys. Wonderful MC. And thank you all the dignitaries who came here. It's my immense pleasure to give vote of thanks to all the delegates and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and special thanks to today's special guests, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri and Dr. Srinivas Reddy. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Vinay for supporting this complete Isbacon to be happened in, with the support of CCMB, and AIC CCMB requested him that we want to do it here, and he said, yes, go ahead. And Dr. Madhu and myself are very fortunate to have a leadership like this. Thank you, sir, for being here. And of course, always sister organizations like IICT, Dr. Srinivas Reddy, always being part of such activities which promote academic innovation and also translation of such kind of know-how. So, very much thankful to you to grace this occasion, sir, and also addressing the audience about the importance of collaboration between academia and industries. And I also thank, I may say this first order batsmen, always opening batsmen, the DSTs and DBTs, where NSTEDB representation, Dr. Praveen Rai, I think, the blessings of NSTEDB for several such years made all of us to be here, and big round of applause to Dr. Praveen Rai who came here. And Dr. Jitendra Kumar, I always call him my big brother because we have proud alumni of IKP Knowledge Park, and thanks for being here and your valuable insights on how we can actually accelerate such kind of ecosystems, institutional ecosystems as well as complete national ecosystem altogether. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. And our another guest of honor, Dr. Ullas Koltur, sir, from CDFD Director. I think I appreciate the speed that you have for the CDFD incubation ecosystem that you made in a shorter time, and also addressing the gathering of how we can collaborate together to have such kind of domain-specific incubation ecosystems in the country. Thank you very much for your valuable thoughts and insights, sir. Of course, we missed Sujit, but thanks to Santoshi for being here, and excellent talk that you touched upon about the technology and also the other interventions of AI, and of course maybe something more than AI as well that may be coming in the future that you addressed to the gathering, and how T-Hub supported you all. Witnessed yesterday, big round of applause to T-Hub team, entire team, Vijay Bhavra, Sujit and Santosh and everyone. So thank you for gracing for this occasion. And yes, ISBA President Dr. Suresh, who made this complete engagement with all of you. Past 3-4 months are like a marathon, and we kind of keep all of you in a better place. Hyderabad, positioning in your different hotels, and also making these agendas and everything. But yes, he briefed all of you about the ISBA's journey and also the current ISBA's mandate of how we can actually go forward with these next 2 to 3 days. So thank you so much, Dr. Suresh, for briefing all those things. We have special, eminent delegates, Dr. H.K. Mittal and Dr. Ramanan sir, and of course A.S. Rao sir and Yogesh Rao sir, Mutyunjay, other speakers I would like to mention here. Thank you all of you. Of course Rajendra Jagdale sir, who brought ISBA delegation. That is the greatest, honor to our country, sir, because Indonesia, Malaysia, this conference is happening, but you brought ISBA, Asian Association of Business Incubation, in the lines of ISBA. I think Isbacon, that's brilliant, and thank you very much for being here, sir. Yes, last but not the least, I have to mention about some of the sponsors as well as supporting agencies, be it, of course, I mentioned about DST, NSTEDB, BIRAC, and also AWS and other Intutech, right? Intutech. Sorry, I may not be telling many other names because I am not reading from the scripted vote of thanks. So AWS, ICICI Bank, Oban and Associates,
And of course, industrial partners like FICCI, FTCCI, and ICII, and whatnot. All these, of course, another way that, we have greatest support from IICT, great support, Srinivas sir. So please don't mind if I miss the names, but thank you all for being here in this auditorium to look forward for the great agenda that we have in front of us. Thank you one and all for this wonderful gathering. Thank you very much.
I want to tell the history because we are one of the earliest biotech company in the country. After Shanta Biotech, we are the second one in the country with biotech company. So I've seen this transition of biotechnology, what happens, and I'll tell you my story of biotech park and incubator concept way back in 1994. Many people doesn't know, a lot of them retired, a lot of them died also, a lot of them still doesn't know what happened behind the game of all these things. When I was, I'm alma mater from University of Wisconsin-Madison. I saw their incubator and their biotech park was one of the successful projects in the US. So I met the chancellor, University of Wisconsin. I said, we need to do something in India like that. When I said that, okay, we are ready. So we signed an MOU. As an individual, no company, I signed. And we partnered with the University of Wisconsin chancellor and all that. That's the time the Honorable N.T. Ramarao was supposed to come to Chicago for a meeting. We didn't make it. We left it off. In 1994, Honorable Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha came to a UN meeting in New York. So I went with laptop, I gave a presentation to him, how the biotech park can catalyze the growth of India's growth. So I told him, he asked me simple, you listen to almost 30 minutes. You see how leaders are very powerful. It's a very good example. You listen to all 30 minutes. Krishna, what do you want? I know you want land for biotech park. Simple question. Land, central government cannot give. Only state government can give. So I was a fool, wasting all my time to think, giving a brief on the whole biotech park. Such a sharp answer. Then he said immediately, he told his PS secretary, Krishnamurthy was there. He told Krishnamurthy, get Dr. Krishna L.R. introduced to Manju Sharma and DBT, secretary that time. So I came, after 3-4 months, I came to India, started 95 sometime, and met the Manju Sharma. I said, biotech park should come. And she's alive, so I think you can ask her also. So you can ask her what the story of 95. Then she said, again, I cannot give a land, I don't have any land. So I can put a policy, but land has to be given by state. So then I went to Bangalore. In Bangalore, I'm alma mater from the agriculture student from the University of Agricultural Science, Bangalore. So I'm not a vaccine guy, I'm not an immunology guy, I'm basically an agriculture guy. So I went to the University of Agricultural Science, we signed an agreement with US Bangalore to set up biotech park. And then we went to Chief Minister, at that time R.B. Patel or someone, Patel was the Chief Minister. In the afternoon, he was not in a good mood. I mean, he was fully in a good intoxication by afternoon. He said, I don't understand what is biotechnology and bullshit get lost. Okay, whoa. So University of Agricultural Science, we respect the Secretary, Environment, Agriculture Minister, all policies to put everything in Bangalore. And almost biotech park allotment land is allotted in Agriculture University, both incubator and Agriculture University. Suddenly controversy started. The agriculture land is given off to people. Controversy started. And the controversy started, then okay, I said, this is not going to happen now. Let me get off. I set up a board of biotech. I said, if I'm going to go in this board, I'm going to be bankrupt, I'm going to be jobless. So let's set up into Bharat Biotech, and I set up in 97, 96, 97. 97 set up a biotech, Bharat Biotech. Happened to land in Hyderabad, which I'm not from this place. I'm originally from Chennai. So I landed here, set up Bharat Biotech. 99, me and Vasi Reddy, Vimtala, who's there here in alive. Now he's there, Vimtala, Vasi Reddy lab. Vimtala and me, we both went to Andhra Pradesh Assembly. We gave a talk on how biotech park should come up in Hyderabad, how Genome Valley should come up. 99, with Devendra Gaur was the revenue minister. And once, I think Sridhar was the revenue secretary. And so we gave an assembly presentation by the bar. Devendra Gaur was very kind enough. He said he liked it. He said, we want to Charlapalli, we want to propose in Charlapalli, this part of the city. He said, no, I want to do it in my constituency. My constituency in where Thorkapalli, where Genome Valley is there. I want to set up there. That is where we can go. I mean, the history is later. Then Chandrababu Naidu appointed me as a sort of advisor how to build Genome Valley. I had to acknowledge Sheila Bedi at that time, Acharya, who was also instrumental in coming out of the incubator in Hyderabad, Genome Valley. So we proposed the entire Genome Valley cluster should come up and all that. But I was busy with Bharat Biotech, so then Sheila, Shapoorji Palaji took over the biotech part, which I said, I don't want to get into infrastructure, let me get off. Because everything is scheduled, the projects. So got off. We set up that one. I think today now you see the history of Genome Valley, how 94 started the concept, how we built the whole thing. And thanks to Dr. Bond, who was there as a secretary, he's a good friend of mine. And he was also a partner in our rotavirus project for the last 23 years. From 99 onwards, we were a partner on the rotavirus project. So he said, I told him, why is the startups are not happening in this country? That is way back when he just took over as a secretary. I said, you treat us as an enemy. The startups, private entrepreneurship is treated like enemy. Governments are sanctity. They're all, like the Brahmins and we're all Shudras. Startups. That is not right for the country. You need to build the culture of startups in this country. So that's how we work with NIH to promote SBR grant, RO1 grant type things. We build that concept with the Bond's mind. And I positioned that to build that SBR grant concept. That is how the startup can fund. Then he said, the DBT cannot do it, the private funding. Let's set up a new venture, new mechanism how to fund this startup, because the DBT cannot fund directly because we get into controversy. So that's how the BIRAC started existing, and they put it BIRAC and created the whole structure of a startup. And I think today country has done extremely well in setting up a startup culture and incubators. And I think many are incubators here, and I think the incubators, what I would envisage for the today and the future. My friend is here. So, what is the future can be created? I think startup is going to be key for the innovation of the world. You look at US, Europe, who creates innovation? It's not the multinational. No multinational creates innovation in the world. They have perception. You have perception that multinationals don't create. They have too much cash. When you have too much cash, no innovation will come out. A starving fund only can promote an innovation. And only startup can do that innovation culture. The startups are acquired afterwards over the mergers and acquisition happens. And in the process, that's how you build the innovation culture. The problem what we see in India right now, that I have seen the last, so many committees and watching all that, what is happening. The startups are also facing a problem. Incubators are also facing a problem. Incubators have become more like a real estate model, which is not good. And I think these real estate models should be, if it goes, and I think, see, how do you build, you need to. All incubators managers should look at it. At least 10% of my incubatees are successful as a venture. I get the best out of it. You can put a successful model. What is the success? What do you get for that benefit for them? You can create that, not a problem. Okay, sorry. You can create a model, what in a successful startup, after you made some 100 crores revenue, what you want to be shared to the incubators, you can put a structure. But the problem, what we are seeing is, how do I get rent immediately, day one? So that model is not right. Because you're still treating in a startup as the leaseholder or renter, renting a building, which I think you need to change mindset. Please keep in mind, any startup successful, every one of you as a manager, incubators manager, okay, their children, your children are going to be too entrepreneur tomorrow. Keep that in mind. If you don't create that policy issues right from the day one, We have a mental problem in India. Somebody makes money, we become jealous. Some scientist, he published some paper, we are jealous. That scientific fear competition, we should get out of it. We need to look at it a strategic angle. How do we compete with globally? So I was there in, Srinivas Reddy, we are there in one of the committees in CS Accounting Council, and we talked about how China has done it. China, $430 billion. They invest in a public-private partnership. $430 billion on science and technology. They took a 5 or 6 strategic thinking. Very 5 strategic strategy. One was the EV chemical, and the second is the gene therapy, CRISPR, and AI, and robotic. They have taken that position, that 5-6 field we put, $430 billion been put, and ensured every company set up their own R&D within the campus of the campus. Within the Peking University, or Beijing University, or Shanghai, whatever the university, they forced them to set up their building in the campus itself. So that is how the public-private partnership is moved to that game, so that the industrial R&D people works with academic and build for the country's strategic angle. We don't have that. We are only looking for money for money is the only criteria. I think, Indians always want only first money. So I think after that we talk about all other things. I think we have to get out of that mindset. Today money is not important. The country's angle, society angle, how do we compete globally is important, science and technology. And if we don't compete that, we are out. Our next generation will not stay in this country. It is now moving to US and Europe and Canada and all that. Now the migrations will start to China. And I've seen, actually in China, I was there 5-6 years back, I saw thousands of engineering graduates working in some of the coil manufacturing companies. I looked at shocked. So they're all hired because they're English speaking. They're for QC and QA angle. They're hiring the Indian engineers. So there's total migrations will happen if these don't create our jobs right in this country, not their infrastructure. So I will tell you one good example. Incubators should really drive the passion of driving the state government. If you are united, you can do it. But the problem again, Indian, we are not united. We only united when you have a drink or in the evening dinner time. But next day morning, we are not together. When somebody asks, you will give some story. That fellow is useless. You will tell something. The other fellow, the fellow who is listening, he collects information both sides and he makes a judgment that both are bad. That we are not realizing that. That's how politicians tells me all the story, how two scientists gives 2 different opinions. We are not concerned on one. Even whether CIA or FICCI, all these people are not united what the country needs. 1-2 important decisions that can be made. What is that my message for the incubators will be, look at the biotech startups. A startup, I gave a presentation to the principal scientific advisor at Sood, and then about 14 or 15 secretaries were there. All the DBT, DST, CSIR, DRDO, all the secretaries were there. Well, 15 secretaries, just about 3 months ago. How regulatory is killing this country's science and technology. How the regulatory is killing the startups. I'll give an example, because you all don't want to, your startups are there with you, you are not understanding their problem. Or you understand the problem, but you don't want to solve the problem. Because you are worried about the rent, you are worried about against talking against BIRAC or DBT. Both are against, because you are also funded by DBT. You are also funded by BIRAC. So therefore, you are scared of talking anything negative. So when a principal scientific advisor asked me to give a presentation on the regulatory, what happens, I said, I was a startup in 97. I myself being a startup. As a startup, we saved the country's foreign exchange at least $10 billion of saving for this country as a startup. What we have done as one individual, one company, we saved with the rotavirus, typhoid conjugate, first time in the innovation in the world, chikungunya, all those vaccines, you look at it, we saved the foreign exchange of at least minimum $10 billion. Even COVID time, look at the COVID. If the $100 is a vaccine you have to buy, just imagine what would be the cost for the government of India will be. One startup, when I am one startup can do for this country, okay, we have 200 startups in this country successful. what can be an impact at a bigger scale. That is how to envisage. So I will tell you regulatory. In India, for animal toxicology, you all agree with me, Mrityunjay, animal toxicology, RCGM is controlled? RCGM has got 25, 27 member. Maybe Mrityunjay was also one day was a member maybe. And some people may be member here in RCGM also. I don't mind. Okay. So what happens? You have to make a protocol and you have to make a 3 GMP lots. And 3 GMP lots, you tell me how many startups has got GMP facility? Ask simple question. No. You want 3 GMP lots and 3 months stability, okay? And then protocol submission for animal toxicology, 3 animals, whereas WHO recommends 1 animal, 28 days toxicology. And I'll tell you US FDA regulation later. You look at the Indian regulation and 3 GMP lots and 3 months stability, your preclinical toxicology takes 3 years. Exactly 3 years. Completing preclinical toxicology, completing and then getting into phase 1 trial. It's 3 years. Whereas in US, it takes exactly less than 3 months. In US, 3 months to 3 years. And I'll tell you an example in US FDA. We have done one US FDA phase 1 trial in US. It all took everything completed phase 1, everything in less than 7-8 months. So the US FDA says you can produce the GLP material, not GMP. Please keep in mind. 1 GLP material, and they want 90% pure. Whereas RCGM demands 99.9% pure protein. You see the logic of thinking of RCGM, thinking 99.9% pure protein for animal toxicology. Whereas US FDA says 90% pure is okay because if you have contamination is there, in the 10% contamination, should pick up the toxicology. In the animal. When you are doing regular manufacturing production, if some contamination is there from the process, that should be picked up in the animal toxicology. You see the rational thinking of that? We have 99.9% pure protein. And the same scientists who are the committee members who never produced 99% pure protein. But they're sitting in the committees. And they're controlling the science of this country. Which is not right for the country and even for you incubators to succeed. If these startups, if 3 years is taking preclinical toxicology, just imagine the cash burn for a startup. If 3 years, which takes 8 months to complete a preclinical toxicology in another country, you lost the whole game of competition globally. You lost. And some companies, I know at least 8 or 9 companies, they shifted R&D to Singapore, they shifted R&D to London, and some other, Netherlands also. So why do you waste your time? 3 years of cash burn for a startup is a huge, because their capital is very less. They are running with 50 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs and all that. With that money, they have to pay rent, they have to pay electricity, they have to pay salary, and they have to take care of these regulatory hurdles of this much time. And I think, you all should be united as incubators, should brainstorm first these policy issues. You need to think the country's angle. First, forget about your selfishness of, I don't want to talk anything against DBT, otherwise I lose 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs. Trust me, I'm telling you, for losing 30 lakhs, you're losing the future of this country, which is not right. Which is not right. I think, I think my friend is also came, Bairak also, he also knows about my issue. So, see, as a company, established company like us, we are happy to have the regulation, so that no startups will come again competing with me. As a selfish person, as an entrepreneur, I'm happy to have that regulation so that no startups will survive in this country. So I think all incubators should fight for the regulatory policy changes in the country. Whether it is a DBT, RCGM, or it is an Animal Ethical Committee, or it is CDSO, all the committees. We have more committees than policy decisions in this country. And I think we need to think about you people as today you are in a good situation. Honestly, I'm telling you, you are not having a pressure. You may have pressure how much rent I can show to the management. That's not worth it, I'm telling you. That's not worth it life. Giving a small money, 1 crore, 2 crores to extra to the management is not the game you should be playing. You should be visionary. Every manager, every head of that CEO of that incubator should be visionary. sacrifice your life, little bit. Not your person's life, but sacrifice something for the sake of the country, for the first state of startups to survive. And I think, if these sort of policy decisions made, when you have predictable regulatory system in place, take my word, every private equity, every venture capital will flow automatically. When I asked the private equity people, I said, I don't even know what your policy decisions in this country is. Is it something for you possible phase 1 trial in 6 months? Is it possible? I don't mind taking investment. I will take a risk and put the money on the table. But I'm not sure. Yours is so unpredictable system in the country, I cannot put any more money. I at least more than 20, 30 private equity people, venture capital people I know. The India partner, who is a venture capital right here in Hyderabad, they said, I don't want to put any biotechnology. I want to put it in, the IT, digital health, all those sort of things. And now they're talking about old age people, homes and all that. So that extent they're going. I think we need to change. I think, every manager of that, ask the state government. For incubators, no electricity charges. They're giving to farmers free electricity in this country. This is ridiculous. In this country, farmers is important. I'm not denying that, please. I'm a farming fellow. I want farmers also to get a free. But why not startup also to get a free? Power. I think this is where you need to fight. Yes, Indians are very good in clapping. That's the problem. We're all politicians. We're all good politicians. 140 billion people, 1.4 billion people, all are politicians. I think some gene is mutated in this country over 100, 200 years. So every gene has got a political mind. I talk to everyone, everybody is a political mind. It's a very strategic political mind. I think leave all this thing apart. We need to be force. You get me on 30 incubators, CEOs. Sit with me. I will tell you the strategy, what should be done for the country. Think about country first, think about startup to succeed. If they don't succeed, your children will not succeed. Take my word, your children will not succeed. When I was sitting at my dinner table, I was talking so much India, cultural, India innovated zero, India steel industry innovated, ink is what he was writing with ink pen. Hey, my son, listen, that ink is done by Indians innovated. I tell all those things. Dad, don't tell me too much about India. Then why is India still a developing country for last 200 years, 100 years? Why still country is a developing country? Why I had to go to US? Why did you go to US at all for studies? He asked me a simple straight question to me. So I think, the time has come for all of us to join together. One goal. How do we do startups to succeed in this country? If startup succeeds, innovation succeeds automatically. No innovation, nobody teaches in a classroom. If your policies are very critical, very scientific, and very rational, we are not asking to compromise on us. Suddenly when I ask some regulatory to ISBA, one of the regulatory guys tells his secretary, no sir, we will sacrifice the safety of the people. You mean to say, who will sacrifice the safety of the people in this world? Which startup will do that? Hurting somebody? Nobody will do that. But that political mind of a scientist immediately spoiling somebody's mind. You see how we work together as a country? If I talk here, 50% will say Dr. Krishna Yalla is good. No, why? 25% will say Krishna Yalla is good. 75% will say he is bad, he is a crook. That's how our minds are. We don't look at it society angle. We look at a personal angle. And that we should get out of it. We should look at it society angle, how the startups can survive. Please think that your children, government, we should ask the state government. Don't ask cheap things. You go and ask for money. The government doesn't want to give money because government wants money now. Now politicians are asking us, industry now, penalizing us. My constitution is there. Under CSR fund, you can't take care of my constituency. So that pressure we have right now as industry. Now 10 ministers are calling, each state is calling, take care of my constituency. I'll give it to my constituency to you. But I will contest election, but you take care of the remaining all the things. So don't ask money. You ask intangible things. Ask for electricity free. All startups will be free. GST free. Because your service is GST service tax. Am I right? So you should ask for elimination of that. See, we have followed in GST, we are setting up a Odisha Biotech Park in Bhubaneswar. We have fought with the government And so we got a wonderful policy. We said every woman who works for an intern for 5 years, the government will pay 15,000 rupees. For men, 13,000 rupees. 1-3. So very good discrimination right there. Okay? So men is going to be more discriminated hereafter. So it's good actually. See, because the major in the biotechnology sector, 50% is woman force. We need to get them into the inclusivity in the working force. That's a good policy. We proposed actually. I mean, Mutyunjay is there. So we passed a gazette notification, 15,000, so that now you have to think as incubator managers, how I can integrate that into the startup culture, build a skill set. You need to think innovative way now. So now that there is a lot of money for a skill set available. Now I'm going to recruit somebody, give it to the startup company. That startup fellow will be subsidized by the government program and a skill development program. So you are achieving two things. One, startup gets a subsidized manpower. Number two, the skill set of that candidate who has graduated MSc Biotechnology, who has got only paper degree, not a skill set, you automatically build the skill set with him. These are the intangible things you should fight for with the government. Otherwise, we are not going to succeed. And we have set up a food park in Bangalore. The reason we set up food park, how do you bring innovative ideas in food? So I'm a chairman of CFTRI and NIST and all that. I've seen where we lead to food science. Because the next problem is going to come is food security for the global. Food security is one of the major thing you're going to see. Inflation is going to drive. The climate change is going to change, and the number of people working in agriculture is going to go down. All of the things are going to change the game, and the food security is going to be a major game. And India can play major player in the food security. Because we are the only country which has got 365 days sunlight. No other country has got sunlight 365 days. So we can make changes that can happen for global food security point of view. So what policy is required? That we need to think. And medical devices, is a medical device easier technology? Because it's a less regulatory issue, that's why medical devices succeeded, so partly. Whereas biotechnology, we are not able to succeed because of the choking of some of the regulatory systems. And please, all incubators, managers, please, at least 10, 15 managers, join together a strategic thinking. What is that you should do for next 1 year? Because we don't plan 5 years, please. All of our life is 5 years, we are not sure whether we are going to be alive or not. Okay? You know, India government always thinks 5 years, 20 years, 30 years. All bullshit. There's no value now anymore. The science is changing. Science is rapidly changing. You know, I've been telling the structural biology, you know, I gave a talk in University of Hyderabad, how the structural biology is changing the science. You see how structural biology got Nobel Prize now. DeepMind, artificial intelligence. They say 200,000 protein, with artificial intelligence, they solve the protein structure. You don't need a crystallography now. Whole thing changed, field. The structural biology is going to try it today as a vaccine company. I feel that I'm already outdated now. How do I bring the structural biology into the vaccine field, into the enzyme companies, and into monoclonal antibodies? How this whole thing is going to change? You see now, next 2 years, whole science is going to change of structural biology and artificial intelligence. How that is going to have an impact on what type of protein. You're going to make some recombinant enzyme for a structure for the textile industry or whatever it. You're going to see a different structural biology of that get in, which is thermostable, which is going to catalyze at 1/100th of the quantity of the protein. Everything is going to change, science. Whatever people are making monoclonal antibody, they're producing, they're happy with 1 gram. Now I come out a company from California, is coming at 10 grams. They put a chaperone gene in CHO cell line, and they made it, because when you have high expression 10 grams, you get an aggregation of the protein. So to prevent the aggregation, they put a chaperone gene, and so that aggregation is prevented. See how science is moving, and all structural biology leading into. So please think about the science is rapidly changing. Your startup culture also is rapidly changed. For that, what is the regulatory policy, financial policy, and government policies are required. That is the 3-4 policies. If you work strategically, you are going to do the greatest service to the country. Please keep in mind, you are the major pillar right now It is not that I'm telling you because I like you people. I don't like you people actually in any case. Because you rent people. So therefore I don't like you. But you are the instrumental for this country that you can create what can be done for the country through startup, through government, through society. A problem is there in a society. Ask that problem taken by a startup. See that the startup solves the problem of that country. I was telling Kerala government, I was there with the Kerala about 3 weeks back, Kerala government called me. They started some, like this, another program, big program in Kerala, on a biotechnology program. So I told the minister, I said, set up a skill university. He said, immediately announced it. And he also told him, I said, your biotech policy, you do one thing, one vaccine, you make it, solve the problem of Kerala. Nipah is a problem. I'll help you, Nipah vaccine. You make it happen, create a success, so that your biotech policy makes it meaningful for the state. You create a success, so that common people who are there in the society get a trust in the science. You need to create a common people to get trust in our Indian science and technology. That to create, so Kerala government, I was there putting a policy issues discussion. So I told them, I said, let us solve the Nipah problem of Kerala, where your tourism is going to be hurt. If the Nipah increases, it's giving a signal. One day it will be erupted. When it erupts, the whole your tourism will get destroyed. So let's plan. So he said, I told the minister was convinced. He said, I am ready to put resources for this. Solving Nipah problem by Kerala government itself. Not federal government, not the central government. Solved by state government itself. So they're taking decisions like that. So like that, every state can do something for that. Make a success story. You are the pillars for the country. And I'm telling you, I wish you all the best. Great science, but think policy. Don't have lunches and dinners, but strategic discussion. Good luck to all of you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. And let me once again formally welcome you to this city which is known for biryani, dum biryani, pearls and sherwani, and recently Ismail Akbani. Right? So how many of you know Prasad Menon? Have you met Prasad Menon? You know him? Just raise your hands. Don't shy away. Do you think he's a good guy? Well, listen to my Dukhoda and then decide. So a couple of weeks ago, Prasad calls me, says, there's this ISBA session happening. We want you to be a session manager. And I said, fine. Before even he completed the sentence, I accepted, because I grew up in a culture where they say Prasad ko kabhi mana nahi karte. Right? So I said, okay. Then I asked, what is my role going to be? Session manager, am I going to be on the panel speaking? He said, no. There will be panelists who will speak. I said, okay. Then I be the moderator. I'll ask the question. He said, no, we are not the moderator. He'll ask the questions. So what am I going to do? He said, you're going to introduce the panelists. I'm like, chalo, theek hai, kuch to mila. Right? Then he sends me the session agenda, and I go through the panel list. And I was look at, wow, every panelist on the panel needs no introduction. Right? So ladies and gentlemen, if ever in your life you feel that you have no use in life, you are a redundant person, remember there was a Isbacon where there was a Ismail Akbani who was not needed on the stage. Right? Because I'm here to introduce people who need no introduction. But wait, इस इंसान की क्रूरता वहां भी नहीं खत्म हुई. Right? He was not happy with that as well. So what he did, he went ahead and invited 2 of the panelists before this session on the stage already. Make them speak to you so that whatever remaining hope was there for me, that also is gone. And he was planning to shift this session just before lunch to make it more difficult. Thankfully, it did not happen. Right? So now my dilemma is that the panel that I have to introduce is comprising of the people wherein any attempt to introduce them is going to do injustice to their stature. And I'm just going to go ahead, call their names and get them on the stage because we are short of time as well. To start with, we have Mr. Ramanathan, whose name has Ram twice already in it. And we all know him as the former mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. He is also currently the chairperson of National Expert Advisory Council on Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship at Department of Science and Technology. Sir, please. And I work at a AIC. So he is partly responsible for my current bread and butter. Right? The next man we have is Mr. Praveen Roy, who's head Technology Transfer and Innovation Department and Sciences G at DST. The man whose name itself means talented. Right? And he is partly responsible for my bread and butter in the past because I used to work for Nidhi TV at Symbiosis. So thank you, sir. And the next person we have, Mr. Jitendra Kumar. His name itself has Jeet in it. Managing Director of BIRAC. He is perhaps the man who's probably going to be partly responsible for my bread and butter in the future because we're going to apply for Bionist. And the last on the list, we have a Jogi in the room, a good friend of mine, Joginder Tanikela, who's the CEO of T-Works. Please give him a round and for him as well. And I've been noticing Gladys and Sagar, all of them have been trying their best to make you lazy people clap. I'm a small man, I cannot do anything, but we have very smart, very capable, very prolific, very terrific president of ISBA, Dr. Suresh Kumar. And he has just sent you a threat message through me. And the message goes like this, कि फूल ISBA का है, फूल इंक्यूबेशन का है, ISBA उसको खिलाएगा. फूल इंक्यूबेशन का ISBA खिलाएगा, बिरयानी उसी को मिलेगी जो ताली बजाएगा. So with that note, I hand it over to Ramanan sir to take ahead the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's, I think, afternoon, so it's no longer good morning. And first of all, I want to thank ISBA for giving me an opportunity to chair this wonderful session of very, very distinguished people. So a big hand to all the people who have assembled on the stage. And this is not a political clap, but a genuine clap to all of those people. Indeed, we are living in some of the most exciting times. And you have just had a very powerful speaker talk about the role of incubators and how an incubator plays such an important role in the growth of startups. We have been always talking about startups having valleys of death in their life cycle. And we need to see how to eliminate or bridge those valleys of death through the help of the incubators. But also incubators have valleys of death. And one of the biggest valleys of death is when the funding cycle stops from whichever is the grant giving agency at the end of 3 years or 5 years. All the incubators face a very horrendous situation where they wonder how am I going to keep this incubator going? And that's a big valley of death, because with that valley of death, all the supporting startups also fall in that valley. So it's very important for us to have a conference like Isbacon where we are deliberating on this particular aspect of how can incubators be successful, because an incubator is successful if the startups are successful, and the startups are successful if the incubator is successful. So there is a tremendous dependency on both incubators as well as startups together for us to be successful in the entire ecosystem. Now the good news from my point of view is that we are one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems in the world. But to combine with that, we have one of the fastest growing economies of the world, because you need a fast growing economy to be able to support a growing startup ecosystem. And we are also living in a world where technology is making tremendous impact. Technology is changing the very face of the world that we all live in. It's changing the way you are experiencing the world on a daily basis. It's changing the way the world is experiencing you on a daily basis. And in this world of technology, of AI, of 3D printing, robotics, IoT, AR, VR, and so on and so forth, there is something that is coming to the fore. While we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, we are unfortunately not the third largest deep tech startup ecosystem in the world. We are sixth in the world, according to latest surveys and so on. So there is a gap between startups, the startup ecosystem that is happening, and deep tech startups that are coming up in India. And no other place in the world or no other country in the world has the opportunities as well as the challenges for deep tech startups. And so this particular session is, from my point of view, very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the interaction with the three gentlemen on stage. I do think first, let's look at what is defined by a deep tech startup, and I'd like to start off with Praveen Roy-ji. How do you differentiate between deep tech startups and the normal startups, if at all there is a difference? Because that difference is blurring nowadays with all the advances of technology. But also, what is DST doing in order to foster innovation and deep tech startups and some of the initiatives that you are involved in?
Thank you, sir. As such, I'll just like to appreciate the vibrancy which has come in the auditorium now after the talk of Dr. Illa and after Mr. Smile's introductions, and the sessions are at different pace and different benchmarking has been done. Hope like the discussions also will be matching with the same standards. So I mean, when DST and other government departments started supporting startup ecosystem in the country, that time it was not very specific to what is to be developed. Like whatever was coming, we were trying to support. We are trying to create the incubation centers in different academic setups and trying to support all the startups. We were getting a feedback from the incubation centers, from academic setups, like what is to be done, what kind of programs are required. And we were conceiving that kind of programs to support these startups so that whatever is their problems, the challenge that they face, government is there to support them either by the funding, mentoring, providing state-of-art infrastructure, labs. All these things were being built up for last couple of decades, maybe last 2 decades. This has been done. But after the launch of government's initiative of Startup India initiative, the things have changed drastically. Like the scale has changed now. And now we realize like what we are trying to develop is developing in some particular cities, like maybe the state capitals or maybe the metros. And we are now making clusters of incubators. So whatever was required to develop the ecosystem in the country has already been done. Now we have to change the focus in a directional way where the technologies that we want to develop are done by the startups. The challenges which are faced in the society, we come with the specific solutions for that. And now with this focus in this year itself, we started consultations in deep tech domain, like what is required, how it can be done by the department, what infrastructure facilities will be required, what kind of financial support will be required. And for this, again, like as we latch on our incubator network, we went for a brainstorming session in January this year and tried to bring all the stakeholders in this domain and understand like what is to be done, what can be done by the government system. And the inputs are very constructive, and based on that, we are in a position to conceive some of the programs. And to start with, what we have done is like, we thought like the centers are already there. We did a preliminary survey of how many deep tech startups are being supported by this network. And in 2 days of survey of incubators which have been supported by DST, it came like around 1,000 incubators, startups in deep tech are already being supported. Deep tech policy is already in place, which is under approval in the government. And that says like around 10,000 startups are being deep tech in the deep tech domain are already there in the country. So with these things, like the facilities are there to some extent. And what we need to do is like what kind of scale of funding is required for them. What is the gestation period? Like naturally, as you said, like what is a deep tech startup? So what is the understanding, like apart from the technology domains, like we always say like AI, ML, all these technology domains will fall in deep tech. But apart from that also, the deep tech startup will be more focused on IP. The entrepreneur, if they are having the IP, the business is conceived around the IP which is owned by the entrepreneur, that will fall in the real deep tech domain. And with that understanding in mind, we have to just see like how our research labs, how our academic setups where research is going on, whether this research can be made and given a trajectory where this can commercialize, this can come as a product or a solution to the market, and it can be commercialized. So with that objective, we are now trying to see like the research which is more on publication based as of now in the country, how it can be more applied research, how it can be more translational research. And with this objectives, we are already having some of the centers, like in 2019, we launched a mission which was called National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. Right? With this mission, we are already having 25 hubs in different academic setups, which are having this objective, like the research can be made translational research, and with this outcome of the research, we can conceive some startups. And it is glad to note, like till now, almost 600 startups are being supported through this path.
Excellent.
So this was the initiative which was launched by DST in 2019. Now, seeing the recent developments in quantum in the global scenario, government has already launched National Quantum Mission, and this is also led by Department of Science and Technology. And with we realized, like naturally, as I said, like the research will be the key focus where the outputs have to be commercialized and the products have to be brought to the market. So naturally, gestation period will be higher. Funding will be more, patient funding will be required. And with that objective, the centers what we are planning now in quantum are having the funding is generous, very generous. Like the funding can go to 25 crores for the deep tech startups which are incubated in these hubs. We have already identified 4 hubs to be placed in across the country, and all the 4 domains in quantum computing, quantum communication, then sensing, and quantum materials. These 4 verticals have been identified, and these 4 hubs will be working on that and trying to see how the research in these domains can bring quantum related startups in the market. So,
Excellent.
Yeah, so this is the roadmap.
No, I think this was a very comprehensive answer, Praveerji. And it's very important for all the incubators to know that you have access to these capabilities through these initiatives, the cyber physical systems, as well as the centers of excellence that are being set up. And you are doing a lot to ensure that research that is happening in the research institutes is also getting translated into innovations. And that is where the startups can actually take that initiative and work together with these research institutes to create innovations that will be deep tech or that will create deep tech startups. You referred a very important point. In deep tech startups, there is a longer gestation period. And I think Dr. Ella also very profoundly expressed the need for us to think about how we are going to support startups in this. And so, Jitendra ji, you have been involved in one of the most important initiatives in the country with BIRAC and DBT. And we are all so very proud that India was an exporter of vaccine, not just, they didn't import, they catered to the entire population. And we were one of the best managed countries in terms of the vaccine, not only the distribution, but also the implementation. But how is BIRAC and DBT addressing this long gestation period of a deep tech startup that you think we should be able to address, that everybody should know about, and what are the initiatives that BIRAC has taken to enable sustained development of a deep tech startup and a sustained support for them?
Okay, so deep tech startups, as Dr. Praveen Roy elucidated it very nicely, actually most of the R&D expenditure which is only 0.8% of GDP in India, is going to public research institutions. Private R&D is still missing. I mean, I won't say altogether it's not there, but still it's very, very less. So it means what? It means that if deep tech has to come, mostly, again I'm qualifying, mostly it should come from the public research institutions where deep money is actually public money is going. And 0.8% of GDP, let me say, is very, very less compared to the US or China, which is pumping around 3 to 4% of GDP, to the R&D. Having said that, even 0.8% of GDP, we have several laboratories, research institutions, etc., which are funded to undertake research. And when we talk about deep tech startup, it means that a lot of research has undergone into the concept, and now it has to be translated into entrepreneurial mechanism. So the startups that are from deep tech, mostly say biotech, for example, because I'm from that field, let me give some examples of deep tech, biotech startups, how we are actually trying to create those and how to sustain, as the question was put. So having said that, there is no mechanism as such to actually get these translated from the public research institutions to the startup or the industry. We are creating Entrepreneurs in Residence program, which is not a new concept. It has been there for a long time. But to put it to the government system itself is a huge challenge, as everybody might know, because of the bureaucracy, because of the policies, because of audit questions, etc. So, but still DBT has come out now, which is under approval, to create Entrepreneurship in Residence program. The concept is that entrepreneurs in residence would be recruited like research associates or postdoc, etc. And they will be working on technologies that are lying on shelf in different research labs along with the inventor, and then they will be incubated in the incubation centers that have been created over a period of time. Almost all the research institutions have incubation centers now, and then they will create a spin out a startup, and then the chain goes, and the BIRAC funding, etc., and STDB funding for seed fund, and then BIP CBRI, which is the next level of funding from BIRAC, and then even venture funding, which is ACE fund, which is created by BIRAC as an alternate investment fund We have 14 daughter funds, and these funds, they invest in the startup. So this is the full journey from ideation, deep tech, from the laboratories to the commercialization. We have covered almost all the aspects so far as far as DBT is concerned. However, what we see today is that most of these startups are stuck at the level of proof of concept, and they are not able to do pilot scale and commercial scale. The reason is, so far we have only done incubation center at a first level, but we have not been able to set up the GMP facilities, for example, clean rooms, pilot scale manufacturing, pilot scale fermenters, that we have not been able to set up in these institutions, in incubation centers. So next round of growth will come from that through Bio-E3 policy that we are trying to, it has been already launched, and BIREC is the implementation partner. We are trying to set up biofoundries and biomanufacturing hubs in the entire country. And I think when these incubation centers mostly are already set up, these biofoundries and bioinnovation hubs can be actually implanted on these. So superstructures of innovation can be built. Having said that, still this scale up is not only the problem of the capacity. Then we don't have a scale up fund, the early stage venture funding. So for that ACE fund, as I said, BIREC has set up a ACE fund of some 14 daughter funds, and we invest in the directly not to the startups but to the fund, and the fund in turn spends or invest in the startup, and then they exit at certain points, etc. But still it is only, the limit is 7 or 8 crores, I think, which may not be sufficient. Right now we are needing some 50 or 60 crore, 100 crore for a scale up, and maybe more than that. But early stage venture funding do not cater to these needs. I mean, they are more 500 crore, 1000 crore, etc. So creating these early stage venture funding, and one example is Kitwin fund that Karnataka state has set up, and many states are trying to set up. I'm not a keen supporter of government setting up these venture funds, but at least I think it can set up an example and try to bring people together. The other connotation of the scale up, which is very important for deep tech to come into the scale up or to sustain it, is the laboratory space. Most of the incubation centers are limited by space now. So if a team comes or startup comes with 2-3 people, to start with, and then they are grown, they are 25 people, there is no space. I was in Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. I have experience in this sector for quite some time. I know that the space becomes limited, the affordability becomes limited. As Dr. Krishna Allah was saying, we hate people here because we charge the startups, we take rentals. It's true actually. Startups, if we have to promote, whether it's deep tech or normal startup, we need to create ambience for them, and at least during the time when they're struggling, we should be able to support. So deep tech startups are very, very important for our country, because next level of innovation can happen through that. One example that biotech has is a CRISPR-Cas technology, which is not innovated in India, but say, I'm giving an example of how this deep tech changes the whole field. So gene editing, for example, CRISPR-Cas, generated from Jennifer Doudna's lab, she has now 18 startups, deep tech startups emanating from this technology. And she's having royalty, and it has implications in almost all gene editing field or genetic manipulation field now. And it is regulation is still very easy here because we are not inserting a foreign gene. So after recombinant technology, this is one of the another deep tech technology that has come up. We want such technologies to actually come from India. And I think there may be many leads lying inside these public research institutions. We are sitting at the campus of CCMB IICT, I'm sure. And we need to identify these. We need to create a mechanism through which this can be translated into entrepreneurial mechanism, commercialized. And I think DBT has created mechanisms at each step, or even if it's not put up, we are working very closely to set up those institutional mechanisms so that deep tech startups come to the fore. I'm sure that DST and NSTT are also doing the same. Deep tech startup policy has already been, I think it's going to be launched very soon.
Excellent. So I think big hand please. I think the important thing that I glean from what you're saying is there is a systematic linkage happening between what is happening in research areas in universities and how that is linked to an entrepreneur in residence type of program, which is seeing which of those could be applied. And then you are combining it with the startup ecosystem that has been set up in incubators and so on, so that they can move into a level of innovation and startup. And then you are looking at how you can scale it up further by setting up these biohubs as well as foundries and so on. Clearly there has to be a path for larger amount of funding as the scope of the startups manifestation grows. And so you are putting all these linkages together, and that is what is going to be driving the deep tech startup ecosystem. Joginder ji, I am particularly a big fan. I visited T-Works when it was being constructed, and I have not seen that. But I am a particularly big fan of T-Works because we started this initiative in Atal Innovation Mission called Atal Tinkering Labs. And the Atal Tinkering Labs was exactly a very small, minuscule version of what you are doing in T-Works, and that is to get young students interested in tinkering with technology, with the hardware pieces, with the software pieces, with 3D printing, with robotics, with IoT, with miniaturized electronics, and so on and so forth. Can you share a little bit more about, I don't know how many of the people in this audience know about T-Works, so share a little bit about what T-Works does and how it is supporting hardware-based and hardware-focused startups. And then you can also share what T-Works is doing to promote deep tech startups and the sort of manufacturing, prototyping capabilities that you bring to bear and help deep tech startups in.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, it's my privilege to be here. It's a very distinguished panel and distinguished audience, and thanks to Ismail ji for that great introduction. So I would like to say that T-Works is known as India's largest prototyping center set up by the government of Telangana. And now I have taken some new initiatives after joining. One of which is that we are actually working to become a manufacturing knowledge partner, in the sense that, like Jitendra sir also has just mentioned now, that there is a gap which comes in between development of a technology and commercialization of the technology. So I have myself seen that there are a number of academic institutions and scientific institutions that are developing good technologies, but they are not out there. Whereas, if you look at abroad, you will find that a number of these institutions have their own lab to market programs, where the technology developed is actually taken to market, and there are a number of successful entrepreneurs who were actually academicians in the past. So what I am trying to do now is that we want to bridge this gap, and by encouraging people to get into manufacturing. So it is not only about hardware, but manufacturing could also mean even this is also a physical device. So any physical object which we can get into manufacturing is what we are looking at in supporting. So one of the ways we are trying to do that is bridging the gap for technology transfer. So we are already in discussions with various academic institutions and scientific institutions, where they are developing the technologies, or there are startups there which are already working on the technologies from quite some time. In fact, I have also visited a wet lab and for biotechnology, but that is of course not in our domain right now. But wherever else there is a possibility that people need some practical support in order to take it to the market, that is where we are coming in. Another aspect is, apart from the maker culture efforts, which is part of T-Works and which we continue to encourage, we are also expanding beyond our building right now. So the idea is that we should not only be in Hyderabad, we should also be, say, throughout Telangana, so that people don't have to travel from rural areas to Hyderabad all the time to come and work on prototyping. I have seen a number of rural innovators who have wonderful ideas, but they don't know how to take it forward. So they come to our facility and we support them. Instead, we can go there also. And while we are doing all this, one of the biggest things I've realized is that there are a number of people in the country who want to manufacture, but they don't know what to manufacture. So that is the thing which we are looking at. So if there are people who have technologies where we can help them to take it to market, so we can provide the market access for the scientific institution or the startup by helping them to collaborate with actual manufacturers who have the capabilities, who have the capacity, but they don't have the new products to develop. So that is one of the ways we're looking at. So,
and related to this, I just wanted to understand, we have, I don't know, several thousand ITIs in this country. So is there any collaboration between T-Works and ITIs? Because they also have training and skill development, and they have manufacturing facilities and so on. would you think that a model which embraces other institutions within a state would help, a collaborative model would help in all of this?
Definitely, sir. In fact, I personally believe in collaborative innovation. So one of the initiatives which we have taken also is that TWorks should become a center of excellence for manufacturing ITIs, where in the sense that ITIs can send their selected students to us for training on the higher end machines which we have available, and then we can also link them to industry. For example, one of the initiatives I've taken was helping in the formation of the Hyderabad Electronics Manufacturer Association, which is started from TWorks. And the concept is that the people that they require will be trained in TWorks so that they get some on-ground training. Okay. So we are working with all institutions.
Excellent, excellent. So I think this is something that all of us should be aware of, at least in Telangana, where TWorks is having its base, but how we can also replicate this model in other parts of the country, because that is where it's going to have maximum impact. And incubators and startups can also leverage all of this, right? So I come back to you, Praveenji. You mentioned two things which I think is important. One, you said access to government research is important in deep tech startups and the translation of that research. And the second part is, which I wanted to address to everybody, what role you see public-private partnerships playing in all of this? Because you pointed out a very important point, and that is only 0.8% of our GDP is being spent towards research. And another interesting fact is that in all the other countries, advanced countries or developed countries, we have almost anywhere between 4% to 8% of their GDP spent on research, but more than 70% of the research funding comes from private institutions. In India, more than 70% comes from government institutions. And that's a big lacuna in terms of private-public partnership. So what is your view on how to strengthen that, and what are the initiatives or incentives that DST is doing towards that?
Yes, sir. Great question, sir. And actually, like for the research part, like DST is the key department in India, like for the extramural research funding, which goes to the different academic setups and the research centers and labs. And when we were brainstorming in January this year for the deep tech startup infrastructure which is required to be supported from DST, we realized like the infrastructure which is required for the research part is already many things has already been done. Like the capabilities in the research centers, the equipments required, the high-end instruments required for testing, measuring and generating reports. I mean, these are already there. Only the thing is that sharing should be very open to all who want to use it. The centers which have been created as Center of Excellence, we have portals like where these facilities are listed, like what kind of Sati center is there which is having high-end equipments, and startups are always allowed to use this facility, only they have to book the slots. And so these facilities, database is to be there where they can go and use, and pay and use facilities are already built. So we realized like no more much expenditures are required to create new facilities for the research part. That is already there, only we have to synergize that and make some policies and structures and roadmaps how it can be used in proper way. Research parks have also been created in different academic setups, as you said, like how public-private partnership will be useful. In these research parks, industries are already having their R&D labs in the academic setups. And then how the academic setups can contribute in their R&D, and how the R&D team of industry which is required by the market can govern the research by the faculty and the research students. That is being done through the research parks, and these are also created in most of the previous institute. It is there. So the research part is well taken. When we were brainstorming, we also realized like what we have to focus is the pipeline which is going to come. Like we need a quality pipeline of deep tech startups, like who are having their IPs which can be commercialized, which can have products or processes which can be brought in market. And for that we started putting our efforts, and we are now having one joint program with GDC, IIT Madras, this cohort-based program where we'll try to make the induction of this cohort will be with the researchers, and we'll try to handle them and try to see like how the research can be dovetailed for a more applied part of it, and the translation part can happen. So we have started focusing on the creation of the pipeline of the deep tech startups, and these cohorts are already launched. This was also part of 100 days target of the government. And so this is one of the example of public-private partnership which is now going to see the day of light, because this is Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Foundation, and 50% of this funding of this program, 6 cohorts are going to be launched, and 50% is being paid by the GDC center and 50% is paid by DST. So we try to pitch in the initial phase, because we thought like the infrastructure which is already there, the support mechanisms through the Center of Excellence, research parks, incubations, incubation centers, hubs are already there to support the startups which are in this domain. But we have to focus on the quality pipeline, so that in future, after 2 or 3 years, the research can be now converted to more usable products. And this GDC program will be more focused on the customer discovery part. So the researchers will be just asked to go and interact with the customers, their industry partners, what they are requiring, and then try to change the direction of the research if it is required, so that they meet the industry requirements and the standards. So this is, and this public-private partners DST has been doing in past also, like we have partnered with Lockheed Martin, Intel, and many of the corporates. And we had very exciting programs in maybe last couple of decades. Like this Lockheed Martin program went for around 12 years. And this was IDI scouting program, and then deep tech startups also, I mean IP-based startups also were churning out of these kind of programs. In almost a decade back, there was a fund also launched by DST in PPP mode, where IP-based startups were funded, and 6 startups, it was almost 10 years back, and 6 startups came out of it, and it was a partnership fund where 50% was given by DST, and 50% was given by NASCOM and IKP and ATEL and all. SIDBI was there. So this kind of pilot scale testing already has been done. Right, and with this kind of knowledge, we are confident, like in future also we can bring this partnership to give good results in this domain.
Excellent. Yeah, and then I think it's very important. Yesterday this question was asked in the audience, and I also shared a perspective that many universities, almost every university, focuses so much on placement, and so they work with many companies across the country to get them to come and hire their students, as employees. But there's very little effort being done to draw these same companies to innovation and entrepreneurship and research related activities of the university. And there needs to be a proactive reach out from the universities to be able to attract companies and tell them what is happening in our startup ecosystem and the importance of deep tech startups that can come out of the university research, and thereby increase the funding sources from the private sector.
Yeah, correct. So research parks are almost on the same track, and they are doing their job in this domain, because when these companies are there in the campuses, like they direct the research which is required by the industry.
Exactly. So coming to you, Jitendra ji, biotech research is somewhat different in terms of the requirements. One is there is tremendous compliance requirements, and one of the gestation period is because you want to make sure that they comply. And especially if biotech startups want to address the global market, they need to be globally compliant. So what are the initiatives being taken by BIRAC to enable this global compliance requirement, as well as any global collaborations that help you in being able to address this particular challenge?
Of course, the regulatory compliance is one of the most important hurdle, an enabler also, but hurdle because sometimes it may become very, very cumbersome, and enabler because it's required for the sector to grow. Because if you suppose talk about genetic engineered crops, we know what the fate has been. I mean, it is under cold shell still. There may be some progress in genetic engineered mustard, which has been given some kind of field trials permission. But actually for food crops, we still have not been able to overcome that. So then how the startup will come here? Why the industry will play a role here? Because they know the field is regulatory, that Krishna Allah told, no, that if the regulatory hurdle is there, no investor, nothing will happen. So regulatory compliances has a huge role to play in innovation, and it is different for different sectors. I talked about genetic engineering, but same thing may apply to food for example, food sector. Similar maybe in the industrial sector or cell and gene therapy, cancer, and so many other fields. BIRAC is not a body to actually create, we are not regulators as such. Regulator is a CDSCO. But then we realize this problem, and as a stakeholder in this major stakeholder and enabler, we thought that what we can do. So we have created a body within BIRAC, which is regulatory and public policy, public advocacy group, which caters to the need of this whole regulatory compliances and other things. So what we do here, mechanism is that we talk to the startup who is facing the problem. This is a first hub we do every month actually, and the startups, and we request or invite members from CDSU, the regulator, and to talk to each other, and especially we are also there to mediate and see where the regulatory challenges are there and how it can be solved. So this is one. Second is that to create awareness among startups and industries also, because sometimes these are unfounded also. It's not that all the regulatory challenges that you keep on hearing is actually has some solid basis. Sometimes what happens is they are not aware of what are the regulatory pathways, and for that we need to educate them. So we create these sessions across India where regulatory challenges, etc., how to overcome that, and we call CDSCO people also. I have observed that some of these startups are misguided by some consultants, etc., to milk money. They will say, no, this you do, blah blah, all these things, and it may not be required. So these are some of the issues I'm flagging, because these are something that I am observing. The other thing that we are trying to do is to create policy papers or papers where regulatory pathways can be elucidated very nicely. For example, biosimilars. DBT has come up with biosimilars, guidelines, and along with CDSC, etc. So functional foods, for example, cell and gene therapy. So as the technology is emerging, new and new fields are emerging, it is very, very understandable that the present guidelines may not be able to cater to these fields. For example, AI. How do you actually handle this in the regulatory framework? So what BIRAC is trying to do is we have subcategorized the whole field, life sciences area and biotechnology, and we have tried to set up a team to look into it and create a white paper, policy paper, and directly we are in touch with CDSU to give them all the inputs. And we also hold industry stakeholders meet very often. For example, while formulating this Bio-E3 policy, we had consulted 100 times, maybe more than that, the various groups, various cell and gene therapy, functional foods, industrial biotechnology, agricultural biotechnology, and all, and took the inputs from the industry also, because that is, we have to take inputs from the industry to create this framework. And I think it's very, very successful program, and implementation has to happen definitely. And so those steps are being taken proactively. And what I invite, or what I request from the incubation managers and industry partners is to contact or always be in touch of the government also. Write mails. So, for example, people are very quick to say that government is not doing this, then, but when we actually send these policy papers for public review on websites, we get very few responses. That is so why people are not forthcoming and participating. It's not only criticizing, but you have to also participate and see, okay, these are the problems we are facing, let us do this and that and all that.
So I think you brought a very important point, and that is, can a forum like this, like ISBA, take leadership in ensuring that as an outcome of such conferences or during the course of a year, we are coming up with a very concrete set of policy recommendations on a collective basis, which is vertical. They can be, incubators, deep tech startups from a DST point of view, or from a BIRAC point of view, or even from a hardware point of view, and come up with, because this is the forum where you know what policy is inhibiting you from further progress. And therefore, an outcome of this should be a set of policies that is coming up every year so that we can continuously improve. And I know we are running short of time, so we'd love to have this conversation going. But one last question to you, Joginder. India is placing so much importance today on manufacturing, make in India. And there are many incentives like the PLI and so on and so forth, which is happening. What do you think? But startups, it's not enough for them to prototype and come up with a minimum viable product. The ability for them to scale their manufacturing is so very important. Are we geared up for it at all, number one? And what role industry has in addressing this challenge? If we can quickly address that, because I think many startups that I know, they get stuck up at that point where they're not able to scale their manufacturing.
Thank you. I'll just, there are 3 quick points for this. First of all, the government is doing enough for manufacturing, but many startups are not aware. There are a number of good MSME schemes which they are not aware also. For example, there are subsidies available for women entrepreneurs. There are special zones where people can set up manufacturing plants. In fact, in some cases, there is even buying policies. For example, if you make something which is on the GEM portal, and it is actually you are import substituting some other component which is being imported right now, so you get preference. But many startups are not aware of this actually. So this is one of the things we are also trying to do now is educate startups about the manufacturing and MSME policies of the government. Then the second point is that startups need access to more funding. And for that, our VCs actually, which I also personally know, our VCs are more focused on scalable asset-light models. Unfortunately, for manufacturing, you cannot have a scalable asset-light model. So one of the things here is that we need to encourage more hardware-focused VCs to either be originating from India or come from abroad. So that is also one of the things we are looking at. And the third point, of course, is that startups need to tie up with industries. Bigger industries should play the role of a big brother or a big sister, so that they can encourage and incubate startups from within them to do more manufacturing. And this can also be done very well by PSUs actually, because PSUs have the funds for this, and they also have the ability to sustain startups for a longer period of time. So, thank you.
Great. So I do also want to recommend to ISBA, based upon this conversation we have had, that you should have quite a few industry leaders attending this conference and listening to the issues that are there and how they can support. Because without that support and without that collaboration and integration, it's going to be very difficult for a startup ecosystem to really make impact. So I just want to end on this note. The importance of deep tech startups and the need for deep tech startups is very high, because as Dr. Ella said, there is innovation only when there is demand. And when we are a country of 1 billion people, and I often say this, with 1 million challenges. But the 1 million challenges are 1 million opportunities for us to have deep tech startups address some of those challenges, and the other startups address the others. And that is the opportunity. And I just want you to give one word of advice or last suggestion to all the incubators, if you would like to share something. On an encouraging note.
So, already all are very motivated, and you have seen the impact that they have created. So, I mean, the future is collaboration, as already said, and the PPP is the thing which is going to survive, and that is to be brought. I mean, I have seen Mr. Mittal, like any proposal which was coming in PPP mode, before listening to the proposal, he was saying it is okay, we are there. So this is the domain, like what we have to do now. Because see, 50% when private is taking that risk and they are coming, so government thinks like that due diligence part, the execution part, the quality, the professional standards will be met. And in that case, the approval process, internal process are very fast. So next future roadmap should be totally focused on PPP, and also like national research of NRF, like research foundation has already been launched and on the way. So 70% investment is expected to come from industry and private partners for the research in the country.
On encouraging note, definitely government's PLI scheme is very, very important to actually, spur manufacturing in India and lower down the cost of manufacturing. I think in addition, I think electricity cost and logistics cost has to also be taken care of so that we can beat China. Electricity cost has long history. I mean, we are part of non-proliferation treaty, etc. You cannot get electricity from the nuclear power. There's so many things which cannot be discussed at this forum, but all I'm trying to say is that alternate energy and Gati Shakti Yojana that government has put up. So these two things are very, very powerful to actually take our country to the next step. Second is the public participation. BIRAC has a very good experience in attracting the private money. For example, BIPP and SIBRI, that schemes many of you might be knowing, mandates private or applicant also to put money. So 50% we put 5 crores, you put 5 crores, so 10 crores. So that has not been quantified. That has increased the private participation of R&D. And triple helix model, which Dr. Praveen has already talked about, is research parks where we are building the cold shells, etc., or incubation centers, and a private startup is coming, and actually they are doing internal fittings, and also they are also spending money and they are paying rent. So definitely it's also maybe the part of that whole public participation. So I think these are important points.
Yeah, thank you. So I would once again thanking the distinguished audience and the panelists for this opportunity to be here. And I would just like to say that at TWorks we don't want to work in isolation. So there are a number of amazing incubators here, and some of you have visited TWorks yesterday. So I would be very glad if you could please keep me in mind and please keep TWorks in mind and reach out to us so that we can work together on enabling the startup revolution in India to take forward more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Prasad. This was part of thing that was not written in my job description, that you have to come and disturb the session while it's going, right? But then you have to be mindful of the people as well. So thank you so much to everybody on the stage.
I have been involved in promoting entrepreneurship, innovation. When Telangana became a new state in 2014, and government was kind of nudged towards becoming a state which supports startups, which takes technology solutions, which encourages them, and so on and so forth. So some of you would know that 10 years ago, the government came up with a new policy to support innovation and entrepreneurship, the Telangana Startup Policy. It set up institutions like T-Hub, etc. And then we got lots of talented people. Mr. Srinivas Kolipara is here, and Joginder is here. But we have had, from the very beginning, for the last 10 years, the concept was that while the government may have talented people also, but far better talent to run these kind of institutions exists outside the government, and we must somehow motivate them, co-opt them to work with us and run these institutions in a very professional way. So that has all happened, and I'm happy that some of the things that we have done in Telangana today are seen as national role models. Other states, other governments, other institutions come and look at us, write about us, take lots of takeaways and learnings from us, and of course implement them in their own ways in their states and cities, etc. So I just wanted to make a few observations showing the fact that majority of you are people who run these kind of institutions in your city, in your state, etc., or play a responsibility of having an oversight over these kind of an institution. I would like to share some things based on my own observation, because 10 years, as I said, I've been directly involved, deeply involved. I'm on the board of all these institutions, T-Hub, T-Works, T-Hub, and many others as well. So one thing which I recall in 2014, when we began our journey in promoting innovation, etc., I would be invited to various conferences, seminars, and related to startups. And because I was also beginning, I was at an early stage, I also wanted to participate in many of these seminars to understand what exactly are the current trends, what are the important kind of learnings which we can bring here in Telangana. And I recall in many of these conferences, one kind of a matter of fact statement which would be given was that that 90% of the startups do not succeed. And of course, then people will go on to say that failure is not really a failure. That is also a stepping stone for next learning. And there's no such thing as failure, and you should persevere and all that. But the bottom line of that was that 90% of startups have to fail. I mean, they will just not do well. Which kind of puzzled me, that why should it be? I mean, this is not some kind of biblical thing that you have to fail to succeed. And what can we do really to ensure that they don't fail at all? And of course, in those kind of conferences, one more matter-of-fact thing which would be presented was something called the value of death. So the failure happens there, so on and so forth. So when we began T-Hub, of course, we did not mandate it in any direct way, because as a government, this was always a belief that we should give complete autonomy to the professional management which is running these institutions. One of the implicit points, or I do recall that in many of the early board meetings, I did raise this subject, that how can we ensure that no one fails, or if at all someone fails also, it's for reasons beyond your control. So how can you ensure that many of our startups, or most of our startups, succeed in doing what they're really embarked upon doing? And then through experience, again, I don't have precise data, but I'm sure when you went to T-Hub yesterday, I know that all of you, many of you went to T-Hub yesterday, you would have got a sense. Maybe precise data was not given to you, but our numbers are way beyond this 10% belief that only 10% succeed in the first go. Our numbers are in excess of 60 to 70%, which in my opinion is very remarkable, but it has been achieved through some very clear strategies today. And that is something which I want really this gathering and also this association ISBA to really focus on. That if in a T-Hub, if we can ensure that everyone succeeds, how can we replicate it everywhere else? What are the SOPs? So it is like some school. One school you will know brings only first top rankers. Everyone in that school gets into the IIT. There is something called Super 30. You may be aware about it. So if you study, if you ask people, or if you talk about them, one very obvious answer which comes is that they select bright people to begin with. So everyone is already pre-inclined to succeed, and therefore it is no surprise that everyone gets into an IIT. So some people used to comment about T-Hub also, that possibly you kind of filter so that people who are already at a stage where they will succeed, you take only them, and therefore it's no surprise that you claim 70%, even 70% you should feel sorry about. You should have been targeting 90% or 95% or something, but that is not really true. When you went to T-Hub yesterday, you would have seen that everyone is at different levels. Of course, are very bright, with very good clarity on what exactly is their product going to be, which is their market, what is the technology. But majority of them actually come with lots of doubts, they're also in that trial and error kind of a phase. But the support that they get in an incubator or an innovation center like the T-Hub actually makes that difference. So when we realized that T-Hub has been able to crack this formula, many years ago we started this program. I won't say that it has gone off well, but the idea definitely is something which is worth emulating. And that idea, which we tried to introduce about 8-9 years ago, was called whole of the city approach. So every center in the city which supports innovation, which supports entrepreneurship, must do these things compulsorily. And it is not mechanically ticking a box. Like I told that 10 things have to be done, I did this. That is not how it is. That should become your DNA. How do you select a startup? How do you onboard a startup? What kind of understanding about his product you develop? Do you have a very rich bank of information to tell him what is the level of competition? What are the entry barriers? Who is he competing with? Are the competitors large firms? Are they similar startups? What could be the differentiator for him? What are the niche areas which are still unexplored? What kind of technology is he using? So these are some of the points which we must be able to guide the startup in a very professional way. Obviously, our own resources will be limited. It's not that the whole repository of world's knowledge or wisdom is with us. Our repository will be partial, but we do have access to hundreds of other wise people, bright people, experienced people, experts, and so on and so forth. So how do you ensure that this pool, which is available for the city and for the state, is shared by everyone? So whole of the city concept is, in my opinion, the right concept. It is eventually going to ensure that this 90-10 fallacy is completely broken. We come into a new narrative which shows that every startup can really succeed, and unless something really calamitous like the COVID or pandemic or something happens, everyone can potentially succeed. So we must learn from each other. As I said, T-Hub can offer quite a lot, but I'm sure there are dozens and dozens of other institutions also which have shown success, which have created some template, which have created some model. And now is the time to put together what exactly will be the SOP and how will it be delivered, how will someone be accountable for delivering it, how will it be monitored. But again and again, as I'm saying, it should not be done as a mechanical exercise. Some book has been given, this is the toolkit, this is the SOP. On page number 5, para 3, it is written that every morning there should be a call with the startup. We should not do it in a mechanical way. The spirit of doing the right thing for the benefit of the startups, that is how it should be captured. That is what we should do. And as ISBA, I guess, if you take that responsibility, I'll be willing to give personal time to help you create that kind of a tool. I truly believe that this 90-10 is just a myth which people have perpetuated. I don't know for what reason, but it holds no basis at all. The second observation which I want to make, again, based on last 10 years experiences, that in institutions like T-Hub and others, we do attract bright young people, but we also miss out on a large pool which also has the potential to collaborate. So for many years, when we ran institutions like T-Hub, T-Works, T-Hub, etc., we noticed that only a particular kind of people would go there. Typically, there would be people who would live in Hyderabad, who have studied in one of the colleges here, who speak English, who have some college degree, who wear Western clothes, who have much more access to digital tools and gadgets, etc. And we are completely missing out on people who, let us say, live in the districts, what is called mofussil areas, or even live in the villages, and may not have had the best degrees, may not speak English, maybe they speak only Telugu. But obviously they have their own ways of understanding the world. And the other important reality which goes side by side to this is that, see, many of us are from India, and it's a reality. We should be frank to admit it, that even today, our villages, or even in the cities, the working class neighborhoods, etc., are beset with problems. In fact, I remember so many people telling that if something can be solved for India, it can be easily solved for the world, because every conceivable problem that humanity faces is there in our country somewhere or the other. But when so I'm also an administrator, as you know, so I visit villages, I visit districts, official areas, etc. Whenever we go there, or otherwise also, even if you don't go there, you never read or hear about it, that people are agitating all the time, they are up in the arms, every day there is some dharna, there is some rasta roko, there is some kind of protest. So what does it mean? One meaning, again on the surface, would be that people have realized that these problems will just not be solved, and they have decided to live with them. They have reconciled to this life that these problems will remain with us and there is no solution at all. But again, this is a myth. The reality is very, very different. The reality is that there are people who are actually solving these problems. We don't see millions of, like V.S. Naipaul once famously said, India is a land of million mutinies, but we don't see million mutinies happening before our eyes every day. And as I said, one of the reasons is that people are actually solving these problems. There could be a problem in agriculture, there could be a problem related to getting health services, problem related to education, related to mobility, livelihoods, whatever it is. You do find that some local solution has been identified, some local solution has been implemented. The tendency in amongst us, people who live in the cities, is to really look down upon these kind of local solutions. We use a Hindi term called jugaad, which implies that these are the solutions which are not scientific. The person who has created that solution never went to a college. He won't know what principle of physics is behind that solution, what principle of mechanical engineering is behind that solution, which is true. The person who has created that solution may not know what principle of physics is, but he has found a practical way of solving that solution. And so the point that I'm driving at, the key message that I'm trying to share is that all of us must also take this responsibility of doing this kind of an outreach program. We must reach out, we must open the doors to the our institutions, to people who are, let us say, from the official areas or from the semi-urban areas, rural areas. If they can't come to us, can we go to them? So my colleague is here from T-Works. He has now propagated a brilliant idea. I don't know whether you got a chance to visit T-Works yesterday or not. You went to T-Hub for sure. But if you went to T-Works also, you will realize that it's also a very amazing place. It has amazing prototyping facilities. So now he's working on a concept. He's working on two concepts actually. One is to set up mini T-Works in all the districts. So there are 33 T-Works which are going to be there. Plus he has come up with another very innovative idea of a mobile T-Works. So he wants to, even if you set something in a district, there could be still some barrier because these are institutions. When you go to a T-Hub or a T-Works, you will notice that these are not very kind of a people-friendly institution. There will be a barrier, there will be someone who is asking for your badge. If you don't have a badge, and he will ask you typically in English. If you don't understand English, you won't even know what he is asking. It's all very intimidating kind of place, large building. Because on the one side we feel happy that it's a large space. There's a Korean architect who has designed it. Lots of people who come to Hyderabad actually go there to take photographs there, which is all nice, but it also needs to be a space which promotes a culture of innovation, a culture of entrepreneurship all throughout the state. So what they are doing, setting up mini T-Works, setting up mobile T-Works, etc., is a method, a very good method of opening your doors, of capturing that part of innovation and entrepreneurship which is happening below the radar. But if we are able to capture it and structure it and give it a shape and integrate it with some of the regular things that we do, I mean, our progress on innovation, entrepreneurship will jump many fold. So again, if ISBA is willing to kind of work on it, how do you use all these brilliant incubators and innovation spaces and accelerators to do some kind of a inclusivity focused outreach program? Again, we'll be very happy to be a part of it. The last thing which I want to share with you is, again, as I said, all the 3 points that I'm making are based on my own experiences of working with these premier blue chip incubators in Hyderabad. The third thing which I want to share is, and again, something which as I said, I observed it quite personally, is that the role of the government is not really maximally utilized. Which also reminds me of a very interesting backstory. I don't know how much time have I been given to speak, how much have I taken. It's 2:56. I mean, I was supposed to speak from 2:30 to 2:40. It's already 2:56. You have not put any timer or anything. But anyway, I'll just take a few minutes more. So it reminds me of a very interesting backstory. Srinivas Kolipara is here. He will recall those days. So in 2014, when Telangana became a new state, one of the first things which was done, I think within 2 days of us becoming a new state, the state was formed on June the 2nd in 2014. I think it was 5th June or 6th June. So the Minister for Information Technology at that time, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, he took some of us to the Indian School of Business. And one exercise was conducted there. It was a visioning exercise. Actually, the title of that exercise also was Envision Telangana. some 30, 40 ISB professors, triple IT professors, some other domain experts, intellectuals, they were all gathered there. And the question which was posed was that, see, some of you who know about Telangana would know that there was a long pending demand to have a separate state for almost 5-6 decades. And then the state came into being. And the reason to demand a separate state was because of this kind of a belief and a perception that all the opportunities which were coming in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh were going only to one region, the prosperous region, the coastal region. And people from this region, which is now the state of Telangana, they were kind of not getting anything. All the opportunities were getting knocked away. So eventually, of course, on June the 2nd, 2014, this state came into being. So in the visioning exercise, this question was posed that what can we do to make up for all the lost time? We have lost 5-6 decades of opportunities. Everything has gone knocked away by the other side. So what do we do? How do we fast track our development? So all the experts who were there, they gave this suggestion that technology can be a big game changer. You must become a state which uses technology enormously, and you should become a technology-friendly space. And of course, one other subtext of that was, the question was that who will provide this technology? And then the answer came that if you look at the global experiences, of course, there are large tech companies, there are R&D institutions, there are other kind of science and technology programs. But if you really look around, you will notice that the real pioneering, breakthrough kind of technologies are coming from young entrepreneurs whom we call startups. So the state should also become very encouraging of startups. So that was a message which was very clear to us. Then in those days, in 2014, Hyderabad was not such a thriving city for startup activities. Bangalore and Gurgaon and possibly Chennai, etc. They were far, far ahead of Hyderabad. There were just 3 incubators in Hyderabad in 2014. One was in ISB called D Labs, one was in Triple IT. Triple IT incidentally has the first country's oldest campus-based incubator called the CIE, and then the third one was in Genome Valley, the IKP. And there were just about 50-60 startups at that time. And Srinivas Kolipara was associated with CIE. So we asked him, can he organize interaction with some of these startups just to understand what do they expect from the government, what can we do. So in his institution, the Triple IT meeting was organized a few days later after this ISB interaction. And some 30-40 startups had come. It was exactly like this. It was a classroom. We were seated here, the startups were seated there. And the question which was asked was that, what, in your opinion, can the government do for you? And you will not believe it. The answer which came was that if you stay away from us, that is the best thing. So it's kind of funny, but it's not very difficult to see where these kind of answers come from. In India, this narrative rather, has been popularized by the IT industry. The IT the IT legends like Mr. Narayan Murthy, Mr. Premji, Mr. Shiv Nadar, they keep telling on every platform, the Indian IT industry has become so big because the government stayed away from it. That is only part of the truth. The other part is that the government did support them in a very big way. There was 20 years of no income tax, and then the government created STPIs. Government motivated all the engineering colleges to teach technology. Eventually, all the Infosys and Wipros and all the required people. The people came from the education system, which was supported by the government. So it's not fully correct to say that the government stayed away before the IT industry has gone so big. Partly it is true, but that is the narrative which everyone believes, that if the government stays away, that is the best thing that can happen. But the reality is that the government can do lots of things. So this is the point which I was trying to tell you, that try to bring government early into this conversation. I notice even in T-Hub and T-Works and other places, as a government, we have taken a very conscious decision that we will not get into their operational activities. All operational decisions have to be taken totally autonomously by those institutions. And therefore, we don't kind of show over-interest in finding out what is happening, which startup is incubating, what do they do. But occasionally, when I go and if someone meets me and tells me that I'm working on this, most of the time instantly it occurs to me that hey, I can help him in so many ways. I meaning not me personally, but the government can help him in so many ways. But no one brought them to us, or no one asked us for our help. So this is something which, in my opinion, is really a pity. There are so many things which we can do. We can create, we can open doors, market opportunities for them, which even they themselves cannot visualize. That those doors cannot be opened. We can help them get not just local technologies, but some of the best global technologies also. Because of our reach, our network, our influence. Just sending a mail from a government ID that this is a startup, can you do this for him, elicits a response. But unfortunately, we are brought pretty late in the conversation, and we are not brought in the conversation at all. Again, with that belief that government should stay away and all that. So, it should stay away from over-regulating, from micromanaging, but it should not stay away when it can help you in so many different ways. And when I spoke earlier about how we should ensure that there are no failures, everyone is a success, every help counts. And what is wrong if the help is coming from government? And obviously for our help, there is no expectation or demand that you should give an equity or you can do something else. Our help is just for the sake of help, just to ensure that you do well, you contribute to the economy, you create jobs, you become a role model. Looking at you, hundreds of other young people also believe that they can become successful entrepreneurs. That is always the intention of the government. So, as an incubator or as people who manage innovation spaces, please connect with whichever is the relevant government. Of course, in our country, as all of us know, it's a federal country. There's a national government, but action really happens at the states. The national government has its importance and its role, but much more can be delivered or leveraged from the state governments. So, whichever state you are, and I know that some of you are from Hyderabad, so I'm repeating this, that if, when I said that the government is willing to help, it is not just for T-Hub and T-Works and B-Hub, which are of course the jewels in our crown, but every innovation space in Hyderabad, be it an incubator, be it an accelerator, be it a co-working space. If you are in our state, and it need not be in Hyderabad, I know that there are some institutions in Warangal, one in Nizamabad, if you are coming elsewhere. Wherever you are, if there is some way which you think that the government can help you, just reach out. And as I said, bring us early in this conversation. So these are some of the thoughts which I wanted to share. But once again, as I said, I'm very grateful that Isbacon is happening here. Please do let us know what are the other areas where progress has been made elsewhere. We have not really paid enough attention to that. We'll be happy to modify our policy, bring new guidelines, bring new policies, etc. We'll be happy to learn from everyone. And if there is any possibility in which you think that you can collaborate in making Hyderabad, whatever we have done is already, in my opinion, we have kind of stolen a march over everyone else. But if something else is also great, which can help us improve our game, we are always willing to do all that. So, thank you very much for inviting me, and enjoy the rest of the session.
Hello everyone, I'm Kasturi, a program manager at AIC, and also the session manager for the fireside chat which is coming up next, Building Ecosystems of the Future. So, of course, Ismail gave a wonderful introduction to all his panelists, and I cannot do justice. Also, we are running short of time, so without further ado, I'd love to call our first panelist, Mr. Srinivas Kolipura, Managing Partner at Biome. He has received such a fantastic recommendation from Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. I hardly think he deserves any more words. I also call upon Ms. Renuka Bodla, who's also a partner at Silver Needle Ventures. The idea of this fireside conversation is to have an intimate chat on how Renuka and Srinivas envision building ecosystems in the future. So I leave the conversation up to them and let us gain some insights.
The first time I attended Isbacon was in 2014. We've come a long way since then. Renuka, maybe you could start by introducing yourself.
Sure. First of all, hello everyone. My name is Renuka Bodla. I'm a venture partner at Silver Needle Ventures, and I've been in the startup ecosystem as a mentor, working with IIIT Tech Fund, and also as an investor there, as well as a mentor in Hojis MedTech. And also I had been part of a couple of investment firms as well. But prior to that, I was a techie, hardcore techie engineer and a software engineer, worked with various companies like General Electric, Cisco, Novartis, etc. And maybe I had a chance to work with the incubators more as from the consumer point of view. When I was working with one of the pharma companies, we did interact with some of the incubators, and maybe I'll share some of those experiences as well, Srini, as we go along.
Sure. Really nice to see a bunch of old and familiar faces, but it's equally exciting to see so many people that I don't know. Because again, back in 2014, we were a much smaller ecosystem. It did feel like every event we ran into the same people, which was good, but also kind of boring. Having said that, the ecosystem has grown drastically. The world has changed drastically. Very quickly, for those of you who don't know me, Srinivas Kolipara, as Mr. Jayesh Ranjan mentioned, my claim to fame in this community is T-Hub. And before that, I ran the IIIT Incubator, as he mentioned. But I've been an entrepreneur myself. I've been in the biotech space. I've been in the software space. I grew up in England, worked in the US, done a bunch of different things, and brought all of that to the incubator at IIIT, which was one of 3, as he mentioned at the time. But things have changed drastically, as we mentioned. The number of startups in the ecosystem has gone up massively. Thanks to efforts of the government, as Mr. Jayesh Ranjan mentioned, as people like Mr. Ramanathan here contributed to. Of course, even before the government got involved, we had a few incubators, like, of course, Sign and a bunch of others. But the point is that what we are today and what we used to do will not fly in the world that we live in now. Expectations have changed. Founder expectations have changed. Investor expectations have changed, corporate expectations have changed. They're all looking at startups of maturity, startups that are solving real problems at scale. And as incubator heads, our job is to make sure we do those. I know even talking about the investor expectation, for example, Renuka, maybe you could talk about your experience with investment and what Silver Needle is looking at now versus what it used to be like back in 2014.
Sure. I just want to share a small anecdote to set the context. So what was in 2014 worked well then, maybe it may not work now, is what I would say. The reason being, I remember, just a small personal story. I remember when I was in my 11th grade, I still remember that all I wanted was some more illustrated textbooks, etc. But now my daughter is in 11th grade, and her demands are like, she wrote a script and she wants the book to be published. She wants to do an internship in one of the medtech startups. The generation is so ahead of what we were normally expecting. So the trend is all over the place, right? And similarly, if you see even the startup ecosystem, a lot of new generation kids are aspiring to join, and their demands are equally demanding, as I was telling about my daughter. So how do we cope up with that? I just want to share a few experiences from the investor point of view, is that definitely it helps the investor community to be in touch with some of the startups through the incubators. But a lot of times it could be most of the events that are conducted as panel discussions or pitching events, which are one of the events that happens. But for investing community to make a decision, it takes more than that one interaction. So it has to be deeper. Maybe we have to have more ways to connect with the startups, as well as have a more deeper conversations with them so that we can make a better decision. That is one of the things I felt. And the other aspect is definitely how best we could use the technology enablement there. Because the traditional forms of the connect are not scalable, because now, as we said, there are more and more startups. How do we scale ourselves as an incubator also is one of the questions we need to address.
Okay, in fact, the other part that I wanted to address was you'd mentioned to me in the other room about what it was like as a corporate engaging with incubators as well. What was that experience like, and how do you think that's changing?
Yes, I think the biggest avenue that I think even Poini could relate to what I'm saying is that a lot of corporates are willing to work with the startup ecosystem. For example, I was part of a pharma company where I was heading their platform was also called Biome, where the purpose is to interact with the tech ecosystem, especially the startup ecosystem, because a lot of times such companies have their own specific domain knowledge. They have lots and lots of millions of patient data, but they may not have the tech enablement. They don't pursue that in-house. And for them to have a gem start, they will definitely, and most of the companies are looking at the startup ecosystem to collaborate with, so that they could experiment in short time in a very frugal manner, and technology adoption is faster, right? So on that note, there's a huge opportunity where the incubators could play a role. But at the same time, the corporate expectations little differ, because one, how strong our PMO processes are is very important. A lot of time, maybe startups may not have the required resources to, manage that. Maybe the incubators can have that as a common service across, and then help those startups to work with some of these larger organizations. And the second one is on the technology fitment. To bring any new technology to a corporate is not an easy task, and it's very, very time consuming. So when you're experimenting, we cannot have the corporate ready with the new technology. So they need to create some of these experimentation, what do you call that, experimenting environments, so that they could do that and bring this corporate up to speed, so that they are aware of what architectural changes to be done by the time the experimentation is done. I think some of these are maybe demanding, but that will really help more collaboration, because there are big bucks in the startup, in the corporate world, so that the startups could leverage on the business access, market access.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the things that I want to address, and before I say the next set of things, because I understand that we have many incubators in the room, all are at different stages. Some are more advanced than others. All of you struggle with resources, and just like a startup would, right? You have limited resources, you have limited bandwidth, you have limits on the type of people that you have. I understand all of that. Having said that, I'm going to say a few things that I'd like you to consider, just from a perspective of how can we get better as an ecosystem. I think that what is required today is depth. Breadth has already happened. We've got, I believe, over 1,100 incubators in the country now. Thanks to people like Mr. Mittal, many things have changed on that front. You're able to hire better people, you've got a little more budget, but there's still a long way to go. The truth of the matter is that most people outside of the incubator ecosystem think of incubators as almost just co-working space plus. And that doesn't work. We have to do more. It has to be, how are we helping startups to scale? And I think you have to think about, my viewpoint, right? When I ran IIIT, or when I ran T-Hub, or even now that I'm doing Biome, which is my new venture studio that I'll talk about, every single one of those we approached from a startup mindset. We preach it to our portfolio companies, we preach it to our startups. Do we follow that ourselves? I think we need to. Our startups are our customers. Are we serving them in the best way that we can? Do we understand what they want? That's what I'm questioning always with Biome, and I think all of us need to question that with yourselves. What do you think?
I mean, totally agree. I think there's a lot of puzzle pieces all over the place. I think that's it's time for us to integrate and go deeper, as you mentioned. And do you want to share some of your perspectives on what could be the ideal, environments in an incubator, maybe with the global standards? Would love to hear from you.
So I think before I address that one, there are two different lenses by which I want you to think through some of the things that we're saying. One is as an incubator, obviously. You're all running incubators, or most of you are running incubators, or associations to do with incubators. And so look at how can your incubator apply some of these principles, but the other part is how can you as an individual apply these as well, because the incubator will only do as well as you do. Technology has changed drastically, as we've said. Again, the truth is that a lot of startups are not utilizing that technology to its fullest extent. Can you help challenge them to do some of that? But you can only do that if you are aware of what's possible yourself. How many people in this room use Gen AI tools? Okay, quite a bit. You need to make sure that you're staying on top of this stuff. There's so much that's changing in that world, right? The ecosystem, to your question about how it's evolving, there are so many changes happening. Funds are now doing incubator programs almost, right? Incubator light. They're going earlier and earlier. Incubators globally are going deeper and becoming sector specific in some cases, and we have some of those, but maybe we need more. We have venture studios coming up. How many of you know what a venture studio is? A few of you. So a venture studio is essentially what we call institutional co-founder of companies. So it gets confused with incubation quite often because they're working with multiple companies. But the difference is that a venture studio will actually be a co-founder, will have people on its roles that build the company alongside either an early stage startup or a founder. But again, the point of all of these programs is depth. It's not just about volume anymore. It's not how many startups go through your doors. It's how many of them succeed. And we have to be tracking the success of our startups using tools, ideally. Yeah. There are new tools coming out that help you do that. But I'm not sure how many people are tracking their startups on a per startup metric basis and seeing how did they come in and how did they go out. I think you can't do that for all of your startups, but can you do that at least for the top few? Can you create certain programs that are at the base level, certain programs for people to qualify slightly longer that's a cohort based, and maybe even some one-on-one programs for your best ones? Because at the end of the day, you are competing against all the other incubators out there. We're all friends, we all cooperate, but we're also competing. And you need to be able to show that you've got startups that have succeeded. It's what you're doing for your customers.
So totally agree, and maybe it will be very cool if we have some alumni for some of the members, top performers, recognized. And as you rightly said, tracking the journey of the startup, it's not just about like if a tenure has ended in an incubator, I think you kind of unnotice them. Maybe it should be, there should be a continuity, because that really helps us attract bigger investments as well, because it really gives a lot of confidence to the investor coming on board that okay, these are some nurtured and top performing startups. So I think there should be some way to have that collaborative effort, I would say, and more than how it is kind of disconnected, I would say. I think that would really help from my perspective.
Yeah, I think you need a series of programs that engage the ecosystem as well as your own startups. One thing I tell people, I'm preaching to the choir here, obviously, because you're all in the ecosystem as well. But an ecosystem is not a flat thing. It is consisting of multiple stakeholders, all of whom are playing different games. Your corporates are engaging with startups for a different reason. Your investors are engaging for a different reason. Etc. You have to make sure they all win their games. Even mentors. Mentors are essential for us to help our startups to succeed. But how many of you are tracking the value that the mentor is getting out of it, as opposed to them just providing you free service? It doesn't work in the long run. Also, most startups don't want somebody coming and giving them some random gyan one time and then disappearing. They want to know, has this advice worked? If not, how do we pivot the advice even? So just a little more depth, I think, in terms of how you engage.
Yeah. And maybe a last closing remark for me is that how do you attract the top startups? Because I see a trend where they are shying away from some of these programs. They want to be more independent and maybe they're seeing other opportunities that are working. How do we really attract the top talent in the startup ecosystem? I think that's something we really have to ask and cope up to the needs of the Gen Z requirements.
It's a really good question. Again, it goes back to that thing I mentioned at the beginning, which is the startup ecosystem is maturing. The quality of our founders is going up, the maturity levels they have. They want you to be able to guarantee some value, otherwise they're just not going to bother about it. And a lot of if you look at the number of unicorns we have, and then track how many of them came out of an incubator, it's quite sad. It shouldn't be that way. To your point though, startups and founders are getting more selective for sure about who they work with, but we're a venture studio. We work with startups at the early stages. We take up to 20% equity, and we're seeing incredibly mature, very, very senior folks, repeat founders, unicorn leaders, all wanting to give away that equity. If you can prove your value, they will give it to you. But it's on you to prove your value, to really see not just what space are you giving or what connections you made or what sessions you did, but how did you impact their metrics, which is only about their customers, getting them investment, or fixing some fundamental things around maybe their team, all these sort of things. But it is about depth again. And if you have a few that have succeeded, then others will come to you.
Definitely. And depth and how we do that hand-holding continuously, I think that sustainability matters a lot.
Okay, let us now keep abreast of session 3. We now have with us another session on catalyzing impact, leveraging corporate incubator synergies for startup acceleration, led by session manager Mr. Mandar Joshi, CEO, COEP, BHAU. Welcome, Mr. Mandar.
Very good afternoon to one and all, and I would like to thank ISBA for giving me this opportunity to manage this session. A wonderful session because these are the important stakeholders, and of course government has been supportive as far as incubation center is concerned, because I have been a part of the incubation center for more than 2.5 years now, and the substantial support that the government has been providing to run the incubation centers is amazing. But with that, there is an important factor that comes in is a self-sustainability for an incubation center, and also supporting the startups in different domains and sectors. So here we have corporates who jump in and have started coming in a big way to support incubation centers and as well as startups to accelerate and take things forward. So not taking much of your time, I would like to introduce and welcome our panelists today. And first and the foremost, I would like to call upon our session chair, Dr. Balchandran A., Vice President, ISBA and Director, VIT-TBI. Dr. Balchandran. Hello, sir. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Sachin Mishra, Regional Head, Branch Banking, ICICI Bank. Mr. Ashish Garde, Governing Body Member of ISBA and Director, Magic Business Incubator. And our sponsor and supporter from Thermo Fisher Scientific, Mr. Jay Bharat Reddy, General Manager, BID South Asia, Thermo Fisher. I'll now request Dr. Balachandran to take it forward from here. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
So this is an important topic, corporate incubator linkages. When we look at, there are several factors that impact the performance of startups in the incubation environment. Startups, as they grow in their product development to market launch journey, one of the important missing links is the validation support to enter into the market. Once the product is validated, subsequently it also be nurtured further to get launched and also commercialize the technologies. And so these requires some focused efforts both from the incubators and also the startups to get launched as soon as possible. So in this process, the expectation from startups through incubators for getting into the market. One is validation support, the pilot production support. Eventually, if this could also translate into long-term business relations with the corporates, so this is an important aspect. So the other aspect is nowadays we see lots of interest from corporate firms to get engaged with startups. Either it's through open innovation or in terms of wanting to have early access to the technological developments happening in the startup arena. So this is another thread which needs quite nurturing and attention. And so there are interesting cases, even in Palo Alto Research Center, hundreds of technologies were lying in the shelf, which eventually companies like Microsoft, HP, Cisco, all had those technologies to unravel into real-time products and services in the market. And but the combined valuation of these efforts, it even exceeded even the Xerox's the commercial outcomes. So in this context, this session gains important significance. So we have three interesting panelists. One, we have Ashish Garde, who's managing the incubator at Magic, which is promoted by the industry association itself, Marathwada Chamber of Commerce and Industries. We also have with us Mr. Sachin, who is from ICICI, and Dr. Jayabharat Reddy from Thermo Fisher. Each of them are going to give different perspectives. One is from the life science industry itself. So we would like to understand what Thermo Fisher is undertaking in terms of engaging with the startups. So the other one is from the funding side. So banks shown a lot of interest to engage with startups and incubators. We have seen several banks coming forward and coming up with startup-specific products in the market, and also even to identify and nurture innovations in the fintech space so that their technological needs also are addressed. And Ashish, of course, he will have dual role. One side managing an industry association, the other side also connecting the startups with those industries for market access. So this is the backdrop with which we are going to discuss next 20-25 minutes. So may I start with Mr. Sachin? I know ICSA had been a pioneer in this space. Even way back in 2010, they had a Trinity program where the bank went to the campuses to identify some early innovations. And so would you like to elaborate on the current happenings in ICICI towards startup nurturing?
Thanks for inviting me here, ISBA, for this panel discussion. Yes, I think banks have come a long way as far as startup is concerned, because for a very long time, the banks were a little hesitant in getting into the startup space because of the fact that we saw startup space as little, little on the risky side. So therefore, banks were a little hesitant over there. But then again, of late, we have been seeing a lot of banks coming up and trying to provide different type of solutions to the challenges what startups are facing. So on the similar lines, ICICI have also been trying to ensure that we get into this space in a more relevant manner. So before COVID, we started this journey wherein we tried, understanding the trend in the startup space. We went around the incubators in the different parts of the country. We went to T-Hub as well in Hyderabad, and we tried to understand that maybe what are the genuine challenges what incubators and startups are facing. And therefore, we came out with a lot of policy changes, a lot of new products which are more suitable for the startups. So therefore, the products and solutions were always there for the business, business establishments. But we have to make it more suitable, more friendly for the startups. Like for example, if we go ahead and open an account, then established business needs to maintain some balances and other things here, but we waived off for the startups. We understood that probably in the initial days, it would be a little heavy for them to maintain some balances, so therefore we waived off. And likewise, there were a lot of many other policy level changes which we made. Now, on the liability side, on the account side, transaction side, these were done. But the major problem was funding, as you rightly said. So funding, we categorized into two parts, the debt funding and equity funding. Debt funding, we started looking at the startups from a different lens. And we started putting aside a pool of money so that bank at a different levels can take some exposure into the startup, knowing that we are getting into a little risky space. But we decided consciously that to a particular extent, we can take that risk. On the equity side, a very, very interesting thing happened. We decided two things. Number one, we decided to take a direct equity exposure into many of the startups, primarily into the fintech space, because that's one thing we understand thoroughly. So we started scouting for these startups wherein we can groom them, we can ensure that they become successful and invest direct funds into them, taking some equity over there. Also, we started a program wherein we opened up our relationships with the investors, family offices, HNI clients. We sit with the startups, we design their product deck, and then we take it to our set of investors and HNI family offices where we have the relationship, and we patch both of them. So therefore, startup will get that window to present what they have built up directly to the investor through the bank, and and the deal can go through over there. So that's really what we have been doing in last few years.
Yeah, Sachin, one follow-up question. So you mentioned about funding and access to funds through various products focusing on startups, including family offices, HNI. But in addition to that, do you also provide opportunities for fintech startups to have some sandbox kind of arrangement for validation? Would you like to elaborate on that?
So definitely. So what we have done is that we have started a accelerator program of our own, which is located in BKC in Mumbai. So what really we do is that we have our own problem statements. As a large bank, large number of teams, verticals, everybody will have their own problem statements. So what we do, we collate those problem statements, and then we scout in the marketplace to understand that which all startups can come close to solving those problems. And wherever we find that any startup is, have that ability and that idea to solve that problem, we pick it up, and then we accelerate and incubate that startup into our acceleration program in Mumbai, and see that how it goes. So a lot of startups in last 5 years have come out successful from there. Not only they provide their services to ICICI Bank, but all other banks in general, because the validation is already there. So that's what we really do.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Jayabharth Reddy, so from Thermo Fisher, I know it's a life sciences company predominantly into instrumentation, and so what are the ways with which the startups engage? I know institutions engage with you as customers, research labs buy equipment, and startups, when they grow, raise funds, they set up their laboratories. But beyond that, do you have some avenues for some early access with the startups?
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is post-lunch session. So, very, very nice way you have articulated. So, Thermo Fisher Scientific, most of the people may be knowing already as an supplier of instruments, technology, solutions. So, however, if you look at it from a different perspective, startup, we can start with the journey of the startup and we can work with them until they grow up also. So, one of the ways how we collaborate with the startup ecosystem, like acceleration program. So we have facilities within the country. In fact, within Hyderabad, we have an India Engineering Center, wherein we have all the world-class technologies available and accessible to the fraternity. In the startups, whoever wanted to work, they can actually come and collaborate with our technical experts. We harbor about 4,500 talented team. So most of them working in R&D space. So we have an antibody development center in Bangalore. So where we also have manufacturing hub. So for example, just to give the perspective of the scale, when the COVID has come into the country, so when we were struggling to have access to the real-time PCRs and extraction systems, etc. So Thermo Fisher Scientific collaborated with ICMR, NIV, as well as Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech. So it is not in terms of technology partnerships. We also have given access to global technical know-how, and our scientists have worked day in and day out, as well as we have also scaled up our manufacturing facilities to provide the solution when it is needed. So when it comes to how it will be helpful in a startup environment is, when you look at companies like Thermo Fisher Scientific in the life science industry, you know that the breadth of portfolio today, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan is also covering. So we have multiple verticals, multiple divisions, multiple products. The breadth of the portfolio, you can count on Thermo Fisher Scientific. However, when you look at a startup, so you have an idea, you have an incubator, you have access to this, and now you have got an ecosystem also to support you. All of that can actually be accessed through a grown-up company like ours. So when you have an idea, when you wanted to access the technology, so we have invested in more than 5 bio startups in the country, bio incubators in the country. So in terms of providing newer technologies, it could be cell analysis, it could be flow cytometry, it could be molecular biology, it could be protein biology. We worked with, including AIC CCMB is one such example. We worked with them at a very foundational level and asked what kind of technologies people would like to get access to. So that gives, when you need the most, when you can't access or buy these technologies, you can access these technologies within your doorstep. And second, we talk about upskilling. One of the gray zones in our education ecosystem is some of the universities, colleges doesn't have an access to these technologies. So we keep an open door policy, and we encourage and we conduct training programs of our own, as well as with the help of people like Dr. Ramji, we conduct training programs in the incubators so that people can get upskilling. They can get access to the new technologies as well as train on their own systems, get a hands-on experience. In life science, though there was a joke by Dr. Jayesh Ranjan in the IT is different and biotechnology is different. So here you need the technology, access, high level of investment, and also partnerships from stalwarts in the industry. So that is second aspect. We give access when we upskill the people. And we don't maintain only the vendor customer relationships. So as you know, when we have a breadth of portfolio in life science, for example, you come up with a product, you come up with a solution. So you will be requiring a space to sell your product, market your product. So some of our websites are so powerful, it will be catering to so many customers. If it is a life science product, we welcome you to associate with us. Not just as a Thermo Fisher Scientific will be buying that innovation, we can even give our Fisher website to promote your product. Of course, there is a team, innovation team working behind, they will collaborate with you. And people like us, you can bet on us for commercialization. We spent more than 2 decades in commercializing. So how to market your product, where to market your product, which segment, how this will be helpful. So as simple as we talk about healthcare. Our mission statement says, healthier, safer and cleaner. We wanted to support you. It is not that we wanted to make the world healthier, safer and cleaner. We wanted to work with scientists to make the world healthier, cleaner and safer. So during the COVID period, actually, the vaccines which are produced has some raw material from us or maybe some technology collaboration from us. And most of the diagnostic kits, whatever has come up, whether it is real-time PCR kits, any Indian manufactured, we have supported them with the technology, with the product, as well as we have also helped them build the regulatory confidence, regulatory technical know-how in terms of how to cross those hurdles of regulation commercialization in the sense marketing and giving access to more and more customers or in the marketplace.
Yeah, thank you. Ashish, yours is a unique model of an industry association setting up an incubator. And what was the motive of this association to set up this incubator? And as you play a dual role from the association as well as from the incubation, how do you do the bridging, especially to provide market access to the startups that are associated with you?
Yeah, thank you. Basically, Marathwada Accelerator for Growth and Incubation Council, MAGIC, it's a very unique incubation center because the Regional Industry Association has taken the lead for establishing this incubation center in its own premises. Typically, we find most of the incubation centers are hosted in some academic institution. But here, for the first time in the country, a regional industry association taking a lead and establishing the incubation center in its own premises. The journey is very interesting. I have with me my schoolmate Prasad Kokir. Both of us were office bearers, key functionaries of our chamber. I was president and he was honorary secretary at that point of time. And both of us are passionate about innovation and entrepreneurship skilling. So we decided during our tenure we should have some concrete project which is initiated by the chamber and which serves the community. Basically, Marathwada region is relatively backward region in terms of development when we consider overall Maharashtra. There are 8 revenue districts and even today there are hardly any incubation centers, very few of them. So we had in chamber industry and academic institution interaction cell which was active for more than 20 odd years, and we felt the need that we should have a permanent platform, a permanent setup wherein we should have setup like incubation center, and that's how the incubation center came into existence. Thanks to ISBA, because we participated in one of the sessions which was meant for upcoming organizations which wanted to establish an incubation center. So journey of MAGIC started with ISBA. Our team participated in Lonavala. You were one of the facilitator at that point of time. So as a incubation center, basically whatever the key requirements of startups are, we try and fulfill that with the help of member units of the chamber. So we have membership of around 700 members and they are from different domains. So any idea, if we have to validate, we have an in-house domain expert available with us. So right from the stage of idea validation to their commercialization, our incubation center extends end-to-end hand-holding support. Whatever are their infrastructure requirements, whatever are their marketing support requirement, even funding support requirement, our team of board of directors of MAGIC is very passionate, even before we got any government funding or government recognition. For the first 4 years, our board members contributed all the expenses of the incubation center at their personal level and at their CSR level. So any need of startup is met through the board members and the extended members of the chamber. And chamber supports wherever we need any kind of support for the incubation center.
Yeah, thank you. Sachin, I need your response from your earlier message. So you mentioned about HNIs and family offices, and could you just elaborate, of course, briefly for want of time, in a minute, if you could explain what exactly is happening and how do we incubators can engage on that front with you?
So look at a startup journey right from the beginning. So they are bootstrapped in the beginning, and then they have an idea. Then they decide to put that idea into the practical situation, try to build up the MVP, and then probably they need funds. Once we're done with the bootstrapping, they need funds. Now, funds can be arranged either through a debt or equity. Debt at that point in time is not possible, very unlikely that it will happen because of the fact that number one, it is pre-revenue. Number two, they don't pre-revenue in the sense that they will not be able to service the debt. Secondly, banks will also not come forward to give that debt, and maybe NBFCs can do that to some extent, but certainly not banks. But on the equity side, they may or may not have a lot of connects in the startup ecosystem as far as the investors are concerned, because these are startups which are mostly technical in nature, very, very focused on their products and solutions and technology, and they're doing a great job, but probably networking point of view, they may not have that sort of kind of network for the as far as investors are concerned. So probably there the bank comes into picture, because a large bank like ICICI have a great relationship both in quality and quantity with a lot of investors and PVC firms, with the family offices, HNI clients. So once the MVP is done and they start their journey, they put it out in the market, there is feedback from the market, some revenue started flowing in. That's the ideal time we take them to our set of HNI clients and family offices. So we sit with the founders, we understand thoroughly as to what is the product all about, what is their journey so far, what is the pedigree of the founders, what is the market they are into, what technology, what is the response, what is the feedback, and how much revenue they have been doing. So then we design a product deck, we take it back to our our customers who are HNIs and family offices. We sit with them and we present it on behalf of the founders to our customers. At that point in time, there is no contact between the founder and the HNI clients. Once HNI clients or family offices shows interest, then either in many of the cases they are okay to invest even without meeting the founder. In many cases they are not interested because maybe they didn't like the idea at all. In many instances they want to need more details and they want to get in touch with the founder. So we do that, we patch them up, founder and the investor, and from there they can take it forward. Now what is there for bank in this is, number one, we provide value to our HNI customers because we give them a kind of options to get into a great investment. That's one. Second, we provide value to the founder because if they're able to get through and they get the investment, they can go on a journey. So that's a value for them. And also bank charges a nominal fee, which is 3 to 5%. That's an industry standard. If the deal goes through, if it's a success fee sort of a thing. So that's how the entire thing is structured.
So these relations are centrally managed, or you also have some regional level interactions and facilitation? No?
It is centrally managed because of the fact that not every time you will find an founder and the investor or a family office HNI in the same kind of a city. So therefore and this is good for the founder because a founder or a startup in Hyderabad probably have an idea in place, MVP is out there in the market, revenues are coming in, they want to expand, they want a huge sum of money which is there, and the interest is there with somebody in Delhi or Mumbai. So we take it up, pan India.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, one quick question from you. You mentioned about upskilling of startups and especially in the life sciences space. So if you could also throw some light on how incubators in the life sciences and biotech can engage with you to get this facilitation.
Thank you for a great question. So basically, in the life science space, we have actually set up 5 in the bio clusters, in the bio incubators, where we invested in put the technology in 5 places. In some places based on the need. Some places we have even put instruments like high content screening, flow cytometers, and in some places we have put the protein and cell analysis instruments, as well as we support them with the reagents. So time to time, those incubators, including AICCCMB, comes up with the training programs. So those training programs are accessible to not only the startups within that incubator, but also in and around. So they'll be keeping it open for all the people to access for the upskilling journey. And also there are certain ideas like faculty development programs also been done through those 5 bioclusters, bioincubators. At the same time, we have our own antibody development center, which is an R&D center. It is a global manufacturing center for antibodies. So there also we conduct time to time technical training programs. So that also can help gain access. And we have acquired a company, PPD, so which is within Hyderabad, which is a clinical trial division that also actually conducts programs by giving access in terms of for an upskilling journey.
Thanks. I think beyond CSR, there are plenty of other opportunities as it comes out of this panel, whether it is funding facilitation from a bank. It's not just the debt, it's also investment facilitation, skilling, and early access to the modern equipment. And as Ashish was mentioning about industry association getting into the incubation so that the market validation and business opportunities are also facilitated. It was an interesting conversation. I think for want of time, I will stop here and thank you all for your contribution in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us now move to session 4, International Linkages for Indian Incubators and Startups, led by Session Manager Dr. Nisha Mukul, CEO, CIC.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day for all of us. So we have been hearing about government, corporate, industries, so all kind of. So now I'm coming to put in a scenario before we go into the session. We all are incubation managers, right? So we have these, some of our progressive startups just come to us saying, ma'am, can you just connect me to an international market for my, for my market placing or my product launch? So imagine as an incubation manager how your antenna goes up. Because we know when it comes to international marketing or support, we all have one step of hesitation to do that. So today I take this privilege to some of the stalwarts who were in this ecosystem, who have driven it, and who have set an example for all of us. So may I take the privilege inviting Mr. Mittal sir to onto the stage, who will be moderating the session. Next, I would like to invite Deepamvita ma'am. She was a revolutionist in this sector who gave us an example for all of us. Even none of us have not even able to reach how IKP has been, taken on the entrepreneurial ecosystem. From the international platform, may I invite Ms. Adishri, Head of Programs, German Center of Research and Innovation, Mr. Garrett Owen, British Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Lee, President of Asian Association of Business Incubation, and finally Ms. Suipa, Honorary President of Thai ISBA. She'll be representing from Thailand.
2 questions which we need to answer. In the interest of time, I am saying these questions right away. What in your experience has been the internationalization support which you have provided to the incubators? That's one question. The second is the same question, but the word incubator gets replaced by startups. So these are, one is what is that you have done in supporting incubators. Number 2, what you have done for supporting startups. So these are the 2 questions which we need to answer. And if you would like to give any tip, any special tip to all the incubator managers here as to how they can go for internationalization. I will not talk about the India experience, because India experience I will leave it to Deepanvita to cover, and rest we have a variety, we will travel across the globe with these experiences. Over to you panel members, and Deepanvita, in case I need to come back somewhere, please let me know, otherwise I'll be a listener. Thank you. Deepanvita, please go ahead to begin with.
take your, because, when you say you don't want to speak anymore, I'll take your mic. That's a dangerous incubation manager strategy. Good. So just trying to keep everyone awake because one, there's a little bit of delay, and the other is how do you make life interesting? When a startup comes to you and say that we are not getting a market opportunity here, we want to do outside, we do not have enough funds here, we don't have venture capital here, and I'm talking of not today, I'm talking of the last 20-25 years, because with Mr. Mittal sitting here, we have to talk of the legacy of so many years. How to develop your venture capital ecosystem when there are no Indian VCs, so you need VCs from outside, you need funding from outside, and if you're doing something like life sciences, like what we do, there's actually no funding. So very little funding. Now, of course, we have BIRAC to provide the initial grant funding, but we also wanted to look at funding from outside. The first thing that we did was actually try and see which are these organizations, are these corporates, are these philanthropies who would provide funds. And Gates Foundation from Seattle, they provided us the first Grand Challenges fund in India. And now Grand Challenges is so commonplace. Everyone runs Grand Challenges. Very lucky to say that, very proud and very privileged to say that IKP was the first organization that received an implementation funding from the Gates Foundation to set up Grand Challenges for early stage health. So then it was not only our incubator, it was the entire innovation ecosystem that could leverage this. So I think when we talk of internationalization from an incubator point of view, it is probably the ecosystem that we look at. So since I have to limit my discussion, I would keep it to, because the Grand Challenges became a program that all incubators run today. But can I take up the startup program also now, or should I come back?
You complete your...
I'll complete mine. Okay. So, we have done several programs for startups, but one thing that we are doing now, and because it started last year and this is our second year, with the Copenhagen Business School, we run a program where interns come and work with our startups. Last year, 31 interns from the Global Business Management program came to us to work with 4 of our startups. And this time again in November, they're coming. It is basically to provide new perspective for global expansion. And they work on the business plan with the startups, sitting in Hyderabad in their premises, and at the end of it, it is basically expansion or growth program for these startups. I'm happy to say, out of the 4 startups that last year we had nominated, Copenhagen Business School said, we want to do one more time for 2 startups. So there's a repeat program, a new group of people, because they were so happy with the kind of interaction their students gain and our startups gain. And I just saw Shishir here. Shishir will be one of those startups where 5 interns are coming from Copenhagen Business School. I think he just left. Oh, where are you? Oh, Rachna and Shishir. So it's a program, if it's a program for Rachna and Shishir, it's a program for all of you. And only thing is, come to Hyderabad, at least say, I have to tell CBS that yes, these are Hyderabad startups. And then they open up a very, very impactful program. I'll just leave it at that. If there's chance, I'll come back.
Thank you so much. And also thank you so much for the invitation to be here on this panel. My name is Adishri. I represent a German government agency called the German Center for Research and Innovation, and we're an official bilateral agency for developing science research innovation relationships. One of our programs is on science-based entrepreneurship, and what we do there is work with early-stage startups or also researchers who are interested in going to the market with their idea, with incubators at higher education and research institutions, and we also do a bit of background policy work for the policy advisors. Our approach for bringing together all of these is connecting them through the incubator ecosystems in both the countries. And we've been trying to do this since last 3 years, and it has been going well. So I'll just tell you what the experience has been. So we started in 21 with connecting, there was pandemic time, we started connecting everybody online first to actually check if there's an interest in connecting India, Germany, where are the gaps, what kind of formats would work. So we spoke to startups, we spoke to incubators from both the sides. The startups said, no one has ever asked us this before. So it's really interesting. So we took up their inputs. Those who just wanted to connect with both the ecosystems, we brought them down to a few, brought down the points a little bit just to say not to broadly connect, oh, I would like to connect to Germany, I would like to connect to India, but on what exactly? And then we followed it up with workshops in India and Germany. In the last 2 years, we were able to connect almost 100 incubators from both the sides. And we identified a couple of formats with them, gaps with them, also topics that would be of interest. Try to understand the ecosystem. What does a startup mean here? What does a startup mean there? When do the startups or teams exit the incubators? Where do the accelerators? What are the funding possibilities, etc.? And we have, like I said, a network of 100 that's running at the moment. The funding agencies have also been connected on both the sides. And the second thing that we do is connect early stage startups or researchers from both the sides. We run an immersion program since the last 3 years. As much as we love to increase the visibility of Germany in India, we would also like to increase the visibility of India and Germany, because there's a very strong imbalance of researchers or startups coming from Germany to India. So we actively try to show the innovation ecosystem to the German partners. That's why most of our programs at the first course start in India. So the immersion program also starts in India. It's a 2-week program, and we run this in a bottom-up approach with incubators from both the countries. So it's a 6 months to 1 year preparation, and we're happy to say that Hyderabad is the new city on our list, and we will be here another month with 30 participants, 15 teams, and almost 12 incubators from both the sides. And the success stories for that have just started with grants in Germany, grants in India. And I have to also thank the partners who've been helpful. IKP is one of them, DST, BIRAC, AIC, and several of the incubators have been here who have started helping us there. So I would leave it to that, and if you need connects with Germany, helping identify partners, you're welcome to contact us. Thank you so much.
Yes, สวัสดีค่ะ First of all, let me thank our international partner ISBA for inviting us to join and to witness the vibrant, the good wife of Indians innovation and incubator ecosystem. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Suvipa Wannasatop. I'm representing Thai ISBA, which is the local network on incubators ecosystem in Thailand. We have around 40 members at the moment. So if any of our peer professional here would like to connect with us, please connect to Thai ISBA. And also I represent also the immediate past president of ABI, which is the Asian Association of Business Incubator, which also ISBA is the member. The reason why I'm saying that is that this is the way that to answer your first question. Actually, I met long-time friends with the Panvita in the IASP, International Association of Science Park Association, and for Thailand, in order for us to create the strong linkage, international linkage with abroad, we have to show them that we are ready to connect, to collaborate, and also to co-create. collaboration is not just to enter the new market. It is about working together to create value. And let me take the example of one of our initiatives that we actually we are also new in taking this level of collaboration. Before we only do the multilateral collaboration. For example, joining different conference, be active in different association in order to collect the connection so that when times it is needed for our entrepreneurs, then we can introduce and connect them and facilitate the connections. But recently we have tried to come up with some program that we want thing to happen, not just talk and connect and that's it. So we start what we call Sino-Thai acceleration program with China. So our counterpart there is the Shanghai Technology Innovation Center. They gather all their incubators in China, and then they recruit the entrepreneurs, especially in the field of health and wellness. So they recruit 10 of them and send it to us. And for us, we send 10 also entrepreneurs that we have recruited, but based on our strength in food and agriculture. And then they select about 7 of us, of our entrepreneurs, so that they will help with the co-acceleration program. And we also select about 8 companies from them. And we have about one year of co-acceleration program together. What happened is that we try to leverage each other's strength, and we believe that the cross-border collaboration does a good job there, because one of our incubators called SMS, the Siam Modified Starch, they set up their technical solution center over there with the help of the the Chinese incubators, and they also get some help in the mentoring program so that they can navigate through the regulatory process, and also they get help in recruiting the necessary human resources to work in that operation. So in that count, I would like also to extend our invitation to ISBA, our international partners here that we have long-term relationship, especially with Dr. Rajendra, Dr. Bala, Dr. Suresh. We have known each other for over 20 years, and I think it's high time. Also, Mr. Mittal. Yes, I think it's high time that we do something together. So let me put everything here that we are ready, and please, we believe that two takeaways from the experience that we have, that Mr. Mittal asked us if we have any recommendation for the success. The key success factor of this cross-border collaboration is not quick. It's a long-term relationship, and it's the mutual trust. The shared goal is to create something together that is valuable to the success of our entrepreneurs. And especially if our entrepreneur success, then we can say that it's our success as well, because they propelled the economic growth of a nation, be it in the respective market. Yes. So the second one is that be proactive. So I'm now proactive, extending our invitation, and also we are awaiting for further collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Owen, the Deputy High Commissioner of the British government here in India. Please, for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Isbacon, for inviting me. This is it's a pleasure and an honour to be here today. As mentioned, I represent the British government in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and to quickly address the two questions, because I know we are short of time. I think in the first question with regards incubators and the approach of the UK government to supporting incubators, one of the programmes I think is important, it's really good to highlight, is through our research councils, through the UK Research and Innovation, it supports a number of big incubators and innovation centres, and a lot of it reflecting something Srinivas said earlier. So we support incubators through our research councils, and as Srinivas said earlier, it's really important for not only for incubators to be broad, but also to be quite deep. And this is what the focus is on many of the incubators the UK government supports through our research councils. And to give an example of collaboration overseas, I can give a recent example from India. We've recently established a centre focused on responsible AI, and that will bring together all the stakeholders in the UK to look at responsible AI and how we adapt AI in the future. And only last month, the centre visited Delhi to hold a workshop with Triple IT Delhi. So this is a really good example of the deepness of our incubators, but also the type of overseas collaboration that is going ahead. Now for startups, again, there's a lot of British government support for startups. We have a number of catapults, in particular, in very, very specific areas. And then we have a brilliant organisation called Innovate UK, which as well as supporting startups in the UK in terms of their journey, a big focus on Innovate UK is also international collaboration. And we have another strong example of where Innovate UK work with India, and this one is actually with Hyderabad. So Innovate UK has a program with T-Hub, which will be about a 2-year program, and within that program, over the 2 years, around about 4 cohorts of UK startups will be based in T-Hub, not only to soft land it into the Indian market, but also to develop themselves utilising the know-how of T-Hub, but also of the whole innovation system here in Telangana. So that's a brief outline trying to address the 2 questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, we will now move on to the Asian perspective. Please, go ahead.
My name is James Lee from the South Korea. This is very right now 4:30, very tired time and sleepy time. Due to the very strong air conditioner, we cannot sleep, right? But thank you so much for joining us. Even though yesterday we have association is the Asian Association of the Business Incubation. We have a summit last night, so too many people coming. So thanks a lot. As a president of the ISBA, I'm very happy. I'm proud of that. So I have many roles actually right now. I'm the professor and the president of the COBIA and the president of AABI ISBA. So right now I'm the sabbatical. So due to that, my student is still studying hard, but I'm flying from today here, joining you the very good ceremony here. For the international linkage, for the target, one is the BI, and the other one incubator, and the other one is the startups. I want to tell you some based on my true story, case study. Actually, I'm doing the director of the startup foundation in the Dongguk University in Seoul. So with that, I want to tell you several things. First of all, for the incubator, the international linkage, right now, that is very important. That is what means is the securing connection. Human relationship is very important. Yesterday I met Dr. Rajendra, and then that is our connection is right now. Then our student or the startup incubator want to make a connection, then we're gonna connect it all through the two data of that, right? So second part is the network. So already our respectable former president of our RV, SWAPA, already pointed out, AABI, RV network is very important. So if you are interested in the South Korea or the Japan or the China, let me know. Then I will connect of that. So that is and we so far we have international international association of BI is three big ones. So one of them is in AABI Asia, and one of them Europe ETI something, and the America we have they have the INBIA. So we through that connection we can have many connected parts would be possible. And the third part is I want to say specialty is very important. So for my university, actually my work was started 2007. My university is not famous for the startup. Due to that, we have make the brainstorming many times. So the brainstormings, we have our conclusion is that what is our specialty of our university? So our university is exactly located in the center of Seoul. So exactly center of the New York, which is universities are there. There is the NYU, New York University. So NYU has very strong in the cultural technology. So from the 2007, our title of our university is cultural technology. So cultural technology is many areas of that. So our startup in our Dongguk University is a specialty, is the cultural technology. So you should have your own specialty. That is important. So if you have your own specialty, then your international linkage is very easy, much, much easier. Okay? So that is the very good tips for the incubator. And second, for the startups, actually that is based on my true story. My student is very smart. Okay, so especially I'm the professor as well as director of the Dongguk University Startup Foundation, director. As a professor, we need very important, the most important thing is the deep loving to the student. Okay, so deep affection is very important. So do you know EO? Have you heard about the EO? He is the very special the creator of YouTube, especially in the area of the startup and business incubation. So right now his name is Taeyong Kim. He is very famous, actually much famous than me. But 10 years ago, he was just a startup. As a student, startups there. He made the toys for the children and the toddler. So, but he failed 10 years ago, and I didn't know that exactly. After that, he did 3 times failure for the startup. And then 2017, he alone went to the Silicon Valley, and in the Silicon Valley, in this area, the event of that a lot of people, he mentioned about I did 3 times failure for the startup. But a lot of the Silicon Valley people, they are very happy to say, you are very lucky. You are 3 times the failure, So with that, he is very famous right now. He is very famous, the YouTube creator. So he is one of proud of my student. So if you are interested in the student startup, always with that deep affecting and loving is the very important thing. Okay, so that is the tips to the 2 things. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Well, since we are not yet born, I'll just take the last two minutes, couple of minutes, for summing up what India did in internationalization. See, sometimes you have to be lucky to get a collaboration. I was sitting in my office one day and suddenly a visitor came. And the visitor turned out to be an Indian who was working in World Bank, Washington. I think most of our incubator managers know him, Mr. Vivek Chaudhary. And he said that can we develop this collaboration of the incubators across the global. The World Bank had a program, and I think has a program called InfoDev, Information for Development. So under that program, I think about 60 of our incubator managers, that program and another program with Lockheed Martin, the 60 of our incubator managers, they were trained in Silicon Valley. Because to us, at that point of time, Silicon Valley was a dream. We only used to dream what happens in Silicon Valley. But we had to actually go and see for ourselves what happens in Silicon Valley. There were, I think, a 2-week or a 3-week program which was conducted in Silicon Valley. And most of our incubators had visited that. Then the Lockheed Martin program came. Intel also supported us in a big way. The key learning, number one, please focus on your non-resident people. I'm not saying non-resident Indians because there are international guests here. Please focus on your international linkages through them, the non-resident individuals in those countries who can then bring back, number one, the ideas, the technologies, the mentoring, and ultimately maybe the finance also. So that's, and as far as startups is concerned, that's the second point. I normally narrate a lot of stories. Today there is no time for stories. So I will just remind you about, remember that story which I used to tell you often about an individual who was making artificial flowers. He was sent in a contest and he actually got not only the first prize but also the investment. What we also do is that we also support people who are participating in these events, these workshops, and this is for the startups. So we do that. So that's in summary. Dipanvita, before you want to say something, please go ahead.
Can I just endorse what you said about NRIs? A lot of the good collaboration and cooperation we have with India is through NRIs. They are really, really motivated to work with India, and it is something we really appreciate, but it's also something that we can do a lot more with. But thank you for raising that. It's a really, really good point. If there is a cohort of people who really want to work with India and to really help India grow, it is the NRI network. They are really special.
So I have a really small point to add. When you said what could we tell the incubators, just in my experience, when we talk about startup connects or international connects, most of us jump towards market access. I would just like to say that there are more avenues for cooperation. There's joint technology transfer, early stage connects for startups, co-founder recruitments, team recruitments, and in our workshops, etc., we're also trying to encourage incubators to look at these avenues. So also look at that when you're looking for international collaborations.
Very nice. Dipanvita, can I conclude? Okay. No. You also wanted to share something? I thought. Okay. Well, friends, we have taken a world tour in 20 minutes. Okay? Relevant for this crowd here. And let's give a big hand to all our panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all. Happy to be the session manager for this session titled Innovation Together, Academia and Incubators Shaping India's Entrepreneurial Landscape. So with small bit of information about this academia and incubator engagement, I think in 2009-8, the program called Entrepreneurship Awareness Camp from DST was live, and Mittal sir was there. When we were interacting, he used to say, this is sowing a seed which may get sprouted after 5 years or 10 years. So that's how the academy and incubator interaction started in early 2008 or 9. With that small thing, and I think in 2014, after Startup India scheme came up, in 2017, IIC and Atal Tinkering Lab at school and college level came up. So in 2020, I think National Innovation Startup Policy for Academic Institution was floated by AICT. With these things in place, I think the topic is going to be more relevant for all academic incubators to have some takeaways from this session, Academy and Incubators Shaping India's Entrepreneurial Landscape. I take immense pleasure in welcoming session chair, Dr. Puran Singh, former director, incubation and founding faculty in charge of IIT Mandi, sir. And then Professor Sangar Pradap, faculty innovation and entrepreneurship, IIT Bombay. Mr. Devendra Singh, CEO, ICBMU, and Mr. Dinesh Kumar, program manager, Stanford Seed. I'd like to hand over the session to session chair Puran Singh to take it further. Thank you.
Amongst the top 3 startup destinations already, we have the largest youth population in our country. For India to achieve the next level of growth, our students, our youth has to enterprise. I think that is something that we agree on. Now, we have to understand whether our students are thinking about entrepreneurship, whether they are engaging in entrepreneurship. And this is what we are trying to answer in this report. The first data point that I will go to is that 14% of these students, these are students who are in the university, they are in second year, third year, fourth year. When we go to them and say, what would you be at the end of the graduation? They say, I want to become an entrepreneur. There are 14% students who say this. Then we ask them, what would happen 5 years after you have graduated? What would you be doing? Then they imagine, 31% of them imagine, I will be an entrepreneur. So the number goes up from 14% to 31%, right? At the same time, if we say how many of you would be in employment, then at graduation 70%, 69% say I will be in employment, government, private, etc., etc. But at the end of 5 years, that number drops to 52%. This is what is interesting. There is increase in entrepreneurial inclination amongst the students. They are seeing it as a career option, right? Now, why are our students not suddenly, of course there are reasons for it, we know, but now I'm going to go across my panels and say, how do you explain this? How come our students are suddenly more interested? Are these numbers reliable? Are they blabbering too much? Is our survey wrong? Let me be critical, right? So to do that, I'll first go to Professor Sankalp Pratap from IIT Bombay's Desai School of Entrepreneurship, relatively new school on entrepreneurship. Professor Sankalp has also been with IIT Jodhpur before. He has wide experience in teaching entrepreneurship, in engaging with incubation center and seeing incubators come up in the campuses. So Professor Pratap, in your opinion and experience, how do you explain these numbers?
Yeah, the number seems reasonable to me based on the interaction that I have had on at least the IIT campuses. The number seems reasonable. And you asked about what could be the mechanisms through which these numbers have come about. And
yeah, right. What is it that is inspiring these students to now suddenly say entrepreneurship can be my career?
Right. So I would pick 3 bullet points and have a few sentences on each of them. One could be attributed to social learning theory itself. So youngsters are, despite our competitive exam mania, they are still getting some time to browse their mobile phones, even when they are preparing for the exams. And what they are finding there are certain youngsters getting felicitated, getting clapped on LinkedIn or Instagram, right? And that's a very powerful message for them. So So those kind of icons have always been there. Steve Jobs have always been there, so has been Bill Gates. But when it is closer home, it starts hitting that I can also do it. And by the same logic, if there is somebody on your campus who has done it, once you come in and you start hearing in hostels, oh, in hostel 4, Shibabrata Das of Attenborough, isi room mein rehta tha. That is when suddenly this uptick, because now those examples have got created, and every campus would benefit from promoting more and more of such, maybe even putting their posters at night when nobody is seeing. That's one. The other is the various government programs, like the Institution Innovation Council itself. You use the word entrepreneurship as a career. In the first quarter of their program, so they have this yearly, now we'll have ISC 7.0. So in the first quarter itself, the first bullet point in the PDF that they'll share with all ISCs is hold a session for students with the title Entrepreneurship as an Industry or as a Career. So the government is doing its bit on these things. They are setting up tinkering labs, they are funding that. And Smart India Hackathon, such a huge open innovation model, apparently the world's largest open innovation model, around 2,800 colleges participated this year with 50 teams each. That's a huge number. So these kind of programs, the people are already trying to imitate those who have been successful. The first student team which started on campus and has now gone on to get an IPO, that's Idea Forge. These are big milestones in our landscape. And finally, I would say the entrepreneurship education infra, again, which has been set up, whether it be entrepreneurship as a subject in class 11th and 12th, the textbooks are already out in NCERT, right? Colleges are having separate entrepreneurship verticals or departments. Yeah. So I think I would say these three things are actually putting those numbers which you have there.
Great. Thank you, Professor Pratap. I think I resonate with you on the social learning theory. There are role models that are getting created because of the money that the government is spending, the programs that are coming out which are supporting students in innovation and entrepreneurship. And there are now thousands of Institute Innovation Council, and especially the NIRF ranking has an innovation category. A lot of entrepreneurship data goes there. So universities have an incentive now to promote entrepreneurship to be better at the NIRF ranking, right? But that's just IITs. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Let's talk about other institutions. I'll go to my other panelist, Professor Davinder Singh, who is with BMU in NCR area. And there is so this is an interesting incubation center. They have community innovation center from Atal Innovation Mission. They also run Startup India Seed Fund. They also have the Genesis from MIT. In a corporate-backed environment, would you reason these numbers the same way, or is there some influence of the corporate leadership being there, corporate taste being there, people being there, which is shaping students' intention?
Thank you, ISBA, for inviting me here. I'm honored and happy to represent the university and the incubator. Now, I just would like to kind of put few dates in perspective. India, this Institution Innovation Council initiative started in 2019. AICs came in 2017. And a lot more emphasis on startup ecosystem from the government came in the second term of the government, which is somewhere around 2019 onwards. Our university opened in 2014. Our incubator started in 2020. So good 6 years, there was no incubator, no IICs, nothing. Yet we had 12 startups, 10 of them being in revenue stage, without an incubator, without an official IIC or anything existing there. The reason we believe is that right from the beginning, there was this desire to promote entrepreneurship amongst the students. And this, of course, was largely because the corporate backing us, the Munjal family, has a strong rise because of entrepreneurial spirit that the group had. And all that we did was really put few courses as part of the program, encourage the students to think differently, pursue different options. And being a new university, we did not get initially the top performers from the school or their undergrad. What we got was people who were good performers, but not necessarily chasing after grades. They were ones who were trying to think differently, do different things, and were willing to take a bit of risk. I mean, coming to a campus which is not even ready, coming to a place which doesn't have a history of education meant that people came with that spirit. And I think that was one of the reasons we had such a good output in a short period of time. So I would add on to it that incubators, ISCs, funding schemes have encouraged, because our number of students which have come afterwards into the incubation and startup is increased. But eventually it has to be the culture that we create, the opportunity we give, and the acceptability at the institute would be a big factor.
Great. Thank you. So that's a slightly different perspective, in a corporate-backed environment, and also there were no incubators, so why were these people enterprising, right? That's an interesting question to ask. Let me switch this discussion to now the third part on the slide, which is active entrepreneurs and nascent entrepreneurs. The earlier data is only about who wants to be what, but let's see right now how many students are actually enterprising, and the data says 38% students in total are working on an idea. 5% have a revenue generating business as a student currently, and 33% are at nascent stages, right? 33% nascent, only 5%, and 5% is lower compared to global standards. 33% is really high. So I'm going to go to my third panelist, Dinesh here, who runs the Stanford Seed Spark program, which was earlier focused on students, and now not. Now they work with incubators to take ventures which are post-student level, because they found something unique, something specific which did not work for them when they were working with the student startups. So, what was it? And the data says the intention to action gap is huge. 33% are working, only 5% have a revenue generating idea. So what was your experience, and how can we bridge this gap?
Thank you, ISBA team, for inviting us and sharing knowledge through this conference. So a little bit of context. Seed Spark is an online program run by Stanford Seed for early traction stage startups. We help them move from stage 1 to 10, initial growth stage. So we piloted this program. We started this program in 2020. The admission model is a bit different. We do not directly admit entrepreneurs. We collaborate with incubators and accelerators, and our collaborators nominate the entrepreneurs to our program. There are many of our collaborators who are members of ISBA here. When we piloted in 2020, we started with 2 incubators and then 2 accelerators. So VIT TBI was our very initial incubator. Then we started having, in the initial cohort was 75 entrepreneurs. That's the first cohort in 2020 we piloted. Almost, I would say 40% of them were students who were in their final years of college, right? And when we noticed first 2 cohorts, pilot dropout rate, students as the biggest population had the highest dropout rate, right? The rest of the entrepreneurs who are currently building their startup, full-time working on their startup, were completing the program more seriously. That was one reason. And then when we were diving deep into why this is happening, is there something that the program is not matching? There was an interesting behavior we found. Students are treating the program also like an academic program. They are treating as part of our program, we have mentoring options where we pair each startup with a business leader who's a senior business leader who will come and mentor these startups. And also we provide them business templates to work on. Students started treating these templates as academic activities, and then they are not clear on what questions to ask to the mentor, so that the mentoring relationship was not very clear and they were not sure how to take best use of it. As opposed to an entrepreneur who's out of the academic institution, in the market, trying to do the product market fit or grow their startup, there is a stark difference. And then that behavior also helped us fine-tune our product market fit, and then we said, okay, students who are currently in academia, we will not take them into the program, we'll take alumni into the program. So this was a learning during the early pilot stages, which was in 2020 and 21. Having said that, now later when we were in the 2023 stage, right now we are running our Spark 9th cohort. Between cohorts where we were doing 5th, 6th cohorts, we identified a new pattern of a different stage of students. We were having PhD scholars who were at the end of their PhD life cycle, like 4 year or 5 years of their PhD work. When they joined our program through an incubator, typically deep tech and biotech, they were more committed than the entrepreneurs who are working in the market. It's more like they had the domain knowledge and then they had spent a lot of years on their work and they want to make a very good non-academic, or I'm using the word commercial with careful intonation, non-academic application-oriented use of their research work.
Sure.
And that's a pattern that we also seen. So when we think of students, it doesn't always have to be UG, PG. There's also PhD students.
Yeah.
So
you're saying that the orientation of there are sub-segments within the student population and the orientation could be different. While senior students with more years of education in a PhD program, they're more serious about it. They see the validity of it. But the students in early ages, in undergraduation, they are probably treating this as an academic exercise. And that's why maybe a swell number, 33% are working on an idea. It could be, there are thousands of IICs now. So it's possible that they're doing a project kind of thing, which they are reporting as a venture now, right? That could explain. But then if Stanford Spark would not engage with the students, then who would? And the answer is the incubation center in the campus. So there are several entities which are now focusing on accelerating the startups already owned by the incubator. But then what is the incubator's role in student startups journey? Okay, that is where I bring in the next statistic, which is that 26% of these student ventures, out of 13,800 students, 38% students say I'm working on an idea. Out of these 38%, 26% only are in their university incubator or in any other incubator, right? Only 1/4. Is this number good? Is this number bad? Are these too few? Are these too many? Let me go to Professor Pratap again. And say, is incubator not reaching out to them? Are they not coming to incubator? Are the ideas not ready for the incubator, not baked enough? How do you see this number?
Right. On this number, I would agree that from what we have in mind, this number is not up there. So we should have greater percentage of teams wanting to go to the incubator. But is this a campus-specific incubator or any incubator at all?
This is any we also have breakdown of, is this your campus incubator or outside? We have the breakdown,
okay,
but
fine.
Majorly it is their incubator in the campus.
Right. So possibly the linkage that has not, and the value that can be added, that has not possibly got communicated appropriately. And but at IIT Bombay, what we are attempting it that through, because the School of Entrepreneurship is both education and pre-incubation, and then handing over to Sign. So that is the linkage that from tinkering lab to education to pre-incubation to incubation. So in our mind, it is clear that that is the channel which we will be trying to lubricate as much as we can through our processes. And I agree that students can start, because those numbers can be misleading, students can start looking at it as just another course. In fact, there is research to indicate the dark side of entrepreneurship education, which is found that actually there are some education programs which can reduce the entrepreneurial intensity on campus. And there is a reason, because you start showing a funnel which is very steep. You start saying, as the chief secretary was saying, 8% success rate. But you actually do not teach skills. You teach as you were teaching, let's say, I am a student of strategic management. So you start teaching entrepreneurship as you would teach strategy. So then people would take it as an academic program and not as something to do. So that would explain why this research paper
and then we bore the hell out of the students in the classroom and they say entrepreneurship is boring.
Yeah. So they would state that they are entrepreneurs, maybe to a consulting firm and a PE firm.
Yeah.
But actually in their mind they're not, because they have already disengaged from it because it has not been taught well.
So pedagogy is important. How we teach entrepreneurship has to be, I mean, there are 49% students who say they have taken at least one course, either elective or compulsory, or they're in a specialized program. So half of them are studying entrepreneurship. We better be careful how we teach them.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Let me go to the next question in the interest of time. And go to Professor Davinder now, which is around university entrepreneurship climate. Are we doing what we are supposed to do? Are we building the culture of entrepreneurship in the right manner in our universities or no, right? Are we teaching them entrepreneurship correctly, or are we actually moving them away by telling them more about entrepreneurship early on, right? So in your institution, at your host institution, how have you tried to build the culture of entrepreneurship to bring the management to sort of support the initiatives in the incubation center, to encourage the students? What are the best practices that you think are working well?
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly catch on to the 26% is not surprising, because you have also got 70% who say, I will pick it up after some time. I'm not immediately going to join some corporate or some job, but after some time I'll come. And that's largely because, and I look at, I'm talking now from a private university, a student pays a fair amount of money to go through any program. I mean, it could run upwards of 10 lakhs or even 15 lakhs. And if you're coming from a not a very endowed family, then you have this pressure to earn initially and then come to a stage where you can get into entrepreneurship or have your own venture. So they have an idea, they pursue it. They pursue it as part of their course projects. And I think that's one of the elements which helps. As an institute, if you provide a lot of experiential component to your pedagogy, and it could be across all courses. One of our startup who came up from two students who graduated from MBA, spent 20 lakhs each to go through the program. Right from the day one, they were very clear they want to run a venture, and all their class assignments, projects, etc., they were all centered around their venture. So they were very clear. So allowing students to really link their academic work with the venture that they want to set up is a very good way of encouraging this thing. And that really means that the faculty and the academic process has to acknowledge it. They need to give the due policy credits for what work you've done. Yeah. Even give, like in our institute, we give 10% break on the attendance.
Yeah. Okay.
And 1 year of deferred placement. So you can defer your placement by a year.
Sure.
So there are various policy matters plus the way you engage. I think that would help a lot.
Thank you. So I think that's telling us what is working. Let me ask the question the other way. How are we actually spoiling the entrepreneurial culture? I'll go to Professor Pratap and then I'll close with Dinesh. How is it that we are not building the culture right, or what are we doing wrong in terms of encouraging students to take up entrepreneurship? And I'm particularly referring to the story of where do you position the incubator, the attitude of the host institution, and so on. Very brief and crisp answer, please.
Yeah. So the incubator, and this I'm drawing from my personal experience, particularly at Jodhpur. In our case, it was a building up, campus was building up. So the incubator somehow got located very far away from the hostels. And so we tried a lot number of things, but it was very clearly a losing battle. And that is when we understood that, you have to understand students as students. So they want a place where they can easily access and see what it is. Because they have so many assignments, so many things happening anyways, competitions, cultural fests and so on. So for entrepreneurship to be a dish that they savor, first the dish has to be close on the table. If it is too much in the corner, they might not see, they might not reach there. So the design of where these opportunities are, even physically, I think is very important. Yeah. And at the School of Entrepreneurship, in fact, we are setting up a sandbox of a building where you will have the maker space, the tinkering lab, the hackathon space, and the faculty lab and offices. Literally stone's throw from the student hostels. So that needs to be, these kind of things need to be as close and as inviting to the students.
So proximity, the access to the incubator has to be created. It's not just, they will not understand incubation by just the, billboard that we put it out, or the lectures or the awareness programs that we do. It has to be close. There has to be a pizza shop, a cafe. There has to be internet. We have to allow them freely in and then see. I'll move to Dinesh for the last comment for this panel. Dinesh, what do we need to change in our university? Yeah.
I would say invest more on the manager or lead or CEO running the incubator. It makes all the difference of the quality of the incubator and the ecosystem. We have seen that personally over a period of 4 years when we started working with 4. Right now we are working with 53 incubators across India, and we have spoken to 80, 90 incubators, and we have funneled and filtered, right? The only thing that always stands out is the commitment of the manager or the lead running the incubator helps. Takes it forward.
Yeah, so let's stick to one. Let's see if we can do one. And then maybe next time we'll study the rest of the two. So thank you so much for your inputs. I think one thing that we need to take away from all of this discussion is that our students, our youth is the future of entrepreneurship. If we have to move further up the ladder in terms of leading global entrepreneurship ecosystems, we need to further our academic institutions. We have to build our incubation network within them, and we have to make sure the culture is right, the academic environment is right. And all of our contribution in this agenda is going to advance the cause of entrepreneurship, student entrepreneurship in India and globally. Thank you very much to the panelists.
Thank you everyone for sticking around until the very end. We now have a keynote address by Dr. Sai Praveen Haranath. Let me briefly introduce him. Dr. Sai is a distinguished pulmonologist and critical care specialist at Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad. With a focus on providing cutting-edge medical care, he has earned a reputation for his expertise in managing critical care situations, particularly in areas of respiratory diseases and lung health. Dr. Haranath's commitment to improving patient care extends beyond the clinic, as he is also actively involved in clinical research and medical education. In addition to his medical practice, Dr. Haranath is known for his contributions to healthcare innovation, particularly in integrating telemedicine and AI-driven solutions into critical care, which is transforming how healthcare is delivered in India. So, Dr. Haranath, over to you.
I'm a lung and critical care doctor at Apollo Hospitals. I'm the kind of doctor you don't want to see. I was fairly popular during COVID people didn't know who I was, but I was taking care of them because they were unconscious and on ventilators. But at the same time, today's keynote is really to kind of share a perspective that I have from the bedside, but also a perspective that I see from my interest in research. Ramji has been known to me for almost a decade now, and it greatly thank you for inviting me to give this presentation. I think one of the things we want to think about when we are talking about startups, when we're talking about research, when we're talking about entrepreneurship, is not to forget that at the end of the line for all of this is the patient in the healthcare perspective. If you're looking at startups from an agriculture perspective, there's a farmer at one end of the line. If you're looking at it from a chemical industry perspective, there is a patient or an industry that needs this very specific chemical. So whichever industry you take as a startup, there is some human or a process that really depends on what you do to succeed. So I believe the ideas are essential, but persistence is even more essential. Anybody know what the number is? It's not an eye test. But that is the Indian median age. Most Indians are young. There's only 75 million people above 60 years of age. Some are in this room, I know, but I'm getting there too. But really speaking, 1 billion Indians need to get old in the next 30 to 40 years. That's a huge amount of things that need to get done. We're all seeing the inefficiencies, the challenges that other countries are facing who have older populations. But you can clearly see that unless we fix many of the issues, which are both biologic, systemic, process-oriented, we're going to be in big trouble. I think, what are the challenges? There is no time to think. Time is obviously of the essence. There is no money to act. There's not enough mentors. There is not enough academic support. There's no project plan. There's no true research culture except in certain, I would call, islands of excellence in an ocean of mediocrity. And of course, there is no ideation at the bedside. And partly this is because there's so much work to do. There is no real push from the top to actually do research except in certain places. Absolutely things are changing. But for a world that has 1 billion people who don't have anything and 7 billion who have something and a very small percentage who actually have what they want, there's a huge amount of work that needs to get done. I think very briefly my story. When I was in medical college, when I was in high school, I was just interested in research. I ended up making paper out of water hyacinth and chopping up earthworms because I didn't want to kill any animals. I thought earthworms will regenerate, so I'm not really killing anything. I tested them out as a high school project. And then in med school, ICMR had a little thing on the notice board saying, hey, if you want to do research, you'll get 1,500 rupees. In those days, that was a big deal. So I actually applied for it and got a small scholarship to do some filaria research. And then, when I went to the US, I trained in the US and did my med school in India and my further training in the United States. Came back to India about 2011. And over there was so much of research going on. I would kind of hang out in the labs and see so much happening. Now, fortunately for them, in Western countries, they have huge support from industry. They have huge support from their institutions. There's a lot of money that goes into this. But I think that's a process. In India, it's happening at very large scale, but obviously a lot more needs to get done. And we need to get this culture of research right in from the start. I was always curious, and I think I had very good role models in terms of really looking up to seeing what we could do. My father was one of them. And one thing that I do very interesting, kind of like how a pilot claims for a number of hours of flying, I do remote intensive care for the United States from India. So I've been watching patients during the day here and the night in the US. I'm their critical care doctor. I'm resuscitating people, I'm giving them medicines, giving orders, etc. And about 14,000 hours of doing that. And we started the same model in India. And there's just a little background of kind of why I ended up in this place, why I'm in this auditorium today, to kind of talking to you today. That's the world population last week and earlier today. There's about 8 billion people. I asked ChatGPT, hey, can you make me a picture of the remaining 7 billion? It said, hey, I can't, but this is a representative image. Do you like it? So there's a huge gap to fill. There's a gigantic gap that we need to fill in terms of what we need to deliver to people, as I mentioned earlier. Now, pretty much everybody wins or loses. And startups, as you know, very small percentage of actual success. Most fail in year one. Only 1% or less become unicorns. Ultimately, everyone dies. We forget that. Everyone dies. So you don't have that much time to really do stuff. A 100-year-old man lives for 36,500 days, all put together. That's not a lot of time. So I think when you're really looking into the space and you're looking at what you're trying to do, it's important to take care of your health, which we'll come to shortly, but also realize that what you want to achieve needs a lot of planning. This is what we do at Apollo Hospitals. We've done a bunch of stuff in this space. We have a division that does Apollo Research and Innovation, and it's just a vertical that now does multiple, I would say, startup incubations. We have a lot of clinical research going on. We have a lot of publications that come out of the hospital now. We're a large system. We're a private hospital, but we really have multiple verticals doing a lot of things. And I've been fortunate to be involved in some of these. And these are just some of the articles that I've written and some of the things which we do. On the top right, you see something which we do, which is interesting, which is do remote critical care. And on the bottom left, a similar picture of that. I bring this up because these are areas ripe for innovation. These are areas which really need to improve. And which I'll show in a very short slide shortly. There are some things we really need to get done to improve efficiency. Even now, my bandwidth when I'm looking at videos of patients around the world is not good enough. I don't have efficiency in looking at AV communication. When we can actually send probes to an asteroid and get it off course, why can't we fix these simple problems? I think they're probably not priorities for many people. And I also think perhaps business is on purpose delaying some solutions for commercial reasons. I'm not blaming them, but I think it's important that innovation jumps to the front line as soon as possible. This a picture on the top right is what we did at our annual conference. We had a hackathon. We actually generated a lot of things. We in fact built some products which are now going into the market. And I think some of these things are of great interest to people because being in proximity to a health system, to a hospital, you can very quickly test ideas at the bedside, very quickly see if they work or don't work, and get the you can really run it by a lot of clinicians who are the ones who are going to be using it at the bedside. Now, is it really going to be valuable later in life? In other words, whatever we're building now, in 30 years is going to be valuable. And this is India's age distribution. If you look at it, whatever you build now is it going to be applicable in 30 years? Does it really make a difference to the life of a person who's going to be using this product down the line? So I think it's important that when startups are making things, you also think about the longevity of a product, not just about exiting the company. AI is here to stay. Let's accept it. I know all of us use it. I have been using it left, right, and center. AI has helped me make diagnoses. I saw a patient, this was one of those remote care patients I was looking at. Very weird presentation. I didn't know what it was. I thought it might be something, so I put the symptoms into the engine. It gave me a very nice short diagnostic list. I had not thought of two of those. One of them proved to be correct, where when we went back to the patient and asked the questions, we actually looked and said, you know what, this matches. So AI is going to be really an augmentation to what we already do. And I think AI is going to make our life easier, but it's going to need people. You can't do AI without people. So it's very important that we realize that AI is just a tool to help you do things. Earlier today, somebody sent me a beautiful WhatsApp video of somebody playing a Carnatic raga on a violin connected to an AI-enabled device which was playing it simultaneously. Amazing. Just think what else is coming down the line. It's up to us to use it very effectively. It is costly, and we'll have to figure out a way to solve that problem. COVID was a great teacher for all of us. It took a great toll on our collective emotion. Many of us lost loved ones. Many of us are still suffering from the effects of it. But we have forgotten. We've forgotten about masks. We've forgotten about hand washing. We've forgotten about all the side effects that can happen if you're not careful with respiratory illness. But at the same time, we also learned that there were amazing opportunities. Science evolved. We know how to handle things. We know how to make vaccines in months. So these are the kinds of things which, a challenge taught us. And startups should be challenging themselves every day. You need to be running at 100 miles per hour every day if you really want to achieve something. There is no time for complacency. And if you really look at this, Robin Sharma's book on Who Will Cry When You Die, if you think about that, truly speaking, what is the meaning of all the work we do? What is the meaning of all the things we're trying to achieve in life? I think a startup needs to really work backwards on where you want to be. The wonderful panel earlier was very encouraging to see students really be interested in entrepreneurship at such a young age, and I think that's the direction to go. The top right is a reminder to all of us to really take care of your health, preventive health wherever you are. Cardiac disease is a gigantic problem in India, as you know, and I would hazard to guess that there's about 2 people in this room who should get a coronary angiogram soon. I'm not even looking at you, but I'm just guessing it based on numbers. I think it's very important you focus on health, and if you work backwards from a healthy wellness kind of a perspective, you can actually do a lot. Unfortunately, there are many things which are problems. I'm just listing some of them there. I've been to camps where women still roll beedies and get cuts in their hands and get nicotine sickness. I've seen that there's a mental health pandemic. People who come to me with shortness of breath, half of them are short of breath because they're anxious about something. They're not able to talk to anybody. It's not a lung problem. I have people who have financial illiteracy who are either investing money into things they don't need or getting tests done and paying money thinking that an expensive test is a good test. I have people who have challenges because of distance, where I had a patient today come 6 hours for something that could have been fixed either online or by the local doctor because of lack of awareness that there's care available. I also think that, farmers actually have a lot of osteoarthritis, and they're a completely missed bunch of people where we don't even think of farmers having osteoarthritis. And of course, MDR infections abound. The mosquito there kills millions of people. About 800,000 people die from mosquitoes. We haven't solved that. So when startups are looking for solutions, the coolest, the greatest, the brightest, the fastest is definitely what we should look at. But let's not forget there are challenges which still need to be taken care of. And with your collective intellect, with the collective guidance you have from the institutions around you, I think we can solve that. So there is a wonderful Aitreya Brahmana, the Rig Veda has this, which says, Charaivate, Charaivate. It really means steadfastness is the persistence to remain on the path until the goal is reached. And it really says, keep moving forward. Do not give up because you're going to get honey in the end. So I think we need to stay ahead. We need to look at our deadlines, our grants, our ideas. It's very easy to lose track of the goal. And I think it's important for us to do our best to move forward. I think the question is, you need 1 million patients to get some things done, but the n equal to 1, does it help that one person? And sometimes, anyone know which planet that is on the right? Take a guess. Is it a water planet? Any takers? Neptune? No? It is the Earth, absolutely. So it's the Pacific Ocean. So you're looking at it from, you forget that most of it is water, and you have to take a different perspective sometimes. So my request to the audience, to the teachers here, the leaders here, and the people doing research is, please look at your startup, your idea, with a little different perspective of how can I make a difference? How can I solve some issues which are existing? So I'm going to stop there and just conclude with what our teachers used to tell us in medical college: what the mind does not know, the eye does not see, and the ear does not hear. So I'm going to pause that. And again, thank you so much. I know someone has to rush. My apologies for taking your time before you. Thank you so much.
The last panel of the day. So it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Vijay Nadimanti, CEO AgHub, to begin with the session 6, Transforming Healthcare, Energy and Agriculture for Sustainable Growth.
Hello, good evening everyone. I am Vijay Nadimanti. I am CEO and Director of AgHub. Welcome you all to the panel number 6, the last panel of this today. The topic remains to be biotech breakthroughs transforming healthcare, energy and agriculture for sustainable growth. We have the session chair, Dr. Madhusudan Rao Garu, CEO AIC CCMB. May I request Dr. Madhu to come over the stage. We also have eminent set of panelists over the panel today. Dr. Yogeshwara Garu, Director and Advisor of Aspire, University of Hyderabad, is also very well known in the BIRAC circles and also is in the bio-innovation circles. I'll also like to invite on stage Dr. Mrityunjay Suar, Chairman, Bhubaneswar City Knowledge Innovation Cluster Foundation. Of course, he needs no introduction. He is very well known in the Eastern circles in the innovation and the kind of innovation entrepreneurship is brought in, and he has also been a national award winner for KIT earlier in DST, where I also shared another award with him for my previous incubator idea. Dr. Rachna Tripathi, founder of Hubel Life Sciences. May I request you, ma'am, over the stage. I'd also like to request Dr. Akriti Sharma, CEO of Kusa Krishi. Dr. Akriti, I request you kindly be on the stage. So since the panel is over here and needs no introduction, I'm sure that this panel will be able to give you a very well circled perspective around bio-innovations, also agri and life sciences cluster. Over to you, Dr. Madhu.
Good evening and thank you for staying so late. And we are the last of the panels, I guess. I'm Madhusudan Rao, I'm CEO of AIC CCMB, and it's my pleasure to host the very accomplished personnel of whom I know for a long time. And the topic that we have is something on biotechnology breakthroughs, transforming healthcare, energy and agriculture for sustainable growth. So as you've been hearing in the morning talks, what we know is looking at the population as we saw in the previous slide, by 2050, the way we depend on the natural resources, we need another Earth. We need another Earth to support the population by 2050. So where does the food come from? What kind of opportunities that we have? And also today, if you look around, there are a lot of biotechnology breakthroughs, and we believe that they have it gives a lot of opportunities and ideas to overcome some of these challenges that we are looking at. We should be looking at is, as a humanity, we've been making mistakes and correcting them. Are we making the right choices today to face the challenges of tomorrow? For example, I'll give you one of the pressures on supporting the growing population is food. And then for food generation, should we be expanding the agricultural land, or should we, because that results in occupying the forest areas, which are very important in climate control. So there is a choice whether is that the right choice to expand the agriculture, or should we be looking at increasing the productivity or reducing the waste? So many things are there. There are options that we go for. And as you see in today's, in India, there is a very large emphasis on looking at biotechnology or bio-based process to solve many of our problems. Whether it is, organism engineering or bioprocesses, converting the technologies from chemical processes to enzymatic processes, there are a lot of opportunities. What I'm going to take the help of our panel is to ask them what is in their opinion the so-called biotechnology breakthroughs have a role play in the sustainable growth that we are talking about. So before that, as you know, our Rachna was a former student of CCMB, and then she's become an entrepreneur and very successful entrepreneur, startup a few years ago, and have done very well. And then we have Mrityunjay sir, who is a kind of a very popular person in the startup ecosystem and was completely responsible for the ecosystem we created in Odisha. And I think we have been knowing him for a long time. And Dr. Yogeshwar Rao, who has been with CSR for a long time and has seen so many business development related projects for CSR, and also was the advisor to the PSA. And we have Dr. Akriti Sharma, who is the CEO of Pusa Krushi, was a scientist, and she's been very much interested in making sure the agriculture discoveries that are made in academic institutes are translated to the field. So these are all very important aspects of what we are talking about today on the sustainable growth. So what I plan to do is, I kind of ask each of the panelists to talk about a couple of minutes about their opinion on what is their thinking, and then probably I have one question for each, and then we'll wrap it up. So I'll start with Rachna. Can you, based on your experience, what do you think the impact of biotechnology breakthroughs in sustainable growth, and where do you think one can, what should be the emphasis and so on and so forth?
In this fast changing environment where we have made this environment unpredictable. I remember during our childhood it was said that when the rain comes, when the summer comes, when the winter comes. Now we don't know what comes. When the flood comes, when the hurricane comes, that's what is all around. And we have to live with it right now until unless we take some strict measures. I belong to healthcare, and we develop different diagnostic tests. What I have seen that we used to think initially 5 to 10 infections, if you have assays for that, you are covering majority of diseases, and it's done. Today, we make a panel of 50 organisms to test respiratory disease, a panel of 30 organisms to test the fever, and next day I come to know that no, it is not sufficient. One more should be added. 2 more should be added. So yes, we are working on a fast pace. We have to, as the doctor said before this talk, that we have to work on fast pace. We have the microorganisms are much smaller and much faster in evolution. So to deal with them, to tackle them, I think biotechnology and healthcare, especially biotechnology, is going to play a very strong role to have, to give us strength to tackle with these all unpredictable situations and unpredictable infections.
Thank you, Rachna, on that. This is for Mrityunjay, and you have seen, you were a scientist to begin with, and then you became a kind of supporter of startups and things like that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I think for the interest, I know the maximum the crowd is from incubation fraternity. I think they're incubation leadership. So like some of you, I'm also a professor. Still, I'm a professor. But this is a very interesting area, as Professor Rao mentioned about the breakthroughs. My message to all of you, I always bring positivity. That always breakthrough never happens in metros. It also comes in other cities. So do not underestimate yourself. I'll give you a couple of examples. Like I come from Bhubaneswar. When I went to, let's say, Yogeshwar Garu or H.K. Mittal sir, of course they supported us, but always they had expectation the innovations may not happen, the breakthroughs never happens from such cities. But they supported, and with the kind of path building exercise or the ecosystem exercise, you could build on a very strong incubation ecosystem where a lot of breakthrough happening in the health sector. So I'll give you an example, like when company came up, Edgerex technology, out of the blue, he never talked about AI, but he came to us, we looked at body language, helped them, brought the connect, brought sort of clinicians on board, investment, funding from government on board, and try to connect to a lot of clinicians to do the trial, including the regulatory authorities. You're very surprised this company, Google HRX, is growing up and up. One individual, group of individuals, companies, now there are more than 50 employees, and Mankind has put money, Sun Pharma has put money, they exited it, they exited it, now raising more amount of money. Why I'm saying this, breakthrough never happens, always never happens in metros, it has to also happen. So those who are incubation managers, please think about it. If you build right strategies, breakthrough might happen from your cities, your places, be it Bhatinda or be it from somewhere from Manipur. You never know, somebody is coming to you, and if you really build a path for them, that things will happen. Second example, somebody comes in, let's say I'll talk about two girls comes in, says they want to make organic batteries out of crop residues. We said, come on, this is not possible. Because how can you make it? Now, it'd be very surprising, this twin sister creating this company called Nexus Power, awarded everywhere now, and raised 2 rounds of money, really making batteries out of crop residues. And these are unheard examples which are coming out of Bhubaneswar. And I want to share with you, because if you really build a right sort of ecosystem with right mentors, right kind of enablers, that's what you could build here. Yogesh Raoji in our board, and also Mittal sir comes there. Everyone, I think it's a very close ecosystem where we talk to each other and try to take help from each other. So that's the message. Breakthroughs are happening all across the country. It's not about only confined to Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune and Delhi anymore. So please build your ecosystem so strong, breakthroughs will come from you. And we'll have more examples like this coming from all of you. Thank you so much.
I have one more thing from Mujinjay. That is the so-called technologies that we are hoping that they would develop in terms of replacing chemical processes with biotechnology, bio-based processes. What, in your opinion, is the cycle time for something to mature and actually contribute and make an impact to the problem that we started with, to address that problem? And are we okay with that? Like, as you know, life cycle of a life science startup or a product will take, say, several years. So, do you think this approach that we are following, especially biotechnology-based solutions, would they reach at the right time so that the so-called sustainable growth is actually addressed? What do you think in your opinion?
Very good. I think morning you have heard very powerful talk from Krishna Ellaji, who said when he came, a lot of problems, he didn't understand, he went to different people, and also made him, he learned a lot of things very quickly. And still the problem exists, regulatory or a lot of this time period to go from TRL 6 to 7 to 8. It only exists everywhere. It exists in other countries. Now what is, he's asking a question, I think it's a very of a philosophical question at the moment, but I can only tell you that yes, looking at the new policies coming, the government is pushing like a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of incubators coming forward, incubation leadership coming forward, enablers pushing these manufacturing practices, the Bio3 policy coming in, a lot of infrastructure is built up, and also you heard from Praveen Roy-ji and then our MD Bairak, Jitendra Kumar-ji, who talks about how do we also help through CDSCO, bringing them on board, helping startups to understand or bring a clarity, not to go to other consultants who confuse you. So if I look at the whole ecosystem now being developed in India, and we come as a enabler for startups coming in forward, government comes in putting a lot of resources, I could feel that the time period could be shortened, but there is always a definite time period. So you have to understand, don't think it is going to take like an IT kind of job boom at the moment, but the timings are important. If you talk to Rachna ji or Cecil sitting here, it takes time, regulatory times, validations, trial, you have to go to government laboratories, they have their own agenda, means they have their own setup. So you have to understand it takes time. However, having said that, the way we are now pushing, creating the path for our manufacturing capabilities of India, I could see a bright future where you can think of, yes, many places we can shorten down the time, and government also understand, regulatory people also understand. Now we are creating a lot of capacity on regulatory compliances. There are many enablers coming in forward. So this is a plus point, and personally as an enabler from Odisha, Bhubaneswar, I could see a lot of things that are happening in our side. And of course, Hyderabad is doing quite good, and many of you are doing quite good job. India will have a bright future in biomanufacturing. That's what the new policy also talks about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrityunjay. That's kind of addresses the problem that we are facing. This is for Dr. Akriti. today, this is one of the most important, the top of the list is the food for the growing population. So there is so much of opportunities here. How can you, if you look at the productivity of various crops and across the world, there is a huge difference. So that is something, is that the way to go about increasing the food production, or should we be increasing the agriculture area, is one kind of a solution. And the other one is, how do you look at waste to wealth kind of issues, because people talk about biofuels and taking biofuels from agriculture waste and things like that. But again, there's always issues against them also. So I thought I'll like to hear your opinion on the role of breakthroughs in agriculture technology in addressing the sustainable growth.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. First, I would like to thank ISBA. We are the youngest member of ISBA now, and we have recently done an MOU with them, and there are very new faces over here. So IRI is basically, as you have mentioned, that we are dealing with tech transfer as well. And of course, we cannot increase the area of agriculture. Rather, we have various tools, including the vertical farming and hydroponics and various other tools in which we can do that in the closed spaces. But still, that is something which is very limited. And we have to just see about the productivity rise that we can think of through the sustainable mechanisms, rather than, getting into, again, the same kind of vicious cycle of making the soil really unfertile and getting into the, so I'm sitting in ISCT and I'm talking against chemicals. So chemical fertilizers, of course. So for that matter, of course, this tech transfer is one part and the tech dissemination is another part. So what we are dealing with is whatever varieties through genetic engineering that we are developing, or through crossbreeding, or multiple other new breeding techniques, I would just name like in a single word, I would say. We are trying to disseminate those technologies through PPP, in which we are, like, every incubator must be having associated tech transfer wing, of course, within the institutions. But we have a little different kind of a structure where we are dealing with the non-exclusive licensing, because we are majorly dealing with the products or the technologies which are related to farmers. So we want them to reach to farmers at the bare minimum price and in the quickest and widest possible manner. So we are not even doing the valuation for our technologies. We are keeping it because we are a public funded institution. We got our funding for research from public, and we are keeping it bare minimum, and we are trying to give it to many SMEs actually who are there operating in that particular space, specifically like basmati. So we have various varieties covering more than 90% of the basmati area of the country from IRI. So like that, biofertilizers, then we have decomposers specifically to take care of that waste to wealth problem. So decomposition, so there are like in situ and ex situ practices, we know about that. Calorific value of specifically the rice stubble is very low as compared to other biofuels. So that is something which is a challenge that our startups are facing. But then they are taking various other measures also to take care of that rice residue. Many are getting into making the silage from that. Many are getting into making some kind of secondary packaging material from that, or some are taking care of that through decomposition on the fields.
Okay.
So that is something which is getting done. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is for Dr. Yogeshwar Rao. Yogeshwar has a very, very long experience being a scientist, but also as a business manager at CSIR. So I would like to hear your comment. Having seen the system for a long time, what kind of structural changes or organizational changes that you think are relevant to achieve these kind of, breakthroughs to be realized and have an impact on, on the sustainability?
First of all, I feel the breakthrough word itself is a little uncomfortable. I think in this particular area of biotechnology, which has got a long gestation period, and you would find that it's difficult to achieve breakthroughs day in and out. You require a long time. So you will find it very difficult for the breakthroughs. Yes, you can bring out some good and promising technologies, but breakthroughs are not going to happen every day. For breakthroughs won't happen in vacuum. You have to plan and you have to sustain them for long periods. Unfortunately, I see within this government or generally in the government and R&D setups, we don't sustain any activity for long. Much before it gives you the results, we exit from that particular area, and then we realize after some time that say, oh, we should have done long time back this. We have done something and we left it. I'll give you one example. If many of you people may be knowing NPL, National Physical Laboratory. They were one of the pioneers. Very early in 1950s, 60s, they started the photovoltaics. They were the first people to do the solar energy, solar kind of a thing. But then somewhere around 60s or early 70s, they left the field. Totally they left the field. Now when actually the solar energy become very critical and become very important, they are not there. And this is what happens in many of the areas, that you would find that the sustaining that particular area becomes very, very critical. See, morning actually what, for example, Krishna Ella has mentioned, China, how did it go? They have chosen 5 areas and they've invested a good amount of money over a long period to achieve certain amount of success in that particular thing. Maybe you can call some breakthroughs or some promising technologies from that. I think we are not planning that. I looked at the Bio-E3, lot of people talk about Bio-E3. If there are some DBT people, please excuse me for this thing. It is like, if you see that Bio-E3 policy, which I have gone through, it has got everything under the DBT, what is doing is put under Bio-E3. And you would find that it lacks focus. There is no focus. If you say, I am going to say this area, then you would have got something to really proud of or developing something in the future. Now, everything under the sun, you put it under that particular thing, it can't be any more, anyway, it is a cabinet note, so you have to give the credit, whatever, and
it's more like an intent of the department.
See, but that lacking the focus, so you want to spend 1,500 crores for what?
Yeah.
So the same thing, for example, morning Krishna was mentioning, if suppose your startup is there and they want to do GMP material, where are the facilities in India, GMP facilities? We don't have. Maybe available with the industry, but they are not available for the startups.
Yes.
Now, how do we do? NBM, when they did the National Biopharma Mission, where they have spent a lot of money in creating these facilities, again they created in the industry. Not in the general, where it could be accessed by the startups. So this is where the problem. Somewhere we start with good intention, but somewhere we divert from that particular thing and get into something else. Actually, this brings me to another point, that I think I'm a little concerned about that particular thing. This concern I express because a lot of you people are managers here. So we have a lot of role to play in that particular thing. The concern is like this. When you want to do something, we looking in the biotechnology space, I have looked at a lot of technologies that have been in various incubation centers and other things. They are all low-hanging fruits. Basically, we are taking the low-hanging fruits and trying to do the things which is not available in the country, but somewhere elsewhere available, which simply develop the technology and then try to put. This is what I call is that the syndrome of APA syndrome, that active pharmaceutical ingredients, APA syndrome. That they have done, they never did any novel research, they never did any discoveries, they always copied what is available somewhere and then introduced in the Indian market. I think we are getting into the same syndrome even the biotech also. When they did 30, 40 years or 50 years back, that time perhaps it is apt for that particular industry, but it is no more this thing. Because in biotech industry, we have matured to a good extent. I think we should look at technologies that may give you a breakthrough or at least give you a good promising technologies, which we are not looking at it. I think these are so I would request many of you people to look at, encourage those technologies which are novel and which are, I would say first of its kind, you should encourage. How you encourage and other thing you should look at from your own planning system and other thing. And if you can do, that will make a lot of good. So this is my real concern in the sense when I look at, even for example, medical devices, lot of applications used to be for medical devices. And these medical devices also you will find quite a few of them are already exist in the market. And those things that they will try to do, if somebody was trying to do a blood pressure monitor, he will add one more parameter to that and try to develop another medical device for that. I mean, this is same thing is happening. And another interesting feature is that you would find that similar kind of thing, there may be at least a dozen companies will be doing within the country. And I don't know. Ultimately, who will succeed and who will survive, I don't know. But this is the point that one need to really carefully look at.
I think people look for access and affordability when something costs you around $5,000 and the local
ultimately you are going to cut price. Ultimately, you are going to cut each other, and you will come to a stage where you won't even make the cost of the money. Also, you will not be able to.
Like that's what the Shanta Biotech story, where it used to be several thousand.
That's we all know
local production has brought down, and it became more accessible for everybody. So that's the benefit.
The manufacturer didn't make much money. Initially made, subsequently.
So the last question for each of the panel, I think they can quickly give an answer on their own, is we take really pride being the fifth country in terms of GDP and all these things. But at the same time, there is a very serious issue of equity, right? Whether financial or health equity. So what should be done, in your opinion, very quickly in a couple of sentences? I start with Rachna.
I think we need to strengthen our overall societal system. Be more open to the people who want to do something. As the sir mentioned, that when you are making API and there is a short-term benefit, immediately the people are ready to invest in you. You get people to work, but when it comes to the innovation, when it comes to achieving your long-term goal, for short-term things, lot of funds are available, people are available. But when it comes to the long-term goal, when you really want to do something, you want to create a good product, which requires time, money, and patience, overall society is not supportive.
Okay.
It's like nobody, we all of us talk, but when it really comes to doing, there is no support.
I completely agree, but a couple of things here, because since last 17 years I am in this business of incubation, being a professor, and of course, also that in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, I realized if you do good, we have to all come together. So collaborations, cooperation, convergence is missing in our ecosystem. We are all doing things in isolation, be it government with incubator, because you bring policies and then you say we want to support startup, but when the startup goes there, you don't get it. So the single window clearance, I don't know where the window is, but we don't get clearance. People are all going pillar to pillar. Now I'm not commenting everyone, but only I'm saying if all of us we come together, talk to or not bring awareness to the bureaucracy, the politicians, and bring the right kind of policy, not just to have being a project document, but to implement, that needs more strategic of collaborations, cooperation, convergence. If that is happening in our country, I think we can do wonders. And that is totally missing. We have examples like he mentioned about breakthroughs not happening. I'll give an example where a lady, Nusrat Sangamitra, you can Google it, created the most inventive company coming out of India, making a protein which folds, unfolds, getting into liver, drills into liver cells. It looks like fantasy, right? Gets into liver cells, release the drug molecule. Pfizer, Novartis, everybody is watching her. She is very early stage of TRL. It takes a lot of time. The committee said it is not going to happen. And it was rejected. But somehow we managed to make it happen. Got some funding. Now everybody is putting money there. It needs people to understand. It needs, so the Novartis will understand, Pfizer will understand. But somehow our ecosystem doesn't understand much. It takes a lot of time. If it happens, everybody is going to use their technology for therapeutics. So that's what the whole idea. We have to come together for collaborations, cooperation, and convergence. Thank you so much. I have to catch flight, so I have to fly.
So the point which he was saying is that I agree with her totally, and what my colleague Mrutyunjay said also I agree. Actually, if you find that the startups find it very difficult to get funding during the growth phase. When in the first 2 years you will get some sort of a funding from either BIRAC or XYZ, this thing. Initially, some of these things, what I call is early stage funding, you get. But when it comes to really you have to start, when you require larger funds, there is no scheme that exists. There is no scheme which can support you something like 2 crores, 3 crore rupees or something. Venture fellows won't come there because they feel it is a long way to go. As Krishna said in the morning, there is no predictability that your phase 1 clinical studies will get cleared or your preclinical studies will get cleared or not, you don't know. So no investor is going to come and invest the money into that particular thing. So what we require is really a scheme that would help the biotech industry during the growth phase. That's what I would call is that maybe 2.5 years or 3 years to 5-6 years. That is what is required in that period. The second thing is that quite often you will find that if you take a product development in the biotechnology area, it will go through different phases. If it is a health product, you would find initial product development, preclinical studies, clinical studies, then product launching, all those things close. And you can't expect a particular initial founders or initial researchers who enters into this to have all these experience from one spectrum to the other end of this thing. So what we need to encourage in this country is mergers and acquisitions. And this is how in the West has been really, grown much faster in mergers and acquisitions. So you develop a product, give it to somebody, you make your money, that fellow will add further knowledge to it and he will sell it to someone else. Like that it will change 3-4 hands before the product gets into the market. Yeah. I think that is what we need to encourage, and maybe ISBA can take a lead for in the next conference, where they try to see whether they can have something like mergers and acquisitions. Project a dozen technologies who would be ready to
merge. Thank you, sir.
Next, to move to the next stage. I think that is something that they should do. And that's what is going to help the biotech industry greatly.
Thank you. Akriti, you have a...
So nothing much different from what the other speakers have said, rather specifically putting the perspective of agriculture that, of course, the gestation period for the products which are coming from agri-biotech, that too is long. But there are funding facilities available for the funding of 2 crores or 3 crores, like this accelerator fund of the NFW, which is coming in of 500 CR. But what is the challenge with that is that we need to sensitize the evaluators or the people who are going to select the startup with those eyes, who could actually evaluate what the innovation is and who could actually, think about and understand that, okay, now this kind of a thing would take at least 6 to 7 years or 10 years. So people need quick returns, people need quick, impact even from the government. They say, tomorrow you should have a farmer's impact. So that kind of mindset has to be, changed from the government's perspective.
It looks like the risk appetite is less in Indian ethos, I guess. So I think we need to, and probably all of us acknowledge the advantages of the West that has invested heavily even before a good idea comes up. They don't mind failures. So the risk aversion is something that we keep talking about. I think the things have changed. As an incubator last 6-7 years, last couple of years I've seen there is a lot of interest among the investors to look at biotechnology startups and then don't mind wait for a few years before they mature. So they're not still investing in discovery, but at least they're investing in those technologies at TRL 3 or 4. And with that, I'll thank each one of you for being here and then sparing time for this conference. Thank you.
So Prasad talked about the collaboration part, what we thought, how we can bring the technology so that we can connect with each other. So we thought of bringing a platform which is developed by Sachi Connect. What we thought, we will be having some kind of a wall where all the members can see starting with their membership. Right now, we are doing a membership with ISBA. We are not able to get the details, right? And we are getting the invoices and then we are paying that. So what we are trying to do that, bringing everything digitally, and you will be able to see the digital world of ISBA, where we will be bringing mentors, all the members, investors, corporates, where you can connect with them and you will be able to ask for the help. That's what we are trying to bring in ISBA Edge. Yeah. So one is collaboration, digital transformation, next gen AI integration, and industry relationships. So what we want to do is that how we can come together. One is this kind of a conference, we meet, we greet, and then we forget. What happens when somebody is facing some kind of a problem? How are we going to solve that problem? So one is we can put that queries, we can ask from other incubator, and those incubators can come forward and solve those problems. That's called collaboration, which we want to do it digitally. Second is that the next gen AI integration, which is phase 2, phase 3. But right now, we are showing some kind of a gist of our platform. What we want is that all the members to register their membership, in fact, your organization, so that we know what kind of queries you have, and accordingly some of the matured incubators, we are requesting them to solve those problems. That is something we are trying to do right now in the phase 1. In phase 2 and phase 3, I will call Dr. Sunil to talk about phase 2 and phase 3.
So in phase 1, we are going with basic features where we'll have all the incubation centers, their team members, their startups, and in phase 2 we will bifurcate it to we'll extend it to a level where you'll be able to invite your stakeholders, your mentors, so that there is a cross-pollination opportunity which opens up. Moreover, there are a lot of other things where we have been talking for a while, things like how can we aggregate the jobs, right? For any incubation center, job creation is one of the prime KPI of an incubation center. So we are trying to aggregate the whole ecosystem together under ISBA, where all the jobs, whether it is at the incubation center level or it is at the startup level, the startups that you incubate. So all those jobs, so it becomes a central marketplace for the country. At least these 150 incubation centers, a central marketplace which shows all the job opportunities which probably you guys can use at your university level. You can spread it out, and it's not just the job, but the internship opportunities. And there are other things like, we all have massive infrastructure of lab facility, different machineries, co-workings. So we're trying to create an aggregated place where I'm in Delhi, tomorrow I'm say in Pune, and I need office hour for 4 hours. And I know that, there are so many ISBA members already there in Pune. Or I need some machinery to be used. Can I use ISBA platform to make that booking, go there seamlessly, start working without having any hesitation? So we have broken down the whole journey. End of the day, we want to achieve a 100% seamless collaboration between all the ISBA members, not just in terms of sharing of these things, but also opening up and collaborations within the ecosystems that you have created. So one ecosystem which exists at Sign, there's another ecosystem which exists at some other incubation center or some other incubation center. Can we allow these startups to know who are the other fellow startups incubated in some other center, right? So all of these things we have brought it down under ISBA, and of course, as you're seeing in phase 3, we have more plans where IP commercialization, and there are many things. And at some point I personally see that some of these things can also add to your sustainability, your own sustainability of the incubation center, right? So the vision is very long. We have a massive vision of aggregating and creating a solid face for the country under, anyways, ISBA is the face of the country in terms of incubation center. But can we create one platform where if I'm in some other country and I want to show them what kind of startups exist in my country, can I just use my login at ISBA and show them what exists in my country? So that's the vision.
Yeah, one more thing, many of you have used Traction. What we are trying to do is that integrating the API along with the dashboard, where you people will be able to see the competition and what kind of a fund startups have raised. Those kind of a thing we are trying to do. That's going to be in phase 3. That is something which market intelligence which we are talking about. But that is definitely we are going to bring that in the ISBA Edge platform. Every incubator will require that. That is one. And along with this, we are also giving some opportunity to launch your program. One program, once you get member of ISBA Edge, you will be able to launch your program. So let's say, for example, when I say you can launch the program, what I mean by that. So let's say, for example, if some of the centers are doing Nidhi Prayas and they can launch this Nidhi Prayas, they can call the application, collect the application, you can shortlist the application, you can track the entire life cycle of that startup. That's what we are planning to do in the first phase. And if you want to continue to do that, because of course Sachi is another startup working with ISBA, they also have to make money. So what we are doing is that we are connecting the technology. If you want to take it forward, then you can separately have a discussion with Sachi and you can take that forward. So, but at a ISBA level, we want to create a platform where you will be able to engaging with other incubator, collaborating with corporates, collaborating with mentors is going to be absolutely free for ISBA members. But having said that, if you want to launch multiple programs in the platform, those commercial you have to discuss with Sachi, where ISBA will not take any part in that thing. That's something which we wanted to bring in ISBA Edge. We will show a small gist about ISBA Edge platform.
So this is a very base level thing because the platform is live now, while we have not invited anyone till now because we're waiting for this opportunity to come, and then once we are back in our offices, probably in next few days we'll be doing a training session for all of us. This is a very quick 30-minute view of how the overall dashboard for every individual incubator will look like. You'll be able to add your team members also, and so if I want to connect with the investment manager of X incubator in some place, it becomes seamless for me. Just go to the discover piece. So there you will find all the stakeholders, and every if I'm looking at a startup, you'll find a band of which talks about where all this startup is incubated, right? So you'll have all those tabs also.
One more best part about this. Let's say, for example, if you want to share your startup detail with your investors, you can directly share this information with the investors. One is they are getting the information of startups.
Resources.
Second is that your investor is coming on your platform. So ultimately you are making two connections.
So again, because as I said, this is just the starting point. We have consolidated some of the contracts, and these things you will see. And we are aggregating, to start with, we'll have some 2022 common agreements which your startups require. And similar, there's a glossary section. There'll be a daily feeds of your news, AI generated news, which is coming from all around the world. Reports, news, videos, all sort of sections. So it becomes a one-stop dashboard for your people to have a complete understanding of what's happening in the startup ecosystem as well as in their industry. Because the third phase where Prasad talked about the market intelligence piece, where you have a complete landscaping of competitive landscape, industry reporting, global, everything, and these are all AI plugins that we have integrated with. So that's all from my side.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.